At this time, we'd like to call to order the meeting of the City Council Finance Committee for the City of Palo Alto for Tuesday, May 6, 2020.
Bird?
Here. All right. So we have 2 full days ahead of us on the budget. Our first item is actually an opportunity for members of the public to speak on any item that is within the purview of this committee, but is not otherwise on the agenda. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak?
We have one public comment.
Okay.
In between doing what I did mostly last night, which is watch the Denver game, I did at halftime listen to the council's budget discussion, and I thought I would come over and offer my thanks and support to council members Burt and Reckdahl. A budget that is balanced in this way, with the use of reserves and with an expected deficit next year, is not balanced in the way I think budgets ought to be balanced. And I want to take a moment to talk about the economy in relation to what I heard Councilmember Burt suggest, that the staff I know, which is working incredibly hard, expand in the short term the use of some alternatives. And I'd like to suggest 2 alternatives that seem to me really important right now. One is to make a more wide-ranging set of revenue alternatives over the next 2 years. I know you've done the long-term forecast, and next year we can update that. But right now, we're looking at real uncertainty as to how far revenues could fall over the next 2 years, and how far inflation here will rise and will affect long-term interest rates, which are critical for bonding and a number of other items. I think as the council moves forward, we'll know a little more about the uncertainty, but it would be really good to acknowledge that even before the new administration, the city was losing jobs. Sales tax were stagnating and declined a little in the December report. In the last 3 months, the region, the county, the state have all lost jobs in the face of national increases. So I would be wanting to look at real potential variations in revenue growth, in the impact of prices on the budget, and on long-term interest rates. I'll try and stay for a little while. I'll write you tomorrow after the Federal Reserve makes announcements, and I'll write to Lauren and Ed and the council as the economy moves forward. But thank you, Keith and Pat, for last night.
All right, thank you. So the way we have this structured today is our first item is the overview, and we have an hour and a half there. And after staff makes their presentation, I also will want to kind of offer some high-level approaches that we could consider that I started to touch on last night, but we really had an abbreviated opportunity for discussion of that, that would potentially allow us to turn bigger knobs rather than smaller knobs. And then I do want to also acknowledge that our staff has prepared some really comprehensive reports as well as the supplemental reports we've gotten on the staffing, the vendor payments, the vacancies, et cetera. And they will be scrambling to try to provide us with any follow-up information. And they are shorthanded right now in that department. And so they're getting hit both ways. A lot of requests and with shorthand. So we appreciate that. And please kind of let us know what is realistically feasible, because we may be asking for things that are tough to deliver in the time frame that we would ideally like to see them. So, Lauren, would you like to kick everything off?
Yes, wonderful. Good morning, everybody. Lauren Lai, Chief Financial Officer. Good morning, Chair, and members of the committee. This is the first day of 2 days of budget workshopping. As noted this morning, we'll go through a little bit of the formatting and the kind of, I guess, the parliamentary process in these study sessions, and then I'll jump into the overview. Some of this material, council members yourselves have sat through last night, so we'll be brief on some of those things and then dive in a little bit more detail in certain areas. All right. And of course, I want to give gratitude for the council and also the city team members who've put in so much time,
Lauren?
much gratitude to
Sorry.
OMB.
If I could, once you go through the logistical items, I would like to make a few comments before you jump into the overview.
Wonderful. Let's go ahead and put up the slide on the process. And then before we get into the overview, I'll turn it over to Ed Chicada, City Manager. This morning we'll go over the proposed budget for operating and capital purpose of the next few days. Next slide. This is the calendar here. As noted last night, the transmittal of the budget was submitted to council. Today and tomorrow will be workshops where we'll go through the proposed budget by major sections. We'll have a study session back with council next week on Monday, the 12th. We'll have a wrap up in Finance Committee on May 20th. Keeping in mind on June 10th, P&S will be reviewing the nonprofit partnership work plan. As noted last night, we'll be going through some of those numbers because there might be a desire to amend the proposed budget. We'll talk about that in the CSD section tonight, this afternoon, for those that are interested. And then the plan is to bring it back to council for adoption on June 16th. Next slide, please. For members of the public that are interested, we have a lot of information online. We have a tool that enables you to dynamically view the budget. It's run by OpenGov, so that's available on our website. In addition, this morning we have an At Places memo which goes over vacancy, capital projects, reappropriation, and then payments to vendors that might be of interest to you. Staff presentations are available online as well for today and also tomorrow. They're all posted and ready for perusal. Next slide, please. So let's go through the budget hearing guidelines and the way the next few days will be organized and how motions will be made. We will be combining presentations for departments by service areas. We will be highlighting budgetary information and then also focus on initiatives and outcomes in this upcoming fiscal year, which begins July 1st. The Finance Committee discussions will be limited to about 5 minutes. So that way there's enough time to go through and also kind of keep to the cadence of the schedule. We'll have council member and Finance Committee member comments and questions. Importantly to note here is public comments will be taken at the end of the combined presentations for each item. So to demonstrate, we have an item for public safety. All 3 chiefs will make their presentation and then public comments will follow. Today and tomorrow, the motions by committee will be set forth as shown above. It's also kind of confusing, so I've left each of you a cheat sheet here for reference. So we will ask that you take a tentative approval of each of the budget items before you. And so again, that's tentative approval. You also may wish to put something on a parking lot, which is to be followed up, and then also considered for a budgetary adjustment. So a potential amendment to the budget could be put onto the parking lot. It could be a revenue or a use of funds. So we would ask that you vote on that as well. Also, you may wish as a committee to ask for additional information and staff follow-up. Given that we will have a lot of questions and requests over the next few days, we do ask for a consensus on that because there's only so much we could turn around. Next slide, please. So for those that are following this for the first time or serving on this committee for the first time, how the parking lot works is that throughout the day, we will have budget staff members track this discussion and the motions. We will then put them on a spreadsheet and then present this at the end of each day, and we'll recap it tomorrow. We have three areas. One is adjustments to the budget, i.e. increases in revenues or expenses, parking lot for consideration where the committee has not fully decided on it but wants to consider further. And third is an opportunity for the council to use its contingency reserve as a part of the adopted budget versus throughout the year. That has a starting balance of $125,000. Again, keep this handy because these motions can get a little bit tricky to handle throughout the day. Next slide, please. Noted here are all of our budget conversations with the Council and Finance Committee. Encourage the community to weigh in and listen. Next slide. Okay, wonderful. I'll turn it over to Ed Jakarta.
Thank you, Laura, and appreciate that. Committee members, I just have to share, I've been reflecting a lot on the council discussion last night, and would like to share a few thoughts with you. I will start off by noting it does feel somewhat almost out of body in a way to be presenting, as I described last night, a balanced budget while recognizing that, as Dr. Levy pointed out, it's balanced in a manner that is actually somewhat contrary to principles on which I have operated budgets throughout my entire career, which is ongoing expenses require ongoing revenues, one-time expenses or one-time revenues can be used for one-time expenses. That said, the budget that we're presenting does reflect the second of this council's two-year strategy and was presented as such. And so I would remind council members that in FY24, we added 49 positions. In FY25, we added 29 positions. Those are ongoing expenses. And as a result, we are now in the position of needing to reconcile how our long-term and ongoing revenues and expenses will be rebalanced at the conclusion of that two-year strategy. So that, I believe, is going to be quite a challenge for us to begin over the next couple of days. I know a number of areas have been identified, but I want to somewhat anticipate that this may be a very frustrating conversation for you and for staff, in that in many cases, we have already evaluated a number of options, and so we'll want to share that with you, and with the expectation that we may conclude that there are not easy answers. And again, that shouldn't be a surprise, but it won't make it any easier for us to work through those at a very granular level. Our staff will endeavor to be very clear and concise in describing the work that has happened, while also flexible in looking forward to what options might be pursued going forward. At the same time, I want to just use an example that the topic of consultants has come up in many instances, and I would just share that among the 70 priority objectives that were approved last night, roughly 90%, if not at least 90% of those require consultant services in order to deliver on the schedules that are presented. So we don't need to look far to see where the connection exists between the resources that we're allocating to our priorities and some of the tools that we are using in order to deliver them. So, I think that will lead to some difficult choices among the priorities as well as ongoing other expense line items that we have. That said, I would reflect back on what Lauren referred to as a parking lot, as well as our tally as you go through the next couple of days, because last night we heard a number of ads as well as potential savings, and keeping track of those and ultimately tracking where those will all balance out will be key coming out of the next couple of days. So with that, Lauren, back to you.
Thank you so much. So again, for those that have watched this last night, pardon the watching it again, but for those who are watching it for the first time, this will give a good overview as we help, especially members of the public, follow our budget deliberation process. With me this morning is Paul Harper, our budget manager. So with that, we'll begin. Next slide, please. As noted by the city manager, this is a difficult time to present the budget. We want to reassure members of the public that we do continue to exercise strong fiscal management and strong fiscal controls. This budget was developed with a lot of thoughtfulness, and a lot of it pivots and is grounded on the city fulfilling its vision and focus on these 4 priority areas. Next slide, please. As noted, we have a lot of uncertainties, as noted in these major bullet points. Those uncertainties cause us to measure and monitor our revenues and our expenses very, very closely. And so as we look at our outlook, we are presenting to you a budget that is conservative with cautious assumptions. It is balanced. And while, as the city manager noted, in my career, it is very difficult to use one-time resources. However, one-time resources do enable us to create funding to bridge us when we need it, and also take measured steps during times of uncertainty. It is consequential when we roll things back, and especially if the numbers come in ultimately stronger. We do value the services that we have and continuing to advance the initiatives that we've taken. And for that reason, we are presenting this budget to you. As noted by economist Dr. Levy this morning, we have been raising revenues. We'll talk about that in a bit. This very committee itself has sat through the fee studies, which was an intentional, concerted effort by staff. Those body of work will generate millions of dollars, and we definitely prioritize that amongst other projects to get that before you. And as noted last night, we have been strategically preparing for a variety of potential outcomes, and including those that may be unfavorable. And to just share with you and the public, they relate to hiring reviews. They relate to a closer review of P-card spending and contracts and any types of discretionary spending. Our focus and our strategy there is to ensure that what we can do today to shore up our cash balance will help us tomorrow into 26 and into 27. Okay, next slide, please. At a high level, the proposed budget is $1 billion. $12.5 million of that relates to the general fund. $1 billion overall is a 8.5% decrease from prior years. That's about $95 million, primarily driven by capital projects. A couple of capital projects are unique to 2025, and those drop off. In addition to the proposed operating budget, we also present the capital budget. We have a 1-year plan and a 5-year plan. And then also that's $316 million, and the 5-year plan is $118 billion. From a strategic perspective, we looked very hard at what projects we can defer or not undertake to shore up some of our cash balance and also to kind of smooth out and also allow for some resiliency given inflation and the unpredictable nature of the economy, and then also the cost of projects. So this capital budget presented before you has been very, very thoughtfully put together, and we've had to go through a lot of projects to figure out what makes it in and what did not make it in.
We mean overall budget in that first bullet item, not operating, right?
That's the operating budget for all funds. Yeah, and that includes the capital as well. Thank you.
Yeah, capital and operating to me are different,
Yes,
but we're putting them together.
Yes.
Okay.
could have made that more clear. Thank you. Thank you. As noted by the city manager, this is the second year of the 2-year strategy. So to orient folks who may be watching this for the first time, when we finished fiscal 24 and we brought forward the audited financial statement, there was fund balance. We recommended that some of those fund balance go towards capital funding and some of those fund balance go towards uncertainty reserve. Along with that, because we always present long-term financial forecasting, we presented a strategy where we were shoring up uncertainty reserve with the anticipation that it would fund fiscal 26 services. And so we are now following through with that as we had presented to council, and then also council approved us moving forward with funding uncertainty reserve. Certainly in this budget process, the purpose of the discussion is to potentially evolve it, but just kind of orienting us to where we are today and the, the staff's support of council's direction. You'll note that I use this word a lot. We have a limited service investment in this portfolio of budgets before you. In particular, staffing is 1% increase. That's very, very modest considering what we did in the last couple of years. We focus in the area of public safety and utilities, and we'll go through that as we unfold some of these slides, and that is very strategic. As we look at where we spend our limited resources in the year ahead.
When you say 1%, is that FTE or is that dollars?
1.8 in general fund and 1%, 1.1 in FTEs.
Oh, so the amount we pay in salaries is only going up by 1.8%?
No.
Oh,
The number of.
The head count.
head count. Okay, gotcha.
Yes. Next slide, please. While we focus on one-time funding, I think it's important for us to have a wider lens of our budget strategies. I think, Pat, you phrased it very well. Uncertainty reserve was created when we came out of COVID. Prior to that, we had budget stabilization reserve as the formal reserve, but recognizing that there was a lot of volatility and recognizing that we needed to restore services and continue to fund initiatives, council had the foresight to create an uncertainty reserve, recognizing that gap funding would be a very critical tool as we move forward and continue to provide the excellent service in this community. This community is quite extraordinary for a number of reasons that we don't need to get into, that we're all aware of. So uncertainty reserve is used, as noted, and then also importantly is our budget stabilization reserve is at $54 million. That is in the general fund. It is 17.3% of the anticipated budget We have a policy that sets that between 15 to 20%, so it is within that range. Council has previously targeted having 18.5% as a goal, and so it is shy of that goal by $3.8 million. In addition, the other strategies that's important is for us to fund our labor agreements. Council approved the SEIU agreement in March of 2025, and that runs through December of 27. That is reflected in these budgets. In addition, we have assumptions for all the labor contracts that are under negotiations right now. As a service or an organization, it is important for us to stay competitive, to recruit the talent that can fulfill the roles and our high expectations here. Capital investment is very important, hence the city had the foresight to have a lot of different funding for capital, and you'll see that in the pie chart later this morning. As a component of that, we do transfers from the general fund. The transfer, what we call base transfer in the proposed budget is $18.3 million. Well, we previously were directed and we're following through to resume pre-pandemic level. So it had been cut right after the pandemic, and then we brought that back up. And so that's illustrated here and also included in the proposed budget. Last but not least is pension trust and also pension retiree health. We have pre-funding policies which accelerate our funding by way of the assumed discount rate or investment return, and also basically the amount of money we contribute. While we have made limited investments in a number of areas throughout the budget, we have held consistent to these policies to ensure that we are funding these liabilities and also adjusting these. I think the most important tool here also in pension trust and retiree trust is the PEPRA plan, and we have over 60% of our employees enrolled. And so we'll go into that a bit. And so I want to kind of broaden our view of the strategies within the budget and not just solely focus on the one-time funding. Next slide, please. We have cost assumptions across a number of areas. On the revenue side, as noted, we have diverse revenues and we can continue to work on that. And as noted, we are increasing charges to make sure that the fees are keeping up with the cost for service delivery. And so this committee is familiar with that. And also tomorrow we'll bring back the remaining batch of fees that will need approval for them to be effective July 1st. So that is something that we're very diligent and also proactive on. Vacancy savings in this budget is at 5%, and we'll go through headcount a little further. And likewise, on the risk mitigation, we continue to address all these things because if we don't, it will come back as higher costs to us. Next slide, please. Just for illustrative purposes, we have these two pie charts that really show the complement of our revenues and our expenses across all funds. So for us to just quickly dive in, because utilities does make up a large portion of our operations. We're unique that way as an agency. Net sales is basically our utility revenues, followed by a complement of revenues and also charges, which are fees. On the expenditure side, capital projects, obviously utility purchase because we purchase and resell, and then salaries and benefits because we are a service organization. Next slide, please. When we look at headcount, this is what I mentioned earlier, Keith. This is the historical trend of headcount. And as we've gone through some of the recessions and also coming out of the recession and where we are today, this is an illustration of total revenues plus also general fund revenues, not revenues, but FTEs, full-time equivalents. So we are at 1,104 citywide, and for the general fund, it's 608. We are recommending 12 increases across all funds, and that is 1.1%.
So it's 12 across all funds. What is the general fund headcount? How does that changed?
Yes, next slide. It's a perfect question.
okay.
You're leading right up into it.
And before we leave this slide, there's one thing I'm going to want to ask about, but I'm not sure staff will have it readily available. We began a process in a couple of stages of systematic outsourcing of a number of functions. And so that was designed to reduce our headcount, but it basically externalized the headcount, whether it's street sweeping or park maintenance or otherwise. So when we're trying to compare an apples to apples, we need to actually look at where did we outsource versus truly reduce or increase? Because not looking at those outsourced positions kind of gives a misconception of this pattern.
Next slide, please. As we go into the cross-section as timely asked, thank you. This table shows the cross-section of headcount by general fund and also enterprise funds, which are primarily our utilities and other funds. It shows the fiscal 25 adopted, the amendment that was made at mid-year, and then also the proposed. You'll notice there the increase of 12.25 positions. 5.4 positions are within the general fund. Those are predominantly fire. Some sprinkled across CSD and public works. Enterprise funds are utility focused. And then other funds. Also, you'll notice in your At Places memo, which obviously you just received this morning, there's a lot more detail about vacancies and also a delineation of all vacant positions by title. We follow vacancy rate very closely because it's an opportunity for us to see if we'll have any surplus in the fiscal year. Our vacancy assumption in the general fund is 5% in the budget. And so what's shown on the slide here is that we currently have 10% across all funds. Within the general fund, it's 9%. And in the At Places memo, if you exclude public safety, the vacancy rate currently is at 7%. So as noted last night, at 7%, there is still some margin against our budget. Keep in mind that while we do have that margin, public safety usually expends all their vacancy savings with overtime backfill. In other departments, we may stand them up with internships for summer interns or some limited service contract or employment. But there is a margin there that we always look closely at to shore up our fund balance. And that's one of the reasons why we also have the uncertainty reserve is from these types of surpluses.
The other funds category, what's in there?
You want to help me out? How we categorize?
Good morning, Paul Harper, Budget Manager. So that would include things like the capital fund, internal service funds, special revenue funds. Internal service funds are like the IT fund, the print and mail fund, special revenue funds are the parking funds, things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide, please. So let's take a moment to talk about pension trust and retiree health. While it's a different complement of members in this committee, last year in 2024, we brought to the committee the OPEB. It's a big word, big phrase. It all relates to retiree health. We brought that report back and an update on the actuarial report. In addition, the pension trust, the pension actuarial report is conducted every year, and we presented that information to the Finance Committee. We fund, in addition to the obligations of annual payments, we fund into trust funds the pay down of the outstanding liability. So presented before you is the contribution in the proposed budget across all funds and the general fund. Also, it shows the contributions we've made since the inception of this pre-funding policy, and that is really impressive. It has contributed towards increasing the funding status of both pension and also retiree health. It has made a difference. And importantly, as I noted earlier, PEPRA, the state law that was instituted by the governor in the state of California in 2012, really is having an impact on our pension cost. In 2024's report, I noted to the Finance Committee, this is the first year where over 60% of the city's employees are in the PEPRA plan. And as that continues, that will bring down pension long-term cost. Current actuarial forecasts show that the cost will taper off in 2023. And so a combination of that is due to our complement of employee in these various plans. In 2030. Sorry, I'm so tired. Thank you so much.
So let's just say that again. So we expect it to be tapered off.
Starting in 2030. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's the pension rate.
Contribution. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Next slide, please. Yes.
So when you say funded status, that's the percentage that we have contributed divided by the estimated deficit, actuarial deficit?
No. Funded status, the actuarial report looks at total liability. And then it looks at the assets associated to the city for its share of pension or retiree health, and it compares the two. So in this case, let's look at pension. Our assets represent 64% of our liability.
Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we filled up the whole 64% full.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's to pay the pension and dig out of the unfunded and fill the unfunded piece.
Correct. So we pay current year portions always, and then we have an obligation to pay down liability.
And that number, that includes our section 115? No.
I don't believe this does, to be
Also,
honest
no,
with
yeah.
you, because this is probably the actuarial number, and the additional trust adds up, don't quote me, but I remember it adds about a margin of 5%.
Okay, so this would be helpful to clarify that because it's all under pension trust. And and under that is the section 115. So what we're saying is excluding the section 115, we're at this funding level.
Right. We can bring that back.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. May I move on?
I also assumed this was fully incorporating section 115. So the tapering off in 2030 with these numbers, however, does include what we're doing with section 115, right?
Everything we're doing aligns with council policy and goals to get us to that point of pre-funding by 2036, where we're at 90%, and it tapers off in 2030.
Given, if I might suggest, given the complexity of this topic, as Lauren suggested, I think we should come back with those numbers just to confirm what's the 115, what's the CalPERS component, and the total.
Yeah, and if you, on page 19 of the staff report at the top, or of the budget book, shows the pension rates by plan. And I think that's what you were referring to as tapering off by 2030, the percent, right? Is that correct?
And the contribution, monetary contribution, right? Percent and monetary
That's right.
contribution.
Because the percent goes down, the dollars are moderated. It's percent of payroll. So it's really only, we may not see a decline in the actual dollars if payroll's gone up, but we see a beginning of a decline in the percent. And that's been for a long time something we've watched. It was that changes by CalPERS projections. And we had actually, a few years ago, they were projecting, I think, that it would peak a little sooner, but it's still a change from what had been a decade or more ago of increases indefinitely. And now we see a peak on the horizon.
We'll bring some more material back.
Okay, and is this CalPERS calculations, or these are our independent calculations?
Which question?
The numbers up on the screen here, the 64%.
The 64 and the 56 should be coming off of the OPEB we do, we hire our own actuarials firm that does that. CalPERS does the pension.
Okay, and have we confirmed their numbers? Because in the past, they haven't been real accurate in their projections.
Two things. One is what they call discount rate, which is the investment rate of return. That's the one where there's a lot of public consternation. As for the funded status, that's a mathematical number of the asset versus liability. So yes.
Well, and can you refresh us on what we've opted to pay in on the anticipated return rate versus CalPERS?
May I offer the idea that we bring back a couple of slides? Because it's like swimming in a salad bowl of numbers when we get into this topic. And I honestly still have cheat sheets on this. So let us give you a couple of concise slides that will facilitate this conversation. Okay, thank you. May I move on? Cool. Next.
Let me say
Oh,
one thing.
okay.
I think you said to me recently that there was actually a huge presentation on this, maybe at finance within the last year. And so if there's anything old that could also be provided for those of us playing catch up,
Yes.
rather than creating new stuff.
Yes.
May already exist. Thank you.
Yes, we are going to pull from those and leverage that work. Absolutely. Thank you. Okay. General fund, where we spend a lot of time and energy. $312.5 million shows you there on the revenue side, top revenues, property tax, sales tax, TOT, and charges. On the expenditure side, as a service organization, salaries and benefits, our transfer and our contributions to capital projects, and also contracts and allocated charges. On the revenue side, we'll go into this a bit, but we do forecast a 4.6% increase on revenue, predominantly because we did those increases on charges for fees, PDS fees, fire, aligning historical trends, and then also the fee updates that we're doing now. Property tax is the other one that we'll go into, and business tax, just fully implementing the full rate now. On the expenditure side, while revenues is going up 4.6, expenditures is only going up 1.8%. That is focused on public safety predominantly. In public safety in the general fund budget, you'll see in the budget that we have an investment of $117.5 million, and that's close to 38%. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the roll forward of two of our different types of reserves, uncertainty reserve and the BSR. So our BSR over the next couple of years is recommended to stay where it is. So we're not recommending to use that to address 2027. We will be addressing 27 with other alternatives, including any surpluses from 2024.
And this slide is very valuable. The other thing that I found myself wanting to refer back to is our long-range financial forecast slide. And I didn't find it in the budget book, and maybe that's not a place that we normally put it, but as we're struggling with why are we doing what, and for how many years are we really struggling, and what's on the horizon as best we are able to estimate, that's an important reference point.
Yeah. I think that's something we could bring back, or do you have that? It's the outlook for the next few years.
Yeah, so there's actually a summary of the long-range financial forecast on page 62 of the operating budget. So it has the base table in there that we presented as part of that report.
Thank you.
If you can read it.
I think the takeaway there is similar to the long range forecast in December. We do anticipate, even based on these updated numbers, that 2030 is when the financial position will turn around. So we're going to continue to work at increasing our revenues and managing our expenses. So the outlook is still consistent with the outlook from December's long range financial forecast. Next slide, please. So now let's dive into revenues because it is a big part of our balancing act. Major tax revenues represents 56% of the general fund's revenues at $175.6 million. Shown there is a 4.8% increase. The two revenues that we are looking at very closely is sales tax and TOT. And so in those areas, we are showing a small growth. You'll note there that in sales tax, actually, it went down, right? So in prior years, it was growing. And in 2025, we had estimated almost 40 million, and we wrote that down by $3 million at mid-year. Auto industry is hit pretty hard. And it's having a local impact. And we are conservatively maintaining that, recognizing that Mercedes did open in February. And so that is going to bring in a notable offset to these declines. On TOT, it is still faring pretty well based on February year-to-date figures. And so we are putting in 2.8%. You'll see the line chart that you saw last night, which is a little easier perhaps. On the property tax side, we work closely with the county. When we look at property tax, there's two components that's representing that 7.8%. One is ERAF. Do I need to explain ERAF a little bit? Okay, yes. Excess, why am I, Educational Relief Augmentation Fund. Yes, thank you. So in essence, when there are available revenues from property tax that exceed the state's obligation to fund schools, it comes back to the local jurisdictions. And so we have that allocation here, and it's called excess ERAF. There are a couple of legal concerns still in the works. And so we look towards the county for guidance on how much we set aside in case the plaintiffs prevail. And recently, the county has asked that we set aside 18%. Previously, it was as high as 22%. And so setting aside 18% versus 20 gave us another $1 million in this proposed budget. We still set aside 18%, and we've not appropriated and used that. So in our fund balance, we have that money set aside should the cities not prevail. When we look at property tax and take out excess ERAF, the other portion, which is secured, is estimated to increase by 6.8%. That is consistent with our 20-year running average, and that's fairly consistent with the last 5-year trends as well. So in studying that, we take it apart just so you can understand how we got to the 7.8%. Yes, I see a question coming.
Yeah, so one, I was pleasantly surprised to see the property tax projection go up by that much, even excluding the ERAF adjustment. And even the 6.8%, that's, even though that's consistent with our trailing average, it's above our FY25 increase. I don't know if you remember what percentage. I'm trying to look at that. It's considerably less than the 6.8. Are we confident in that 6.8? And that's coming more from assessor projections, and is that?
It's coming from our 20-year average. And I'm also going to see if either Christine or Taryn are available and if they wish to chime in.
My name is Taryn, Manager of Treasury Debt and Investments. Yes, I mean, obviously the 2025 numbers which the county provides us is the core basis of that growth. They also provide us some tentative numbers of all the sales and what that translates into. As you may imagine, the bulk of our properties are very solid. They don't change hands. They get the usual 2% increase or year over year based on CPI and the Prop 13. So we are reasonably confident that that is an achievable one, and property tax is less subject to economics like sales and TOTs. Have immediate impact in terms of having a downturn, but property tax tends to have at least a 1-year lag. So yes, I think it's reasonably achievable.
Good. That was the one that made me nervous. And then the category that I didn't follow, which is on the utility users tax, which is a percentage of our gross utilities. And we have a 9% increase in utility rates. Not all of those, I think, are subject to the utility users tax. So I didn't follow why that was basically flat when we have such a big increase in utility rates, and we're not projecting a reduction in utility use. So could that be explained?
Yes, Christine Perez, Assistant Director.
Can everyone see and hear me?
We can hear you.
Oops, I'm switching cameras. Apologies. Hi. Christine Peras, Assistant Director of Administrative Services. One thing we did was realign our revenue forecast too. I know in the mid-year that we increased UUT by about $1 million. And one of the things we did this round was do a real gut check compared to the forecast we received in the recent months from the utilities department. So this revenue that we have forecasted in the proposed budget is more aligned closely with that, with those forecasts.
So I'm still struggling to understand why it's basically flat when our rates are going up significantly. And my understanding was that our projection on use of the utilities consumption is not going down.
Yeah, and
If I may add a dimension, sorry, Christine.
Go
The
ahead, Jared.
UUT composes of two components. One is, as you mentioned, the city provided utilities. The other component is the telephone, which is not a city. So our telephone has weakened and it's more flatlined. And so another way to say it is, it's kind of dragging down the overall growth of the UUT.
Okay, that's interesting. Maybe as a follow-up, can we get kind of some breakdown on how we derive that? Because it's still a much lower growth than I think we would have projected. I know that for a number of years, we've had a gradual decline in landlines, but I've never seen such a disconnect between the utility rate increases and the utility users tax. And as you look kind of on, if you were to look at those preceding years where we had very low utility rate increases and we had more significant increases in the UUT, even as landline use was declining in those years too. So that would be a helpful follow-up.
I think similar to last year, we'll do a reconciliation to kind of show the crosswalk between fiscal 25 adopted, mid-year, and then also the proposed. And I think that'll show the trends by the different line items and maybe be more illustrative. What we can reassure you is that fiscal 26 proposed was tied out to the utilities financial forecast recently. So then we'll walk it back from 25 to 26, because I think that's where it's like, this negative 0.2 doesn't jive with everything that we're seeing. So happy to do that, and we'll bring it back.
Okay. I have a couple follow-up questions there. The phone tax, is that on both landlines and cell phones?
Yes,
Okay.
we modernized the tax. It was put before the voters, and so it's all forms of telecommunications.
And then so that'd be the billing address. And so, right. So,
Ooh, that's getting more technical than I know. City Attorney's Office, can you help?
I'm going to have to look into that and get back to you.
okay. Second question is the amount of real estate or the property tax increase, is that's triggered on sales, right? And reassessments. If it wasn't, it would just get the Prop 13 increase. Are we assuming a certain rate of sales, or are these sales that have actually already occurred?
Ask that again.
Okay, so if there were no sales, property tax sales or property sales, the property tax would just go up at the Prop 13 rate. If we have sales, then we get a reassessment and they go up at a higher rate because of those reassessments. This increase includes some reassessments because it's a higher than the Prop 13 rate. And what I want to know is, are those reassessments sales that have already occurred or are they projected?
Projected.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
So it's
If I may add-
sales. It's
If I may add a
sales.
little, it's a combination of the two. As the county is processing the sales that are occurring right now, they give us a number what the growth will be for the following year, which is 2026. They're still processing some of the sales right now, so some of it will be sales that they process between now and end of June 30th, and others they have already reflected that. So we take that into consideration. So it's kind of a combination of the two to answer your question.
Okay, so there is some risk here, but not a huge amount of risk on that percentage. Okay, thank you.
All right, so we'll follow up on the UUT. Moving on to the next slide, this line chart of the revenue is kind of illustrates some of those trends you see there. Property tax, we feel if there is some reductions, usually lags. We're not seeing that right now, even in the most recent quarterly single-family home reports that we've gotten from HDL. HDL is our property tax advisor, and they pool a lot of information. Surprisingly, honestly, single-family homes in Palo Alto is still coming in strong, and the median price of what's transacting is strong. Sales tax reflects the dip that we've talked about. TOT is kind of flat for the most part. DTT, the document transfer tax, correlates to property tax, and BT is really just a reflection of the full rate. And utilities users tax, you'll see there it goes up and a little flat, which we'll explain to you soon. Next slide, please. We walked through this last night for those that are watching for the first time. Business tax, which voters approved. Measure K is intended to be spent in 3 areas. There have been confusions in the past when we have revenues and we don't program all the expenditures. A little bit of confusion there. So we've shown this differently now, where we show the revenue and the expense and any net available amounts in these respective buckets. In addition, we show the projected cumulative balances. So given that revenues came in starting in 2024, 2026 will be the 3rd year. This will be the first full year at the full rate. So we have cumulative balances in these respective buckets as shown there. So fiscal 26, we estimate to end the year with $2.2 million unexpended, and it's shown in these various categories, and we account for them discretely and we keep them segregated. This level of reporting and transparency is also now kept in the budget book. There's a section on page 67 and 68, in addition on our website as well. And it illustrates where those dollars are being programmed in capital and also in public safety. We were able to fund, dispatched, fire engine, traffic teams, and also the increase of the fire engine at Fire Station 2 in the 25 budget. So Measure K is definitely going to very important uses.
And one of the things that I've been interested in getting an explanation of, when we adopted Measure K, we had our best estimates of revenue, which we knew were nowhere near precise, but it was estimated it was going to be at $9 million a year. Mm-hmm. And it's coming in at 6.5, and we haven't really had the explanation of what caused that difference. That's a $2.5 million swing. I accept that it's real, but we haven't had any explanation yet on what's different from our projection. What's driving that?
Yeah, when we did the forecasts for the budget, it was really a swag because we didn't have any real data. So we used CoStar information to kind of get a sense of the ballpark. And then we estimated it might be $9 million. But until we actually had real data, meaning business licenses, business tax applications were submitted, taxes were remitted. Now we have 2.5 years of data to actually work on. We've also been diligently going through collections and outreach. So the $6.5 million reflects real data that we have that is much more reliable.
No, I accept that it's real. And the other was an estimate.
Yeah.
But what I'm interested in understanding is what's the difference between, what caused the difference between the estimate and the actual numbers? What did we assume versus the reality?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
If I
we
could
have-
suggest
Bert?
a way to
Okay, I
approach
can
that.
pause.
Well, let me suggest this, Christine, and see if this matches. Thank you, appreciate that. The originally, when the business tax was being developed, we had forecasts or estimates of the number of businesses that would fit within certain square footage categories. I don't know that I've seen a report on actuals that would have that kind of a statistical breakdown. So, Christine, hopefully that's something our consultant could put together for us if it hasn't already been reported, and as resources permit, to provide that to the committee. Christine.
We can definitely provide that. Thank you, City Manager Shikata and Chair Burt. If you recall in our ad hoc committees for business tax, we were looking at CoStar data that had about more or less 20,000 different real estate parcel pieces. So of course, without us going out and surveying and see, okay, what would be exempted, what would not, different sizes of businesses. That was the data set we were working on with for the about $9 million estimate. I think the latest Avenue quarterly sales tax report or business tax report, I think it was about 8,000 or around the ballpark of 8,000 to 9,000 businesses. And as Director Lai said, we are actively working on compliance around that. But I think that without doing a detailed reconciliation kind of explains a little bit most of that variance as that estimate when we were developing the tax.
Okay, that helps. And then when we separate, even outside of this set of committee meetings, I've been anxious to understand it's a big swing from what we were hoping for. We knew that we didn't have a precise number when going in.
Want to clarify, because we do want to churn things around for the purpose of budget deliberation. It sounds like this information is useful, but not necessarily the context of the next few days. So staff can focus on the utility tax reconciliation, and we'll bring BT back at another time. I think we're doing fine. This segment ends at 10:30. Is this going okay? All right, very good. Next slide, please. Now let's talk about Measure L. Measure L was the gas equity transfer funding that the voters also approved. It affirms the transfer of the utility revenues to general fund up to 18% of the annual gross retail base. Now, the technical equation entails taking the actuals from 2 years prior. And why that's important is the next few bullets here. And I think Councilmember Lidcott Haynes was on the committee when we had these spikes. And so in fiscal 26, that transfer is the full 18%, but it's $9.7 million. And that's a decrease from prior year by $1.2 million. When the transfer rate was actually less. In 25, it was approved at 14.5, and that was 10.9%. Now, keep in mind, because it is using revenues that's 2 years in arrear, the fiscal 23 gas retail revenue had a spike. And that's why it caused a higher transfer. And so as we're looking at balancing our budget, fiscal 26 transfer, while it's at 18%, it is a decrease. And that is causing us to tackle our balancing within the general fund. As noted in the ballot, and within the legislative documents put before the voter, this is general revenues available to fund general services, including but not limited to those listed there: roads, streets, parks, library, public safety, etc. Next slide, please. We went through some of these last night. I'll go through them again. And of course, in this segment, I'll touch upon the nonprofit. For public safety, now we'll actually talk about the investments that we've made. So in public safety, we are funding at the direction of the council, the Engine 64 at Station 4. It will be cross-staffed with 3 FTEs, fire captain positions. That's 1 position per shift. That will bring firefighting capacity from 5 to 6 stations. Now, keep in mind, in fiscal 25, through council's adopted budget, we actually funded the engine at Fire Station 2 that brought firefighting capacity from 4 to 5. So the proposed budget now will bring it from 5 to 6. Later this afternoon, the committee will hear the fire and ambulance alternative service model to bring on the peak medic unit. So that will be forthcoming as well. We are enhancing organizational resilience, especially important in public safety. What we have is we've added the police recruit hire ahead. There is a appropriation for it. A couple of members of the council last night, I think it was the mayor and vice mayor, who talked about a plug. So we do have appropriations there to fund maybe 1 or 2 recruits to enable us to continue to build the pipeline in the police department. We are also strategically using SUMC money to fund the PERT officer position as we work through filling and sourcing the clinician position. And importantly also is funding police and fire equipment and vehicles to operate those important divisions. Within community and community service and library, we are continuing the expanded days and hours of the library branches and programming. In this budget, we are providing additional resources for art center rentals, public art program, children and teen program, therapeutic recreation resources, and summer camp. As noted last night, the importance of the teen center at 445 Bryant, that does it is assumed to activate in 2026. Program revenues and program expenditures are included in the budget, and also the capital improvements as well. As noted last night and at the beginning of this morning, it was brought to staff's attention that the fiscal year 26 budget for nonprofits may have had incorrect numbers as it relates to funding some nonprofits. And so I want to walk through that and also share to the nonprofits, should they want to participate. We will also discuss this again in the CSD segment. Specifically for this morning's overview, what's in the fiscal 26 budget is $235,000 to the nonprofit partnership work plan. It does not include $50,000 for CSD grants to community events, and it also does not include that $11,000 that was previously given as a one-time funding to the Foothill Volunteers. Should council or this committee wish to fund at that level, it may look like $346,000, which would be a proposed amendment of $111,000. 61 going towards the nonprofit. The nonprofit will then go up to 296,000 for that partnership work plan, and 50,000 going towards the community grants.
And that going up to you said 296?
296.
That includes the YCI?
No, the YCI would be on top of that.
Okay.
Are you talking about the YCI as a separate contract like it has been?
Yeah.
Because YCI has 2 components. There's YCS and YCI.
I'm referring to YCI.
YCI, I believe, is under his wrap right now.
No.
It's not. Okay. So then
Let me just say. It's on page 224. It had historically been under general human service contracts.
50,000 a year.
That's correct.
So that would be on top of this 111,000. So we would add 111,000 plus the 50.
Isn't the 61 plus the 50 to start with? What is that other 50 that you're adding in to make 111 if it's not what we're talking about for West?
So we understood, and this is the opportunity to refine this. Finance Committee and Council wished for CSD to develop community events programming, and for smaller grants equal to or under 5,000, CSD staff would develop a program and then issue those grants.
I think we
That's the
understand
50.
that. That's one of the 50. So we got 246 that we had for that set of community partners from
great.
last year.
So then it's the 50 and the 11. Council had previously taken a motion to add the 50. I didn't understand where that 50 would go towards. It sounds like maybe the council may want to take that 50 and put it towards YCS. I'm not sure of that.
So let me try and say what I understood. We had a proposal from staff for 246, but the 246 didn't cover the previous community partners plus the 50 for the special events. And then on top of that, we found that the YCI 50,000 had been removed from the general human services contracts. And so that I thought was the other 50 that takes us all the way to 346.
Got it. So what would help is if we could clarify what we wish to appropriate, and then we could go from there.
Good. Okay.
So maybe at the C.
We'll have
Wish
that
to
discussion.
appropriate
And-
as a net of what's already appropriated.
That's right.
Right.
And where to put it.
Right.
Because we have this question of whether we should add more dollars to that discretionary fund, which then basically, as I said last night, pits these different community partners against each other, or we do what we have this category, which is the general human service contracts, which are really for ongoing human service contracts that the council and the city has made a commitment to, but are not ones that are under the HISRIP fund.
Yes.
Correct.
And so which should, we now have 3 buckets. And so the question is, should we be moving things out of human service contracts into that new discretionary bucket, or should we do the opposite, which is move more into the ongoing general human service contracts and less discretionary?
I think similar to pension, it may be effective if in the CSD segment, we just present a simple table that says, here's what's in the budget, here's what we think, and then committee can say, let's move a couple things around. But I think a little illustration and a simple table may really facilitate this conversation, especially because we have these different buckets, YCS versus YCI. It gets a little confusing, and that might speed this up. Good? All right. We'll bring that back at the CSD segment this afternoon. Going on to the next slide, please. CSA as it relates to planning, transportation, and infrastructure. As we will be enhancing and continuing to enhance the University Avenue and California Avenue cleanliness with pressure washing and cleaning services. We have limited funding for the continuation of PA links. In addition, we are funding resources to enhance the development center staffing to support economic development and recovery efforts, also housing, and also some of the council priorities. Resources are also being contributing towards traffic control, the regional water quality control plant system operations and maintenance, gas and water utilities, and also watershed protection and cross-border program phase 4. Next slide, please. Also, all these front-facing operations that are supporting the constituents and the community and the businesses function with the support of internal support and administration. And before you are some of the major roles that they play, proactively funding the liabilities, which we've talked about, working through labor contracts and working with our groups and also the council. We have a reserve fund within the budget. Some of you may recall that was set up as $1 million. In fiscal 26 and onwards, we have it set at 700,000. In 25, we're using that towards coverly initiatives and professional service contracts. In 26 and onwards, we don't have it really delineated yet. Also, we are supporting organizational resilience with recruitment, the continuation of the pilot program for employee childcare, and also council approved the new Bay Pass commuter program, which is actually getting a lot of enrollment and participation from our employees. So this is actually going over very well with our workforce. You are remiss. Oh, there's still an opportunity. You haven't missed out. Also, we are supporting technology, which is really, really critical, and enterprise services and the complex financing that's forthcoming across a number of these enterprise funds. The city manager's office also is moving forward in the implementation of council priorities and projects. Last couple of slides, and we're on the home stretch of this morning segment. Next slide, please. Capital projects, I'll just highlight real quickly because at the next hour, we'll go into it more depth. This is an illustration of the portfolio of our 5-year capital projects, the sources and the uses. We break it out by capital improvement fund, which is primarily general fund funded and multi-agency funded. We also have enterprise fund and internal service funds, which is basically mostly IT and vehicle. The expenditure side predominantly shows you the portfolio of projects by these respective funds. And again, we'll go more into it more in the next hour. Next slide, please. This slide shows the general fund investments in capital improvement funds. It's a historical trend. It's broken up by the different sources: base transfer, excess BSR, which is the budget stabilization reserve, TOT, because some of that is discretionary and some of it was by voter approved tax measures, interest, and then project specific, which is mostly Measure K. All right, so that shows you the trend line. As you'll notice here in 2021, due to COVID, we did have to cut down on the transfers to preserve operating costs, and those are coming back up. As noted earlier, one of our strategies is to resume pre-pandemic funding level in our base level there, and then also continuing to make thoughtful choices around what capital projects we can fund with our limited resources. Next slide, please.
Before we leave, just a heads up, when we get into the capital fund, we have that approximately 1% for interest. And I guess it was in the budget report, seeing that we actually have an existing policy on not having over 10% of our, if I'm recalling directly, general fund expenditures toward debt service. And so I did a back of the napkin on where we are, and if we can just be able to tell us what percent we are currently.
Sure, we can come back to that. Next slide, please. This will be our final slide in the overview section. This is basically the 2026 Capital Improvement Fund revenues of the $316 million of capital planned for 2026. This Capital Improvement Fund is 117 million. And it shows use of fund balance. That's very typical with capital projects, right? It's not current year revenues. We store up fund balances to then move forward with these projects, transfers from the general fund, and then also a lot of different grants and other agency resources. So next slide. That concludes my overview.
Sorry, that's the excluding utilities
Correct.
and wastewater treatment, the
Correct.
enterprise.
Correct. This is just the capital improvement fund
Yep.
of the CIP.
Yep.
So
Thank you.
yes, yes. Next slide. That includes my morning overview. And we have a couple of things that we'll bring back in the course of today and tomorrow.
Great. So as we're in kind of this overview part, this is, I think, an opportunity for us to kind of lay out some conceptual approaches versus specifics. So Keith, did you want to
Yeah, I mean,
share anything?
as I mentioned last night, I'm really uncomfortable going into 2027 with an empty tank. The fact that we're burning up all of our uncertainty reserves makes me nervous. And can we back off either by backing off our ongoing costs, by trimming headcount or not filling empty positions, or delaying capital improvements? Either of those. The other option you talked last night as well, because whenever you delay a renovation, you're providing worse service to the public. So there is a cost. You don't get anything for something for nothing. Or if you cut a position or don't fill it, there's some service that's not being provided. And so you were saying last night that perhaps there are other options of delaying things or financing things. And I think we want a discussion. I'm not sure if now's the best time or at the end we want the best time. Where we talk the big picture of?
Well, if it's okay, I'll go ahead and share some thoughts on what are some of the big knobs we might turn, because often when we go in the budget, we're going, oh, can we save 10,000 here or whatever? And then there are some really actually strategic decisions that are much more consequential. So
Before you go to those big
Yeah.
knobs, can I just say one thing just in response to what Keith shared? I appreciate the concern for sure. I agree with it. But the framing of it as we've burned through our uncertainty reserves doesn't feel quite right, given that it was a 2-year strategy to create this fund called the uncertainty reserve and use it over the span of 2 years. So it was intentional when it was set that it would be used up within 2 years. And I just think it gets back to the overall strategy that staff has had in mind for why that was offered in the first place and how we would segue back to a budget that didn't have an uncertainty reserve, or was there a plan to fund it periodically? But I just think it's important to.
well, but when we talk about that, we need to recognize what has changed. And what has changed is we already have some lower revenues. We have decline in sales tax that was very unexpected, not just us, but throughout the whole region. And we have some significant additional expenses. And we have a change in our long-range financial forecast. So that year at which we'd go back in the black has been moved out. And so when we established that 2-year, it was based upon those assumptions. Now we have knowns that have changed and a set of new unknowns that are scary. And I think that's the basis for this reconsideration. So here are kind of some of the areas that I think are bigger dollar potentials to kind of address this alternative approach. One is actually staff last night alluded to that they are already scrutinizing consulting contracts, which I fully appreciate. There are functions that are necessary to be through consultants. There are also very big distinctions between contracted services and actual consulting. And we really don't have a good way that we differentiate those well enough. And I think we need to work at that so that we can kind of look at the actual consulting, even if there are kind of some ambiguities in some of those. But that doesn't mean we don't try to make those distinctions. We also have what we do on the unfilled staff positions and which of them are essential. And that, as Kylie said last night, that's all, or I think it was Kylie, that's already been occurring to whatever degree through the city manager in recent months. And then we have this issue of our bonded indebtedness on capital programs. And my back of the napkin was we were 3-point-something% in debt service, and our policy is not to exceed 10%. Frankly, I wouldn't feel comfortable going up to 10%, but it doesn't mean that we should be limited at 3-point-something. And so when we look at that, that goes into how much we would need to transfer to the capital fund particularly in this period of 3 years that we're trying to get through a projected deficit compounded by economic uncertainties. And then, so we also have a discretionary amount that we transfer to our supplemental retirement account, which we have been leaders on creating that. When we created in 2016, put our first funding in 2017, that has been a very important investment to pay down our underfunded pension liability. But there's nothing magical about that it has to stay the same amount in formula in strong economic times and weak economic times. Doesn't mean we abandon those principles. It's just a question of would we consider dialing it back a little bit through those years to get us through this transitional period or not. And then we also, even on the project side, I think, if I understood it right, and I'll look forward to hearing clarification from staff, that we have some of our funds from Measure K and otherwise that are going toward grade separation work. And a question of whether we could instead utilize more of our share of the Measure B county funding for that, as opposed to dipping into our own funds. And all of those are knobs that are not hundreds of thousands, but single-digit millions, I think. We also have on the CIP that we have every year, and this year included major rollovers, meaning that we funded things that didn't go through all the expenditure in that year. And that's normal, but it also really it clarifies that it wasn't essential that that funded amount get accomplished in that year. It was our plan, we funded for it, but it's not the end of the world if we push some things out in the capital program by a year, because we do that every year out of just capacity, whether we couldn't, equipment wasn't available or other capacity issues. That's a normal part of the process. Question is, do we do something different on what we actually plan for versus what happens to us? So I think those are major things. One of the things I had asked earlier that I'll be interested in is the where we really are on our headcount, particularly under the general fund, versus where we were pre-COVID, because that's our baseline. We've gone through this disruption of COVID and then the recovery that we have gone through the last few years. And we have a certain population that we're serving. We have a certain population of workers in the city. So our resident population is recovered and will be going up. Our worker population is actually down. Our expenses per worker is not as high as expense per resident, but when it goes down because of the economy being down, combined with remote work, that does change the burden that we have on providing services for the people who work here and not just the people who live here. So what's the staffing level that we need for that? And what do we really have in staffing compared to pre-COVID? And when we look at staffing levels, and even going back further, the head count needs to include, as I mentioned earlier, what we deliberately outsourced as a very good strategy to outsource where we could. And so how do we really look at how many people do we actually have working here versus how many we authorized in the budget? And what really is a metric we don't talk about a lot is we're providing all this myriad of services with this many people. And it's not the number of people we authorize to hire each year, it's the number of people who are actually on the payroll. And how are we doing on how many people are on the payroll versus how many used to be on the payroll for whatever is similar or a little different in terms of how many people we're trying to serve. So that's kind of my range of things that are in this process that as we go forward with, do we present to council one set of recommendations or two alternatives when they go back on Monday and say, here's, if we kind of stay in our normal process, here's the minor adjustments we might do. And we end up kind of close to where we are in the staff proposal. If we want to do with another alternative that is a more conservative budgeting, which of those knobs might we recommend that we adjust to save maybe $5 million or whatever it is? So that's part of what I think we'll be struggling with. I did want to ask, my memory may not be right, but I was surprised that we're going back next Monday to the council. I didn't think we normally did that quick of a turnaround. Is that different from in the past or normal that we just do days from?
Nope, that was what we did last year. We brought it back the following Monday.
Okay. All right. Good enough. All right.
And
Yeah.
And I mean, my view, the spirit of the uncertainty reserves was for us to maintain a sustainable expenditures. And that if we had revenue bumps along the way, that we could have those expenditures stay at our steady state. And it seems like right now our expenditures are above steady state, at least for the next 3-4 years. We don't break even until the property tax kind of bails us out. What's the long-term crossover point?
Fiscal year 2030 is the estimated point at this time.
Yeah, and that's just assuming that there's no disruptions in the economy, that we don't have inflationary problems or anything like that, right? So that makes me a little nervous that even though I understand this was a 2-year plan, but I think the spirit of the plan is that it would allow us to get to a sustainable level of expenditures and hold that regardless of if there's bumps in the revenue.
And something I should add that kind of gives that additional context, because we were projecting that even with using that uncertainty reserve over a couple of years, we then showed a deficit for 2 or 3 years before we got back in the black. So what was the plan there? Well, most of the time we budget in a way that results in a moderate amount of surplus at the end of the year. We had a formula where that was divided between additional contributions to the CIP and the Section 115. But when we have a period, and we began to talk about this last year, if we saw a softening in the economy, well, that surplus may not be there. And so in normal times, that deficit might have erased itself just because we got revenues above projections and expenses were a little lower, and that's not uncommon. That is not something I think we can trust right now, and that's what's driving an additional consideration of we actually have to work at plugging it as opposed to hoping it's going to take care of itself to some degree. It's an oversimplification. Yeah. Okay. On that note.
Chair?
Yeah.
Just because I want to make sure we have a good understanding of how staff can support this deliberation process over the next couple of days. Want to clarify some of the things that we can endeavor to try to bring back if we're able to have the information. So trying to make a note of this. Request additional information. What I heard, and this is where I need to get a consensus of the committee, table of CalPERS information and pension retiree trust. We could do that. A table for the nonprofit. We'll do that later this afternoon. Debt ratio information, because it seems like there might be a continued conversation of debt. And headcount information, maybe going far back as 2019. If we have that information, we'll see. And then measure B versus measure K, alternative projects to be funded. That's kind of what I heard in this discussion. Does that sound about right? Again, it's not a promise we can turn all these things around in the next couple of days.
Yeah, if I could make a suggestion, perhaps a slightly different way of framing, Lauren, that you just described. Some of these topics will make sense to bring up in certain sections of the discussions that will happen over the next couple of days. For example, the bonding refinancing would seem to make sense under the CIP, and which was just about to come up, and same for CIP rollovers. The consulting, well, one way to approach it would be by CSA. So since we've got the departments, and I will likely use the priority objectives to be able to share, for example, when we talk about economic development, the dozen or so consultant engagements that are required in order to advance those. Not sure exactly where that will lead in terms of the committee's discussion, but that will make it very more specific and be able to inform your deliberations. And so as Lauren, you described the areas that we'll follow up on, let's talk about amongst staff how to incorporate these topics into the different sections that will be coming back to the committee over the next couple of days.
And I should clarify on the consultant category, I don't have an overly simplistic view of this. I appreciate that it's nuanced. I don't think our question has been whether we use consultants. We had a past council member who would just say, oh, we just don't need all those consultants. They're not only one. That's not how I view the world. But it is a question of how we use them. And one of the concerns has been whether we have consultants that are providing too generic of information and we overpay for that. Or that we spend a lot of time and money and consultants lack context. And then we reverse ourselves. And I think about things like some of the work by the retail consultants, some of the work by the airport plan consultants, where we spend a lot of time and money, including internal resources, and we didn't have the check-ins that really recalibrated. I see that happening potentially right now on the bike and pedestrian transportation plan. And we get down a path and it kind of has two negative impacts. One, we may not utilize a bunch of expensive work that was done. And second, we may lose time. So there's no simple solution to that, but those kind of give some context.
Absolutely. And I certainly appreciate that perhaps kind of unpacking a bit of the issues. And let me first lead off by saying I absolutely agree and believe that we can do better management of our consulting projects. And we've had several examples. And as a result, we have an active, significant, ongoing citywide effort among the departments that have project managers that we will rely on to provide that local knowledge and context to ensure we're getting value out of the consultant engagement we have. That said, there's training, there's time required of the staff, and quite frankly, it's stepping up of the expectations of our own staff in how that work is managed. So at the risk of jumping ahead here, I don't see that as a budget saving strategy, but nonetheless, let's talk about it more specifically as the topics come forward.
I don't quite follow why it wouldn't translate that way, but I'm open to hearing that. Do we need to hear from the public at this time? Or you-
Yes, for each item. Let's see if there's any comments on the overview. Thank
Okay.
you for the reminder.
Thank you. Need your reminders throughout the day.
No public comments.
It was easy. Okay. Does that move us on to our next item of infrastructure and environment, the capital improvement program, capital fund projects? Yeah, let's take a 2-3 minute. Yeah, a quick break. Yeah. back to business. We're going to our second action item, which is infrastructure and environment, our capital improvement program and capital fund projects. So the first one is the capital improvement fund. Who's in charge?
Good morning, Chair
Welcome.
Burt, members of the committee. How's my sound?
Good.
So I want to start off by saying that the capital improvement plan as a whole is spread across 12 funds, but we won't be covering all of them in today's presentation. Today, we'll talk about the 2 capital improvement funds, and then on Wednesday, we'll look at capital projects in the enterprise and internal service funds. Next slide, please. So the capital improvement funds, the capital improvement fund and the Coverly Fund are collectively referred to as the capital improvement funds. They're the largest in terms of the number of projects, 109 between the 2 of them, with 103 in the capital improvement fund and 6 in Coverly. And they're the second largest in terms of cost. Next slide, please. This pie chart breaks expenditures down by program area, and you can see that the largest is traffic and transportation. That's due to the rail grade separation projects, but I do want to mention that the budgets for those projects are actually substantially smaller in this proposed CIP than in the prior one, around $490 million less. And that's because council gave direction to slow down the design timeline to allow for additional refinement. Next slide, please. This pie chart shows the various funding sources for the expenditures that we just saw. The transfer from general fund category is the largest piece of the pie, roughly 60%. The next largest is revenue from other agencies, which includes Measure B and other local funds. But about 90% of that category is actually just a placeholder for to be determined funding that's needed to implement the rail grade separation projects. Next slide, please. So far, we've been looking at the 2 capital improvement funds combined, but now we're going to dive into each of them separately. Next slide, please. Let's start with the capital improvement fund. The strategy for this fund's proposed budget is summarized in the bottom half of the slide. Projects were programmed according to council priorities, the need for catch-up and keep-up, staff capacity, and funding sources. And I want to say at this point that initially we were over budgeted in terms of expenditures, didn't have enough revenue or fund balance to cover everything. And a whole lot of balancing went on before the budget books were published. And Holly can speak to some of the things that got deferred.
Sure. I'm Holly Boyd, Assistant Director of Public Works. So during the budget development process, we realized that we were overspent in fiscal years 26, 27. So staff from various departments met. I met with CSD staffs on our parks projects, and we outlined what could be deferred and what were the important projects that needed to be done in 26, 27. So for example, Mitchell Park got deferred 2 to 3 years. Foothills Nature Preserve work got pushed out to the end of the 5-year budget. Rinconada Park, the phase 2 work got pushed out. But for example, we left Johnson Park in fiscal year 26 because of its needed improvements and disrepair that it's in. In addition, we looked at streets and sidewalks. This year, my staff was planning on doing a double sidewalk project with 26 and 25 funding. We hadn't bid it yet, so we gave back the funding for the sidewalk program for 25. So that was $1.4 million back to the fund. Those are just some of the details to kind of balance the budget that we're presenting today.
Okay, so the top half of the slide, the table, shows revenues, expenses, and the reserve balance. The higher expense in fiscal 26 compared to the other years is due in part to reappropriations from fiscal 25. The largest revenue source, as I mentioned earlier, is transfers from the general fund. So we can take a closer look at that. Next slide, please.
Are you going to be talking more about that 98 million expenses, breaking that down?
Yes, saying that that is larger than the expenses you see in the other years because of reappropriations. And now, but then we're turning to revenues.
What do you mean by reappropriations?
Reappropriations is when we had things budgeted in 1 year in the current year, and their projects are going on, but they're not going to be completely done. Those aspects of the projects won't be completely done in the current year. So then we move the remaining funding for the current year to the next year.
So it wasn't like a cost overrun. It was purely
not
that
at all.
we didn't spend the money that was allocated.
Exactly.
Okay.
So general fund transfers can be broken down into 5 categories, which are the base transfer in blue, excess BSR in light blue, TOT in green, interest in yellow, and project-specific transfers of Measure K and UUT in brown. The base transfer will be restored to the pre-pandemic level in fiscal 26. We've been saying that for a while, but in fact, it'll actually be higher at 17.2 million. TOT looks relatively flat in the graph, but it is expected to grow slightly from 13.9 million in fiscal 25 to 14.3 million in fiscal 26. Of course, given economic uncertainty, that will need to be monitored. Base, TOT, and interest together total 32.6 million in fiscal 26 and 173 million in the 5-year CIP. And when we include project-specific transfers of Measure K, which goes directly to transportation projects, and UUT, which goes directly into streets and sidewalks projects, the total transfer is 35.5 million in fiscal 26 and 189 million over the 5-year CIP. And could we actually go back to the prior slide, please? So in spite of slightly higher funding from the general fund, the infrastructure reserve is expected to drop below the recommended $3 million target in fiscal 26. You can see that low of 1.6 million in the table. Some of the contributing factors are new projects, but also cost increases for existing projects. And now could we go 2 slides forward, please? The 2 largest increases to existing projects are 1.6 million for future phases of the University Avenue streetscape and 1.5 million to align with current estimates for Fire Station 4. A few other smaller examples are shown as well to illustrate the variety of reasons for increases. And I'll give you a few seconds to look those over.
Just one thing on the California Avenue parking garage, is that the automation that's going on there on that?
No, that is the kind of day 2 items that we're working on. So it's a barrier repair removal, some concrete patching, that kind of thing, stuff that wasn't covered in our warranty.
Okay. And I don't know if this is the right place to ask this question, but on the Measure K dollars that are being, their uses in the 1/3 toward transportation. Was there, I saw in the report, but is there a slide that breaks that down on how we're using that?
There isn't a slide in this presentation. I don't know, was there a slide in one of the other presentations?
So there was a slide showing kind of the overall business tax breakdown. There is some text description in the operating budget. I want to say it's like page 67-ish.
You really got your numbers down. It's very helpful, Paul.
But we break down what projects the Measure K funding is going toward.
You're right. It is 67 exactly. And I had it already flagged, but I had lost it. And well, let me jump to the reason I'm asking that, which is out of that, what portion of our FY 26, page 68 is the FY 26, is for transportation and rail crossing, we have 1.9 million programmed. What portion is to grade separations? Do we know?
It's $1 million towards grade separation, so $500,000 towards the Meadow. I can't remember the name. Sorry, the Meadow one, and
Meadow Charleston.
Charleston.
Yeah.
and then $500,000 towards the other one.
And-
Churchill, yes.
Are those, is our understanding that those expenditures we'd be eligible to tap into the Measure B dollars instead?
Well, this may be jumping ahead, but Ripon, you prepared to respond to that question? Do you have any information on that? If so, I need you to step up to a microphone.
Good morning, Ripon Bhatia, Office of Transportation. So with regards to the questions on the Measure K dollars versus, so we are keeping that as a reserve fund as well, because there's FRA funding that we are utilizing, and there are concerns with the loss of that funding if there may be challenges to those funding as we move forward. So we are keeping this as a contingency and backup, but we are planning to use all federal and VTA funding in the next 2 or 3 years.
Well, but out of the 1 million that we are saying we're spending from Measure K funds toward grade separations, my question is, could we instead tap into our share of the county Measure B dollars for that 1 million?
We can certainly use all of it from the Measure B funds if need be.
Okay, good. So that's a $1 million swing potentially.
Is there any reason we wouldn't do that?
Well,
So, for clarification, Ripon, are you speaking to the city's, what are we calling it? Local streets and roads Measure B funding, distinct from the VTA's Measure B grade separation funding? Which are you referring to?
Measure B grade separation funding.
Right. So that's, I think, a different subpot of Measure B.
so I, having been in the thick of that negotiation and then subsequent refinements on what VTA will allow those funds to be
Exactly.
spent for, we have the grade separation dollars and then we have other roads dollars. But I want to understand whether our understanding is that we could request that's eligible under the current VTA criteria for how the grade separation dollars can be used.
I'm sorry, Chair, you're referring again to this VTA's Measure B dollar or the city's Measure B dollars?
There's a city Measure B dollars?
The city has our local streets and roads portion of Measure B. that we are
No,
using.
they're both from VTA.
Right.
They're two different pots, and there's also the CalMod improvements, another 310 million that has not been tapped into up and down the Santa Clara County section of the corridor. So there are really 3 pots, but we'll set that one aside. I'm talking about the grade separation dollars from Measure B.
Right. So I think as Ripon's in the middle of it, we've been attempting to get VTA approval for us to use as much of their Measure B dollars as we can, and really use our own, whether it's Measure K or other funding as a last resort.
But we've got 1 million that is our Measure K.
Correct.
And my question really, and this may need a follow-up, my question is, are we spending that 1 million out of our Measure K for grade seps because our understanding is it's not eligible to request those expenditures to be used from the VTA Measure B grade separation funds, or that we just opted to use those Measure K funds for that purpose?
let me ask this of staff. Could someone point us to the right page to identify the funding we're referring to?
And I can take this as a follow-up.
Okay, why don't,
Yeah.
well, assuming we'll get to transportation as a part of this discussion, let's table that for the moment.
Right, so could we advance to the next slide, please? I said earlier that there are, various causes for the fund balance dipping below the $3 million level in 26. One of them was increases to existing projects, and the other one is new projects. So in terms of new projects, there are 8 totaling 1.7 million, with 44% of costs concentrated in fiscal 26. The new projects are listed on page 14 of the capital book, and you can see details in their project pages. But to briefly summarize, there are projects to maintain public EV charging infrastructure, replace library furniture, replace Lucy Stern irrigation lines, update art center equipment, improve golf course drainage, improve public access to West Los Trompas Valley, explore tree grate alternatives, and improve the Ramona streetscape. Page 14. And let's move to the next slide. So we're turning now to the Cubberley Fund. This table shows revenues, expenses, and the reserve balance. All expenses for Cubberley are displayed in the table, including those that aren't directly linked to specific capital projects. In particular, there's about $400,000 that goes annually towards operating facilities maintenance. And Cubberley's handful of capital projects can be found beginning on page 345 of the capital book. But the most important thing to note about Cubberley in the proposed CIP is that because there will be a bond measure for land purchase in November 2026, capital expenses in the recurring Cubberley repairs and Cubberley roof replacements projects have been reduced pending future policy direction. Moving on to revenue, it consists of an annual 1.8 million general fund transfer of UUT, as well as reimbursements from the school district for roof replacements. Because the annual transfer remains constant during this time period, while project costs have been reduced, the projected fund balance in all of the years is much higher than in prior CIPs. You can see that well above the recommended reserve level of 3 million per year. This concludes my formal presentation, and we can collectively take questions.
So the ending fund balance, if we do pass the bond measure and start construction, can we use this for the planning? And
Absolutely.
okay.
Or for that matter, for near-term improvements that would spruce up. Yeah.
No restrictions on the CIP. It just has to be something to do with Cubberley. That's all we have to do. Okay.
Well, yeah, it's for major kind of maintenance is the way it was supposed to be. But yeah.
Capital improvement. Yeah.
Yeah.
So would the near term count if we're talking about a little bit more of a cosmetic situation?
I would interpret it that way. Okay, so that concludes the capital improvement presentation.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments?
So so if we have questions about particular capital projects, we should ask them now, or what's?
Yes, with regard to those two funds, Fund 471 and 472, the Capital Improvement Fund and the Cubberley Fund, because that's what this session is for. Tomorrow, you'll have another session for the enterprise and internal service funds, capital projects.
Okay, I'm bring it back in because I found the page. So in your capital book, it is page 321. That has a reference to Measure K funds. Yes.
In the narrative?
Yes, it is. And the significant changes, 2024, 2028 CIP.
Yeah. But my understanding is that we got ripping back, that the VTA Measure B dollars qualify as local share. So we're kind of using our local share instead of that pot of local share. And so I'm really going to be interested in whether we could pull this out, use it for other transportation and transit related services.
So Rick, you need to catch up with us. We're on page 321. Maybe we can bring it on screen. You weren't able to do that?
City Clerk, are you able to do that? That would be the CIP budget book. Page 321, please. It's the page itself printed. PDF page 335, if that's helpful.
Okay, I'll let you get oriented here. So the statement under significant changes for 2024, 2028 CIP, it says project established in 424, VTA Measure B grade separation funds, VTA Measure B grade separation funds committed for preliminary engineering and environmental phase of project. Recently approved Measure K funds, local business tax Palo Alto will cover local match and other costs related to preliminary engineering and environmental studies. So not to assume, but Ripon, if you have any information as to why we are using both our Measure K as well as the VTA, Measure B, is there some issue of eligibility or limitation from VTA on how much of the Measure B funds we can be using here?
So the original plan was that we would use for local match Measure K funding, and the VTA funding of $14 million will be used. So 10% match minimum is required from the local funding. We did apply for FRA grant, and we were able to get those grants for $6 million. And right now we are using those to cover for the local match. So the remaining Measure K funds, we left it in there for uncertainty of the FRA funding. There are several challenges that we are experiencing right now, and there may be indication that that grant could be in jeopardy, but we still want to keep moving forward with the project. And if that is the case, then the Measure K can be substituted to fund for the local match.
But what we have in the budget from Measure K for grade separations, the bottom line is, could we instead tap into those dollars from VTA Measure B?
So say if FRA funding does not go through, we can increase we do have some appropriations for Palo Alto Avenue that we could use, because you have to use appropriated funding only. And so we can renegotiate to use the funding from another project to come into Meadow Charleston and Churchill. But we would still require that match come from the local funding if FRA funding falls through.
But local funding includes Measure B.
No, the Measure B will not be used for a local match for another Measure B grant. So Measure B local street and rail roads cannot be used for Measure B grade separation funding as a local match.
And so Ripon, it sounds like you're referring to a VTA requirement. The VTA
Correct.
won't allow 100% or won't allow a project to be 100% Measure B funded. They do still require a local match, meaning from the city.
Correct, non-VTA funding.
So, Chair and council members, I think that this points to, again, just one example of perhaps some opportunities for some shifting. And as Ripon has expressed, we've explored it to a point. And so I think the question is whether further exploration is needed. In this case, I would note that if we're working to try to free up Measure K funds, essentially, one would argue it is general fund as well, and in terms of a range of uses that it could be put to. So if we were to free up some Measure K funds, then it could allow additional funding of CIPs or other one-time expenses. I would note project management of those projects are equally important. And so while, again, setting aside some dollars for a project is helpful, having the staff resources necessary to deliver those projects is also a key consideration.
Okay, and if we would need to be able to negotiate with VTA, that's something we may be able to do as well, because we haven't tapped into a lot of those Measure B dollars for grade separations yet compared to, say, Mountain View and Sunnyvale. And what's happened with increase in construction costs is their net present value has essentially declined. And so it's better to tap into our share sooner rather than later because they keep their value up. And then within the total Measure B, at VTA, we were just reviewing this in our budget. The proportion of Measure B dollars that have been for grade separations is not yet anywhere near fully tapped, but basically we have what was originally 370 million for Palo Alto. It was half of 740. It went up to 810, is now down a little bit because the sales tax declined, but close to 400 million for Palo Alto. And it's pretty much up to us when and how we want to tap into it, provided that there's not a rule-based restriction, either the federal level or VTA level, that we want to advocate that they change. Those rules at VTA are policy decisions. They're not written in stone. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I have some specific questions, and so she can walk through them. It's the right time to do it. Okay, if you go to PDF page 130, which is page 116 printed. So 130 PDF. Okay, so we're looking at 450,000 this year. And is this essential? Is this something that we could bump a year out?
This is essentially reappropriated funding from the current fiscal year for the build out of 445 Bryant as a community center. It's and to be more specific, I guess I should say, it's the funding that's needed for the first phase of improvements that go along with bringing La Comida into the facility. There's still an additional phase beyond that that needs to be designed and that will likely need additional funding beyond what we have here.
Okay, so this actually has some functional.
It does. It's in progress.
Okay, then I'm less eager to postpone it. If it's, making things nicer and prettier, then it's a different story. Okay, can we go to PDF 140, which is 126 printed?
This is the Lucy Stern Community Theater.
This is JMZ.
Oh, I'm on the wrong page.
126 printed, 140.
126.
26.
Thank you. JMZ renovation.
Yeah, and so this is about 400,000 this year. What's on that docket? Do we know what?
Morning, Kristen O'Kane, Community Services. So this will be the last year that this CIP is in the budget book. That funding is going to be used to finish some exhibits that still need to be added to the museum.
And what would be the impact if we delayed that 1 year?
I would have to get back to you on that.
When you say finish exhibits, do you mean complete something that's sort of partially installed? Or do you mean we wanted 80 exhibits, we only have 60, so we have to add another 20 brand new things?
It's really intended to add new things. This is standard in museum openings is to bring in new things so people come back and it impacts revenue. And then I would need to follow up. There could be some other just punch list items that I understand the zoos and museum has been open for a while, but some things still could need some tweaking just after being operated for a while, realizing some performance improvements in the facility.
It'd be nice to get back to us and tell us whether this is nice to have, or is there some functional reason we need it this year?
I can do that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, then if we go to PDF, go 4 pages more, which is 130 printed. Okay. The library
automated material handling.
Yeah.
And can you blow up the page a little bit?
So that is 325 this year. Yeah, so printed page 130.
So I can speak a little bit on this, but I'm probably going to need Gayatry's help. So currently we're wrapping up the installation of the automated material handling machine at Children's Library. It should be done at the end of this month. I believe this 325 is left over from the previous fiscal years as a reappropriation. I'm not sure if it's needed or not.
My recollection from the budget discussions is that around at least 300,000 of this is for replacing all the self-checkout machines at the libraries.
Excuse me, I do see Director Gayatri Kant online. Gayatri, are you in a position to help with this answer?
Yes. I believe the 300K is actually for the other vending machines that we are considering, but I also saw reference that it's already moved to 2 years from now. So this is not something that we would be spending next year. Oh, sorry. Just seeing a reference, it is the 324 is actually to finish the children's library automated materials handling system. In fact, what I heard was it's actually they're starting the work like today. The work is ongoing. Actual installation is happening now.
We should have talked yesterday. Okay, and again, functionally, this is something that has to be done in all one big bite, right? There's some automation equipment, and so if we wouldn't, there'd be no advantage to delaying this 1 year.
No, you want to, it's already like all the design work is completed and also the installation has already started. So, in fact, I think next week we're having a training to use it. So, we're hoping to open this and the children's library in summer.
I think just worth noting for those who are not familiar with the automated materials handling systems that they are a time saver and intended as a way of reducing labor requirements. Gayatri, any more detail on that you can share?
There are 2 really great advantages with the automated materials handling system. One is definitely it's a labor saving. You're hand checking hundreds and thousands of items. Instead, now the automated material handling system will do that and sort it for you. The other advantages is the community can actually check in their materials and immediately get a receipt confirming that they've checked in materials. So Children's Library is one of the highest circulation libraries. So there's going to be significant improvement in.
If I could add one other point of clarification, where we're adding these systems at libraries that haven't had them before, like Children's Library, these have been funded out of library impact fees. And so I think if we go back and look, we would see that the original funding for this came from library impact fees, and now we're reappropriating some of that same funding. So it's not, even if we didn't need to use it, it's not funding that's fungible and could be taken for other uses. If anything, it would be returned to the library impact fee fund.
Even if we just shifted it a year, that is that a separate?
It wouldn't have a net impact on freeing up funding in the general
general
fund
fund.
because it's dedicated funding for a specific purpose.
Okay, that's good to know. So if you now move to 134 printed page, which is, and I'm afraid it might be same song, second verse. So on this, it's only about 80,000, but it seems like this might be something that's nice to have and not, if we push it off a year, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Would this be fungible, or would this be, is this funding constrained by funding limitations?
This is funding from the capital improvement fund. I will say this is a project that library staff have been proposing for 4 or 5 years in a row that we haven't budgeted for until this year. And I guess I'd invite Gayatri to speak to the need for the project.
I will. Thank you. Yes, what we have done is identified the most broken items and just replacing them amongst all the libraries. The library is actually a victim of its own popularity. More than 700, 800,000 people will visit the libraries. And so in the 10 years, 12 years that all the libraries have opened, the items, the furniture has just, started to break down, causing some safety issues, hygiene issues. So what the library staff have been doing is to identify only the stuff that we absolutely need to replace or redo. So that's what is 800 is the 80,000 that you can see, and we've also split it amongst the years so that the cost will not be spent at the same time. I can let's see. Yeah, the newest furniture that we've had in the libraries is at least 10 years old. A lot of them are even older than that.
Okay, so you would characterize this as a functional issue, not aesthetics.
Yes. Oh, definitely not.
Okay.
There is no, the only thing that we're trying to do is just replace the one that we absolutely need to replace now. And then, also split that over the 4 years, depending on the heavy usage. So Mitchell Park is our most heavily used library. So that's the one that we're going to be. This year is actually like absolutely broken stuff. And then next year we'll start with Mitchell Park and then Rinconada and then the other libraries.
Okay, thank you. Can we move on now to PDF 164, which is printed page 150? And I assume this is the automation portion.
No, this is additional funding that's needed to complete kind of our day 2 items. So like we have a barrier that needs to be removed. We have some cracking of the slabs that need to be addressed.
Okay, Holly, perhaps you could explain what day 2 is.
So day 2 items are typically items that weren't included in the larger project when we built this and it opened in 2020. It's known.
The day after we opened, we realized we needed to fix some things.
Capital maintenance is needed on day 2, some years after, but immediate need.
But I will mention, since there have been a couple references to the parking guidance system that was installed during the project. Part of this kind of punch list item is to add flexible connections to those sensors because a number of them have been damaged. And that's also the design that we're implementing in the other downtown garages currently.
And what are the other components to this?
Let me get my cheat sheet out. It is the barrier rail removal, concrete crack repairs. It includes additional some wall leak repairs and some additional electrical work.
Okay, but this is $1 million, and how much of that is must have this year, and how much could we put off to next year? It sounds like there's some stuff that may be more higher priority and stuff, things that are lower priority.
Well, we've currently have design packages being done for about half of that.
Okay.
I can look and see what can be put off. But I don't have that number for you right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could I just stay with this one for a second?
Oh, yeah, please do.
Holly, remind us if you know when 231 Grant is expected to come online. Between the public safety building and 231 Grant, we're going to have a whole lot more users of this garage than it's ever had before. Well, I think we can anticipate. I'm just wondering the extent to which any of these sort of day two stuff is needed to be completed before that garage. You're looking at me like I'm way off.
Yeah, I don't know why 231 Grant would affect the use of this garage.
The teacher housing program?
Yeah, are they?
They're not
Yeah.
dependent on it, but not dependent on it, but I think you could expect just with more activity that visitors and the like may use
They
it.
have their own on-site.
Yes, we have no
Yes.
agreement with the county on allocating any spaces to the
To
residential
add
project.
confusion to that. My question is, looking at this expenditure for the, proposed for 26, is there a sense that some of this needs to be done? We need to get this done because, the public service building is about to come
Yeah.
online.
Definitely we should get down the concrete repairs. It's affecting ADA parking right now, and the water intrusion. That is critical because it'll just continue to deteriorate. The barrier removal and EV chargers could be potentially delayed. However, I'd need to check where we are in the design contract as because we've already issued design contracts on those.
So Keith's question was, of the $1 million, how much of it is really necessary for this year? I was just trying to add a little bit of color to that.
Yeah, I need to get back to you on the number.
Okay, yeah, please do. I mean, I don't want to be penny wise and pound foolish, but if there's things that are nice to have that we can bump off a year, I think that'd be a prudent thing to do. Okay, then,
Could we go to the next item, Keith, which is the new downtown parking garage?
oh yeah, please
It's
do.
the next page,
Yeah.
154. It looks like 13 million is appropriated for this coming year, and I didn't realize we were that far along with this one.
Those funds are essentially the sum of the in lieu parking fee funds that have been appropriated into the project. So, yeah, we won't spend much of that except for what we're using on for design this year.
Yeah, but we want to spend that. Okay. Yeah. Both, yeah, Pat and Julie, yell out if there's stuff that along the way that you want to join in or cut in. Okay, so the next one would be PDF 176, which was printed page 162.
Performing arts venue seat replacement.
So that project is nearly completed. We are just wrapping up some additional painting and electrical work that's needed because of the seat replacement.
Okay. I mean, it's only 50,000, but it seemed, I didn't know what the scope of the work was and if that's something that was urgent or not.
It certainly was.
Yeah.
Until it was done. Yes, CSD and our theater partners are absolutely clamoring to get this to where it is now.
Okay. The next would be PDF 200, which is 186 printed. PDF 200. Okay, public art, and this is 1.7 million this year, and I didn't quite understand what we were spending the money on.
Paul Harper with the Office of Management and Budget. So this project is actually money that gets set aside every year for public art. There is a formula. It's 1% of eligible projects. And essentially, if money does not get spent, then it gets rolled over. So we have sort of a bucket of money to use on various art projects. And so it's not that we will necessarily be spending 1.8 million in 2026, but this money is set aside for art projects as they come forward. And as things like the public safety building get done, we pull money from this project in order to fund the art at those facilities.
And just to clarify, is it correct? It is a dedicated fund that cannot be used for other purposes because it's an add-on that we require of development.
By ordinance, yes.
Yeah.
And so on that line that says construction, the expenditures, that's not going to be spent on this year necessarily, and that will be rolled over. It's just right in the second table. Do you see the?
Yeah. So potentially, yes, that's the funding that has been set aside for this project so that it doesn't get used for other things. And so I would say the money that's in 26 is sort of the anticipated need for the projects in 2026. So the 1% of projects that haven't been allocated yet, and then everything that has not been spent from previous years that was kind of accumulated for public art. And then moving forward, projects that are planned and out in future years, that's the 1% of those projects that you're seeing budgeted in years 27 through 30.
Okay. And so from an accounting, did you want to jump in? Okay. From an accounting standpoint, is this a dedicated fund or is it part of the general fund and there's just an IOU?
So it's a dedicated capital project that's within the capital fund. So it's funding that has been set aside for public art within the capital fund. And so we treat it sort of like its own fund in order to keep the money separate. And that's how we account for it and make sure that it doesn't get commingled with other projects or needs.
So if we didn't spend this, we can't spend on anything else, even if we had that IOU sitting there. We'd keep it as a separate.
Functionally, yes, that's correct. And so there is an annual program that the Public Art Program puts together. It's overseen by the Public Art Commission. I will share, a few years ago, the council took a look at perhaps revisiting and changing this program. Ultimately, I believe, decided to keep it as is.
And one other nugget I would just add, that if you go back even more years than that, this used to be, we used to attempt to budget this individually in every project and say, okay, what's 1% of the eligible costs and track it in the project budgets. That was problematic, and it became much more efficient to just look at the program as a whole and track these expenses. And then we utilize the funding from this project when we implement public art projects in the capital projects.
Okay, can we go to the next page? The court resurfacing. Okay, and there we have 365 for this year. And again, how urgent is that? Is that something we could delay a year?
Commissioner Rectal, if you could repeat the question, please.
Yeah, so the court resurfacing, we have budgeted 365,000 this year. Those courts that would be resurfaced, how urgent are they? Is it a safety issue, or is it just like they're looking a little ratty?
And apologies, Councilmember Rectal.
That's fine.
There are various needs. The tournament basketball courts are in need. We've had multiple other projects that have occurred there between us and the school district, and so the courts do need resurfacing because of prior projects having been using some of that space. In the Hopkins Court resurfacing construction, that one possibly could be delayed. However, we'd have to do another assessment and determine whether or not it's better off to invest in some repairs as opposed to doing reconstruction. That one is to determine whether or not the resurfacing is better than a reconstruction.
Okay. I think that would be useful.
Can I piggyback on that for a
please.
second?
Oh, yeah.
I noticed that Mitchell Park tennis and pickleball are scheduled for 2 years out, fiscal 28. And I just wonder if some kind of shuffling is possible. At the Parks and Rec, we heard recently from the pickleball club, 120 of them came and said they've got a private donor that is willing to support the resurfacing for pickleball. So if we could get some kind of public-private partnership going on this, get someone else to fund pickleball sooner and swap that out, you know, whatever we're appropriating for pickleball in 28, if we could get some help with that from outside funds in 26, and then shift this 26 expenditure to 28, we might be able to recoup some funds in the coming year's budget.
Yes, shuffling is possible. It would be reprioritization of projects and perhaps bumping some needs to towards the end of its useful life or maybe a little bit beyond its useful life, but reshuffling is a possibility.
Yeah. Could you look into that?
Yes, we can.
Okay. The next one would be.
I just wanted to follow up on the California Avenue parking garage. So I checked with the project manager. The electrical design work haven't been started, so we could potentially defer about $250,000 to next year if that's desired. 250.
I would think.
The Cal Avenue
Cal.
garage.
And I'll just note, there's kind of, in past years when we've had a similar discussion, we've had two different approaches. One where we've given input on prospective areas to shave capital investments in a given year. And then staff has really preferred to then hear that, but then come back with their recommendations based upon how many dollars, and maybe I think it's worthwhile to continue to have these questions, but just to think that we may want to think about, okay, if we want to see 1, 2, 3, 5 million, whatever it is, maybe ask staff to have a few tiers depending on what the council would want to do, and they have their list in addition to kind of the qualitative feedback that we're giving.
Yeah, I think that would be a very good idea. Okay. So the next one is PDF 224, which is printed page 210. The Bixby Park completion. And that's 450,000 this year.
This project has been delayed for quite a while. Okay. It's actually part of the 2014 council infrastructure plan, those what are now 10 projects. Mm-hmm. It's likely to be the last one to get completed. All of the funding for this is coming from the Parks Impact Fee Fund. So again, it's another dedicated funding source that if we weren't using it for this project, could only be used for an
other park stuff.
Park project, essentially like adding something new to a park.
Okay. And are there other things in parks that we could fund with it and free up other money that's not funded by the park impact fee?
I do know that as we developed this budget and looked at balancing it, I think we looked pretty closely at making sure we funded everything that was eligible with impact fees. Those would be things like the park restrooms, dog parks. Primarily, it seems like there was one other area as well that we might have. Recanata changing room.
Yeah.
The Recanata Park changing room project as well.
And that's all impact fees.
Right.
And so is there
essentially we try to maximize use of those impact fees.
Okay, so there's no easy way to free up this money.
Right.
Okay. But what are we doing? Is this what are we spending on Bixby? I mean, that was one of my first projects when I joined Parks and Rec. That tells a lot.
So This is a project that will be dependent on completion of the Baylands Comprehensive Conservation Plan that will help identify improvements, but it could be things like adding more interpretive signage, adding benches, expanding the parking lot. There's some other items listed in here. And I'm assuming trail improvements, but like I mentioned, we're doing the Baylands Comprehensive Conservation Plan, and that might pull out specific improvements that are needed that this could help fund.
Okay. Okay, but also this is just park impact fees. So if there's anything else in the parks that are higher priority, we could move this back a couple years and move those up, right? Have we looked at all that shuffling and prioritizing the tasks within parks? Is there anything that?
Technically, we could. There are certain limitations to what you can fund with those, or what you can pay for with those funds. So that's, it has to be, I think it's like a regional draw, or it has to be, as opposed to working on a specific project. Do you have
And
more to add, Brad?
even more important, that's all true, but even more importantly, we generally can't use this funding for our regular park improvement projects where we're just going and replacing existing playgrounds and making improvements and kind of restoring
The park impact
parks,
fees
renovating parks.
have to be improving capacity or something like that.
Yeah, so for instance, the Bullware Park project where we were actually adding to the park was substantially paid for by park impact fees.
And the Rinconada Playground, was that, when that was upgraded, was that an impact fee or that was out of regular funds?
No, that was regular funds. The new restroom at Rinconada was paid for out of impact fees.
Okay, so there's some gray area there. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So, okay, so the next would be 236 PDF, which is printed page 222.
So this project is underway right now. We've awarded a design contract last fall, I believe. It's just reappropriating the construction funding.
And do we necessarily have to do the construction, or can we put the design on the shelf for a year and do the construction in 2027?
We could. This is the this is the work for Foothills Nature Preserve.
This is like the Sunfish Bridge is.
Yeah. And the work that was done for we're working on improving the trails and fencing and other amenities since we opened it up to the general public.
Mm-hmm. But those I don't view as being urgent, especially now the crowds have kind of gone away. Early on, it was really hectic, as Kristen can attest. That we had people walking and there was a safety issue. And I think that safety issue has gone away because the crowds are no longer there. And so I think delaying this year would be feasible. The question is if the design is underway, do we lose there's some inefficiency by not following through with construction right after the design?
Potentially, and costs could go up.
Yeah.
Due to escalation.
But I mean, there's still $500,000 is a lot of money, right? And we can push that off a year. That does free us up.
Yeah, I just add to what Holly said, costs probably would go up due to escalation. And I don't want to overstate this, but as a general thing, a lot of the types of work we're talking about here where there's existing infrastructure and we're maintaining it, it's keeping it in good condition and really keeping up with the maintenance work. And for a lot of things, the longer you let it go, in addition to the potential cost escalation, it's deteriorating to a point where it can end up costing a lot more to do the maintenance or the repairs.
So I would just add on that first on the cost escalation, I mean, that's that's broad-based. And that's the case until it isn't the case. We never know when we're going to have a recession and suddenly we see costs go down on some things. That hasn't been most of the time. In the Great Recession, we saw it hugely so. We didn't see it in the COVID crisis. But I think that's the case on anything we're going to push out. It does go to this other principle that I just want to interject in this thinking on major projects, not so much the ones we've been talking about here. That goes into the question of whether we would want to bond capital, a group of capital projects for two reasons. One, to help us bridge a cash flow period. But second is to actually do some of those sooner. You borrow the money, and if the cost of borrowing is not, the interest not greater than the inflation of the construction, then you do well. So I just want to kind of put that out there conceptually. It's not, doesn't create any hard and fast rules, but those are the kinds of things we would struggle with if we consider whether to bond more major projects. And can I jump in as long as I'm on that? On the Fire Station 4, we don't plan, how much is our dollar share on that versus the grants?
We received a $5.2 million earmark from the state, Cal OES, a couple of years ago. Everything else is city funded.
Well, I don't know what everything else is.
I think it's like 14 million. Let me look.
Oh, so an additional 14 or the total is 14?
I think some of that is staff.
And then
cost.
Similarly on the Newell Bridge, how much is our share? Most of that is grant funding, but from Cal.
Yeah, most of that is grant funded.
Yeah.
The only thing that isn't grant funded is the non-participating costs, which is approximately, I want to just say off the top of my head, about 2 million. And we received a $2 million earmark as well for that one. So we're kind of using that as the non-participating costs.
Oh, okay. So
But
then it's supposed to,
we will need to front the full expenses for the bridge and seek reimbursement by the state after.
okay, but it's still not out of our pocket in the end. We're just fronting it.
That's our position, and we will do everything to ensure that's the case.
Yes.
So then on the fire station, are we currently not planning to bond for that? Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. Go ahead.
That's correct. It's fully funded in this.
So maybe that's our biggest bonding consideration, is that one. And how much is in this year's budget for that? I'm sorry.
Clerk advance this to PDF page 135.
Page 120. The CIP page. I'm sorry, 135 of the PDF, 120 of the.
Now, I believe based on our schedule, it may be too late to bond for this project because we're already fully designed. Are we?
Yeah, we're
out to
fully
bid?
designed and planning to go out to bid the last week of May.
But couldn't we, once again, we fund it and then still bond?
Well,
it doesn't need to hold up construction
Right.
if we don't have the bond yet.
so again, I'm mindful of the administrative effort that would be involved in bonding for, yes, and essentially how to do that concurrently with a number of things, not the least of which is this budgetary process. So I'm not sure how much later we could bond for a project that we're already funded.
Well, let's look at that. I don't have explicit knowledge, but my recollection is that it was explained to me in the past that we could do that, but I don't know the exact boundaries. I think that's an important consideration. I mean, we're looking at our share is, am I getting this right?
About 14 million, probably minus some salary and benefits actuals that are embedded in those numbers.
So in the concept of bridging a 3-year period, that's not an insignificant consideration.
Yes, and at the same time, I think we need to pencil this out. Obviously, the interest rates are a key consideration, and needing to identify what the debt service obligation would be in comparison to the near-term cash freed up.
Yeah, and I guess I will just note of that 14 million that was stated, about 8 million of that is the SUMC funding. So that would be going back to SUMC and to be used for something else, but those funds are somewhat limited as well.
Okay, so they couldn't just readily be used for anything, but they do have other potential uses. All right, so yeah, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chair. If I could make one more point, just for context. In this fund, I think we went over that the total general fund annual transfer was, I'm forgetting the number, in the neighborhood of 25 to $30 million a year. The debt service that we already have on the bonds for the CalLab parking garage and public safety building is 7.4 million. So I heard reference earlier to like a 3%. That was probably of the general fund. I just wanted to give that context that currently a fairly large percentage of our annual funding in this fund is already going to debt service.
Right. Although if I read correctly, our policy is a maximum of 10% of general fund toward debt service. And with everything that you said, I think we're at 3-point-something%. You know, there's all the pros and cons of the cost of borrowing and the cost of administration. But one of the things I've been not kind of 2 points of reference for me is, one is where are we in relation to our policy, which I would not support going near our 10%. And second, where are we compared to what other cities typically do? And my understanding is that we carry a lower debt load than most other cities, and that folks have been surprised at how low we carry, which in many ways is a good thing. But as we're looking at the next 3 years, this is something that we should be just evaluating in my mind.
So Chair, I think to your point, as we look at the opportunity to use debt to finance and then free up money for maintaining services, it is important for us to perhaps think about a financial goal, the cost of issuance, and the current cost of borrowing, and kind of look at this strategy in the context of those opportunities and also opportunity cost. So we'll get back to you.
Okay. I have only a few more here. PDF 244, which is printed page 230. 230 printed.
Configuration and Daylands Athletic Center.
Yeah. So we're talking about 178 million. I remember, yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, carry away.
Yeah. I think I balanced the budget. Okay. And so, but this has to do with the configuration, which is already done. And so what tasks are being done this year on that?
The golf course project construction includes what's regulatory mitigation monitoring. So this is funding that's earmarked for the needs of that to complete that mitigation monitoring process. We are currently assessing the course along with the regulatory agencies, and based on determination of next steps and action items, we've earmarked funds for that, and the same with the following subsequent years.
And thanks for that clarification. So this is the Regional Water Quality Control Board actually cited us 2 years ago for noncompliance, and this is necessary.
Okay. 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 The next is printed page 238. the Johnson Park. And this is not so much 300,000 this year, but 1.7 next year. That's a big chunk of change.
Right. So this project was identified as CSD's highest priority park renovation project, just due to, I believe this park has been in here for a number of years. It's been deferred. We identified, the asphalt, concrete pathways, the brick pathways, they all need to be redone. Playground equipment is old and in disrepair. I'm not sure, if you have any additional funding, but this was identified as their top project that needs to be done.
And so it's to the point where it's a functional issue. It's not aesthetic.
Yes, apologies for not introducing myself earlier. Lomdo, Superintendent Open Space, Parks and Golf. That is correct. This has been a project that through prior budget needs we have pushed back and pushed down the line. At this point, we don't feel it's a project that we can push any further. And so we have it funded for design in fiscal year 26 and construction in fiscal year 27.
Okay.
And that's the
current
difference in the money.
schedule- Oh, sorry, Lon. Reflects being pushed out 5 years already from when it had initially been approved in a budget.
Okay, printed page 242. And is this maintenance that we could defer, or is there urgency associated with it?
This project is in conjunction between open space and also parks and public works. It is on an as needed basis. And so we don't have, we've identified projects that we want to work on and have a need for. From there, if we were to consider possibly pushing any projects back, I think it's a collaboration between the three departments and based on urgency. However, we've worked between the three, identified 3 projects where we do want to move forward with this. And these are heavily used trails and areas that we haven't put in a lot of work in the past years.
So do you think the full amount is required? Is half the amount required?
In context of the 208,000 that's funded, that's all needed. That amount doesn't get you a whole lot of work based on the experience that we've and contracting pricing that we've seen in the past. I think if Brad and Holly can attest to that as well, it's really not something that we would want to reduce in half.
If I might, so in our prior discussion on could we free up some of our Measure K transportation dollars for other projects if we tapped into the county Measure B dollars for grade separations more? This is one that might be an appropriate use. It's really a bike and ped transportation project, even though it's under community services, right? But I always thought of this as part of our bike program. So just to think of it in that context as a possibility as well.
Thank you.
So you think it would be feasible to shift who's paying for this?
I think it needs further exploration, whether or not the funds can be shifted, and staff would probably have to vet that out.
Excuse me, Chair. Just wanting to check in on the time. It's noon, and I do believe we do still have quite a bit of CIP left. So wanted to see how we wanted to maybe wrap up this item in consideration of the deliberation, and then taking a break and resuming at 1. We can definitely continue. I just wanted to check in.
So what do we still have remaining on CIP?
Tomorrow, we're going to do the
You mean that?
enterprise.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Why do we go ahead and just continue with this discussion under
Yeah,
CIP?
I have 2 more.
2 more? All right. Go.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Okay. Printed page 265, which is PDF 279. Printed page, well, I guess it starts 264.
This is Robles Park.
Robles Park, yeah.
So this is, the additional funding is to address the improvements to the site amenities, pathways and landscaping and irrigation.
This is my neighborhood park and it seems in decent condition. I would think that this is something you could bump out.
Okay, we can definitely take a look at that. I know that the playground is being under contract right now. We can look at deferring the other items, so.
Okay, and then the last one is Wary Park, which is printed page 270.
This is a project that we could consider bumping out 1 year, but it's probably not a project that we could consider beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is that we have this short term, the next 2-3 years are going to be short of cash, but hopefully we will be stable in 2030. So anything that we can delay, kick them out, everything down the year, that really helps us. So
we can work with Public Works as well on this, between Public Works and Community Services.
Okay, so that's all I have.
Okay. Thank you, first of all, for running us through it the way you did methodically, Keith. It was really helpful. And that was sort of like a bottom-up approach. Let's go project by project and ask these tough questions. The other way we could do it is to, articulate a concern and a goal that, 39 million transfers from the general fund into capital improvement projects this year. And we're a little concerned about the general fund. If you were to take a look at all of these things and say, all right, this is the 2% or the 5%, that is of lowest priority for us, it'd be helpful for us to know that. Like if you were making a list instead of Keith, what would have been on your list and how many millions? It might be helpful for us to articulate, are we trying to save 3 million? Are we trying to get to 4? But to then ask staff, can you come back to us with a set of things from this set of CIP projects that could be deferred by a year or two in order to achieve these savings we're trying to achieve?
I agree that this is helpful in terms of giving some of that subjective context. And if we think of it in terms of, there's kind of two ways. What's percentage of our budgeted CIP expenses? But what we're really struggling with is our operating fund deficit. And if we said, well, if we wanted to explore reducing the general fund transfer by 5% and 10%, half of it basically is fixed from the TOT transfers. But the other half is, or I call it half, but another bucket is discretionary. And so if we wanted to ask staff to look at a 5% reduction in general fund transfers and a 10% reduction, which is basically 2 million and 4 million cut in what we would spend on CIP this year. It's not a huge percentage of the total CIP, but a lot of work has gone into it and it's already been shaved. I mean, the staff explained that. They didn't come into this meeting without having to try to shave that back already. So we're asking them to shave even more, or at least to see what would they identify as projects if we ask for that additional shaving. And so what do you think about asking two scenarios of a 5% reduction in general fund transfer and a 10% reduction? I see consensus. Okay, great.
Yes, I appreciate the framing, and staff will take that back. And I think the first question for us is how quickly we can turn that around. But that said, I think that's a very appropriate and appreciate that referral.
So we'll technically add that to the parking lot and we'll bring the back in the recap tomorrow.
And I don't know that we're assuming you're going to have answers by tomorrow. If you do, great. But we appreciate that you may need to do more conferring.
Thank you.
Chair, I just wanted to remind you that public comment still needed. Yes.
If we're done.
Yeah, I am done.
We
Yeah.
have public comment on this item.
Yes, we have 4 public comments. First one is Sarah.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Ajaido Pemu. I'm probably going to wobble around in my thoughts, but in any case, I'm a native Palo Alton. I am here to support bathrooms being built at Eleanor Park in 2026. I grew up here. I played in Eleanor Park when I was a child. I remember where the community garden is now and the master garden, it was a wilderness. It was a fun wilderness as a child, but also a scary wilderness. With the addition of the gardens, that is no longer the case. Eleanor Park feels incredibly safe to me. I'm often there until I'm also a community gardener now. I'm often there until sunset and sundown. The only person I've ever seen coming into the park at that hour is an astronomer who brings his telescope because it's a nice dark place. I know in the survey, it seemed that there was a strong majority supporting building bathrooms, but there still is a cohort of neighbors and others who may fear crime. I don't see that as an issue at Eleanor Park or at any of the other parks. I am also a dog owner and dog walker. I walk at Greer Park both morning and evening. That is one park where we have had vans parking on the side. The city has taken great gentle care of reminding the van owners to move on, and there's never been a problem in the park with the people who park there. I feel very, very safe there. Yesterday, I was at Hoover Park, which is one of the earlier, smaller parks to get a bathroom. The only people there were neighborhood people playing baseball, people walking their dogs. It was completely safe. All of the smaller parks, they are safe with bathrooms, probably safer. So I just want to encourage the city to fund this project and I know I've lost the word that I wanted to use, but just to reassure the community members who are afraid of crime at Eleanor Park that it just won't happen just because of bathrooms. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nancy. Oh, okay. Are you Mary Kate?
Excuse me. So Nancy Kawakita had to leave and she asked me to take her place and read her statement. My name's Sharon Erickson. According to Nancy, a year ago in this finance committee, we asked you if you could fund the Eleanor Party bathroom so that people could enjoy a clean park and use a bathroom in a structure. Eleanor Park is beyond a neighborhood park. It serves the whole city. For 100 city community gardening plots, 400 visitors and class attendees at the demonstration garden. And the bathroom had overwhelming support on the city survey, and now it's in the proposed budget. We just wanted to thank you for approving the party restroom and making it happen. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Mary Kate.
Hi, I am Mary Kate Stimler. Some of you may know me as a commissioner on the HRC, but I'm here as an unofficial neighbor capacity, as a neighbor to Party Park. And I did really want to thank you so much. It was so exciting to see it officially printed that Party Park may be finally getting a bathroom. This is not just exciting for me as a neighbor who uses that park almost daily, but I talked to a lot of people in the park as we were trying to get respondents to the survey. And one woman told me, she said, "This is so overdue. I wanted this bathroom here when I had children, and now I may finally get to bring my grandchildren to this park." So this has been a multi-generational effort. Huge thank you to the staff who put together the survey and did an incredible job getting responses. They had over 1,000 responses after posting to numerous social media and posting signs in both in the garden and in the park. So thank you so much for the staff for getting that done as well. And lastly, a thank you from the Duvenet community, especially the faculty and staff at Duvenet, many of whom are really excited. The school is just a few blocks from the park, but they've never been able to use it for school purposes because there was no restroom. So this is actually going to open up a tremendous opportunity for the Duvenet community as well. So thank you so much.
Next speaker is Penny.
I'm Penny Proctor, and I have a community garden plot. And I also wanted to thank you for putting it in the fiscal 2026 budget. We are so happy. It is very much needed. We've had many of our community gardeners, we work for hours at the, gardening. And many of them have, lots of us are old, and many have medical problems that make it difficult to not have a bathroom. Several of the gardeners had to give up their plot because they couldn't make it work anymore. And when we clean up, that is sometimes an unpleasant task. And with the bathroom, that will be much better. And we are just delighted, and thank you very much.
That concludes public comments.
Thank you. And on the park bathrooms, as we are looking to expand it in Part E, and we already have been expanding them, we do hear some feedback, claims that at different times that they're not maintained well enough. And I don't know the facts. I've checked at Rinconada and haven't seen a problem, but that would be helpful if we just can look at what we think is how clean are we able to keep them given our current maintenance budget on it. And I'm not looking for an answer right now, but maybe as a follow-up there, because that's one of the pushbacks we've received. And if we're going to put them in, we want to make sure that they're clean. Okay, Keith.
We still have daily cleaning in all the bathrooms, don't we? Kristen,
Yeah, just based on the use and stuff, is it adequate? And that's a question.
And I think there's also been some attention to recent acts of vandalism. And so that's been an issue at Rinconada.
Okay, yeah. I know from my use on Hoover, they always were in good conditions when my kids play baseball there, so.
Chair, just a clarification question on the 5 and 10% reduction to capital. So if you remember the slide where it sort of broke out the transfer into those different blocks, we would assume we would be focusing on just the base portion of that.
The reduction would be on the from the base. The calculation would be from the total transfer. So it'd be 5 and 10% of the, was it 39 million?
So just for clarification, the 39 million includes transfers to Cubberley. That's a set amount, and it includes transfers to the vehicle fund. That is for vehicle replacement.
Well, so why don't do we have that slide that broke that down?
Slide 7. So I guess while they're pulling that up, we would assume it would be either the base or the base and the TOT amount, because the UUT amount is a set amount for sidewalks and streets, and then the Measure K funding is on top of that. So the base and the TOT amount is about 31 million, just looking at that slide.
Okay, so that would be based on the 31 million, then we're looking at 1.5 and 3 million that we'd be reducing. That seems
If those
right.
percentages still feel right, I think we have to ask ourselves what's the.
That's right. That's right. Kind of looking at two, does 5 and 10% get us about to the dollars we want? Yeah. I don't know.
It feels to me that we were trying to hit a set of dollars, so that we were trying to get to 2 to 4 million. So in order to achieve that with a lower base number, it looks like we have to go to, more like a.
Well, I was kind of looking at it from both directions, from, how tough is that from a percentage, and then what's the dollars? I don't know. It's somewhat arbitrary what we're setting as a goal. We could ask then if they could look at 5, 10, and 15, and that would get us to the third one. Okay,
Thank you.
good. Yep. All right.
Maybe come back and say it's impossible.
That's right. Or you're cutting to the bone here, and here's what it means. Yeah. Okay. Are we wrapping up this item?
I believe it feels like we're going to wrap up and we'll resume at 1 o'clock, Chair.
Okay. Everybody good? See y'all later.
Yes, we're ready.
Welcome back. We are reconvening the Finance Committee meeting and moving into our next items on the budget. The category being public safety. First we'll go fire, then police, and then the Office of Emergency Services. Oh, excuse me, I had it reversed. Police, then fire. Chief? Yeah, yeah. He always does. He always does.
All right. Good afternoon. I'll do a really quick intro for folks. If we could get the PowerPoint slide up, that'd be great. Good afternoon, Chair Burt and Finance Committee members. My name is Katie Lee. I'm a senior analyst with the Office of Management and Budget, and I'm here to introduce the City Service Area of Public Safety. Public safety includes the Police Department, the Fire Department, and the Office of Emergency Services. Next slide, please. As you can see, the fiscal year 2026 proposed budget for public safety is $119.3 million, which is about a 6% increase from the previous year. The FY 2026 proposed FTE also increases by 1.2%, or 3 FTEs. The reason for the increase in 3 FTEs is due to a proposal in the Fire Department, which adds 3 full-time fire captain positions for cross-staffing at Fire Station 4. Other major proposals in public safety include items such as implementing a hire ahead program in the police department and creating an ongoing budget for entry-level firefighter hiring costs, such as personal protective equipment and fire academy costs in the fire department. And with that, I'll hand it over to Police Chief Binder. Thanks.
Thank you, Katie. Next slide, please. And next slide. Good afternoon, Chair, Councilwoman Lithcott-Hames, and Councilwoman Reckdahl. Thank you for having the police department here. Looking at this first slide, wanted to start with kind of a very wide umbrella of what we're looking at for this fiscal year. You know, our proposal, as you have read and have seen, will sustain service levels, enhance security and safety in our community, and enhance recruiting. Getting a little bit more granular as we look at the proposed changes that are before you in the general fund, we'll be enhancing our quality control over our medical dispatch, adding a security presence to and actually that'll be continuing security council presence for meetings, providing funding for our automated license plate reader, which council had approved back in December of last year, and also maintenance for our citywide two-way program. And then also critically, as we endeavor to continue with recruiting, hiring, and even retention, creating that runway for our new police recruits to ensure that if we were to get to 0 vacancies, which we were at the end of last year, that we do have that wiggle room and that pipeline to continue to hire. And so we can get those officers hired and into the police academy. Next slide, please. You know, as we look at this budget year and both the year moving forward for the police department, some of the major things that we're looking towards, number one is the move into our public safety building. That should be happening this summer. Of course, you'll have Director Eggleston in front of you, and I know that'll be further discussed, but we are looking forward to that move in, both with our fire and OES partners this summer. Also, you know, one of the common themes that we see in our community that's often talked about, both at town halls, community meetings, and in emails that we sometimes receive, is our property crimes, traffic issues and concerns, and also our mental health response. So these are 3 of the really core issues that we'll be continuing to focus our operations efforts and personnel on. Also maintaining that recruiting pipeline, which I just discussed. Last year, the police department, in conjunction with the fire department and our consortium partners in Mountain View and Los Altos, we purchased Sunridge RIMS computer-aided dispatch system. I'm happy to say that just last week, or in the last week or 2, we had a kickoff meeting with Mountain View and Los Altos and our other public safety partners, and so we look to implement that this year. There is going to need to be during this year also an implementation of the two-way radio upgrade program. The police department oversees all of the radios for the cities. It spreads across 9 divisions. There's upwards of 700 plus radios, 15 set antennas, and those need to be maintained, repaired. And so we'll be looking to replace, maintain, and repair all of those as part of an upgrade to that program. And then lastly, back in the end of 2023, Palo Alto received a grant from the state of California and $5.2 million to combat organized retail theft and stolen vehicle. That program has been wildly successful for us, allowed us to place officers on the state's dime at our shopping centers, downtown, Cal Avenue, officers out and about on foot. The big headline is the theft has decreased and our engagement and arrests have increased. And so we're really happy with that program. We'll continue with that up through 2027. And with that, I'm not will you continue with fire or will we ask for, okay, with that, I'll stop.
Colleagues, questions and comments? Julie?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chief. I don't see the PERT item on the slide. Did I miss it?
You did not.
Yeah.
It's in there, and that was we tried to keep it high level. I know this was discussed last night. That is in there, and happy to discuss it further if you have questions.
I would love for you to go over it again. I confess that last night's conversation, I don't know if it was the time of day or what have you, but I'm confused as to how, I love the idea of PERT. I love the idea of partnership between y'all and a clinician to really get in there when the issue is really one of mental health and, you know, how can we respond to this differently? And yet we've had such trouble, I know, recruiting that clinician partner. And so I'm trying to understand, because last night I think I heard that an officer is essentially going to be taking that role that we don't seem to be able to fill with a clinician. Not sure I understand it correctly, but if you could walk me through it. This is in the context of we're looking for dollars to defer from this year to next because we're concerned about, you know, the overall dollars that we're dealing with. And so I am looking at this as a potential thing to defer. And I'd like to understand, you know, you're making the case for it. Why?
Yeah, and let me just acknowledge I could have done a better job last night explaining it. So I'll take the onus on that. You know, going back, so about 2.5 years ago, after our PERT trial with the county where they had given us a behavioral health clinician, we saw such value to the program that as we rebuilt the police department and we added staffing back that had been cut in 2020, one of the things we did because we felt so strongly about the program is we built that PERT officer into the org chart. So that PERT officer is already serves out of our patrol division in our org chart. What has happened collaterally is that we have been hoping to work and wanting to work with the county behavioral health services to get a PERT clinician. And I'll acknowledge that your memory is correct in the sense that going on probably 2 to 3 years since that original trial, we haven't had a clinician to pair with our officers. And so 2 years ago, the council approved money out of that Stanford Reserve Fund to pay for a clinician. Our thought was that if behavioral health doesn't have the money to hire their own county clinician, we would go to them with that money and say, hey, we'll pay for it. You just do the recruiting, the hiring, the advantage of having that clinician have access to the medical records. And so that's what we've been endeavoring to do for the last couple of years. What has recently happened is we have learned that it's possible that the county is going to absorb those PERT clinicians into MCRT, which is the Mobile Crisis Response Team. But we still believe in the program. And so one of the things that we decided to do, acknowledging the budget environment that we're in, getting creative with funds, this Stanford Reserve is funds that are available to the police department for mental health response. And so our proposal is to pay for that PERT officer who's already in the org chart with those funds from the Stanford Reserve. So essentially, and I think the gap that I didn't make last night is we are supplementing the budget, police department's budget, with those reserves fund. Now, the vice mayor had asked a really good question, which is, what about if all of a sudden a clinician comes up? Because that is the plan, whether
the county is able to come through or what they do with their PERT clinicians, we feel so strongly that we have a plan B in motion to bring on a clinician through another means. And so that's in part also why this money is on the table. And so we feel because of the money in the funds that we could both pay for this officer for 2 years to get us through these tough financial budget times and also pursue that plan B if we have to hire a clinician, and that there would be money to do all three. Does that help?
It's a small pot of money that's got to be used on mental health. Here's a way to use it and relieve the funding source that might be the general fund or whatever else paying for other things within police, because we're moving the payment, the salary for this person over to this SUMC fund.
Yeah, and if I can think of last night after council, I thought of an analogy. Back in 2020, when we were having to cut personnel, one of the things that we looked at was someone had made a sizable donation to the animal control shelter, and we had taken that money and we had used that money to pay for our animal control officers to bridge that gap to get to the next budget year. And so I would say that, again, we're supplementing our police budget to support personnel in a program that we feel very strongly about.
Okay, as an aside, I appreciate that. As an aside, I'll say, the PERT term seems to be something we continue to use. And I think at some point we may have to say we don't have a PERT if we don't have the partner from the county, the clinician. Let's call it something else. Is this a term we came up with, or it's a county term or a national term?
It's a county term, but it's also pretty nationally recognized. And I will acknowledge the T in the team has been lacking.
If I might, Councilmember, just to note that earlier to this point, we have been talking about ways to use funding swaps in order to minimize drain on general fund. So this is a very good example of that.
How are your vacancies today?
So as I mentioned earlier, excitedly in December of last year, we were at 0, which hadn't happened in decades because of medical retirements, some other and regular retirements, and some officers trainees who didn't make training. Were up to 8 as of today.
And how is our recruiting? If we go in, is it easy to recruit for Palo Alto or not?
I mean, I always like to say that the talent pool is shallow and the competition is fierce. Every time I go to a training with other agencies, the main topic is always recruiting and hiring, because agencies throughout the state are all competing for a small candidate pool. We do have, we've been successful, obviously, by our 0 vacancies in this year. And so I like to think that a lot of the things that actually the council has done over the last couple of years have made us a very competitive employer. But, to the point of having this higher head money, we can never not keep our nose to the grindstone, and we're always continually recruiting.
And so with your vacancies now, you're able just to fill that with overtime?
So, I mean, it really depends. Patrol has minimum staffing. And so we have to meet that minimum staffing number. When those vacancies come up in a staffing shift, that's generally filled with overtime. If we can't fill it with another, sometimes we shift other resources like our special problems details or others, but definitely it's filled with overtime at times.
And now long term, if we're looking at how can we improve our policing with minimum budget concerns, both license plate readers and also like response drones. Do we have a plan to either expand our license plate readers or also introduce drones?
So 2 questions. Let me flesh them out. Number 1 is the council approved 10 additional license plate readers. We do find that technology is a force multiplier for our eyes out in the field, so to speak. And we've had great success with identifying people with nefarious intent coming into Palo Alto who have committed crime. As far as drones go, I believe, based on conversations with my colleagues, that Palo Alto is the only police agency in Santa Clara County that doesn't have drones or is not using drones in some form or capacity. I do know that there's been a lot of research in the works to bring something forward to council. We're just not there yet.
Okay, and this is research that you're doing within the department to say, how would we do this?
Correct. Captain Reifschneider has assembled an ad hoc team that has met with vendors, has previewed options, has done the legwork. We're, of course, because of, for a number of reasons, financial issues, we're looking at grant funding. I mean, it'd be great to be able to bring something in that the city doesn't have to pay for. And so we're looking at that also.
Okay. And so you've talked to other cities, so you've learned the lessons that they have learned and what works and what doesn't work?
Yeah, I think, depending on the agency and the need and their vision for a drone, agencies are using them for all different sorts of operations. You have agencies that'll use a drone as a first responder, meaning they launch a drone and it's the first one to a scene of a 911 call or call for service to get a layout. Other agencies are deploying them very strategically as if they have a critical incident, or maybe they're looking for someone in a yard and they'll use them for that purpose. So it varies widely. We haven't completely finalize the scope of what we want to do, but there's a lot of options for use of that technology.
If I could add, council member, also, I think worth noting that our surveillance ordinance has been, put it plainly, a constraint on staff's willingness to explore the use of various surveillance technologies. We've got, to my knowledge, I don't know if other cities have surveillance ordinances, but we are quite rigid in the way it's defined. That said, it may be a prudent a preventative measure that other cities will encounter when they have leaks of data that may contain PII. But that said, I think it is accurate to describe it as a constraint in not only in the police department, but departments throughout the city and our willingness to explore camera-based technologies.
I was just going to raise that. Thank you for saying it. I was going to say, when you pull this report forward, make sure there's a hefty bit of page allocated to privacy and surveillance concerns, because certainly we know that residents of our city and people who come into our city are very concerned about that issue. Doesn't mean we can't get there, but it has to be identified as a primary deterrent, or yeah.
Yeah, and I'd like to give some credit to Assistant Chief Reichschneider, who brought forward the license plate reader. And by all accounts, that seemed to be a very successful endeavor. Ultimately, we got a 7-0 council approval. But what went into getting to that was, I think, a really good template for us to bring technology forward, where we had included all kinds of documentation. We had sessions to meet with the community, all those things. And so, of course, we would be open to, further input on how we do that. But I think that's the right way to start and go.
So if we had drones, would we share them with the police department, with the fire department? And so if there's a fire, would we dispatch a drone to get investigation so the firemen would know what to expect?
So I think, that we haven't talked, the chiefs and I haven't talked the nuts and bolts, but I envision that any type of technology could be cross-used for public safety. I mean, I imagine that's being done as well. It's a matter of, getting the right operators, the right policies, getting it through our surveillance ordinance, all that, and then setting the strategic vision for how we use that.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, OES too, for that matter, right? Go ahead.
Thank you. OES Chief Duker, just to chime in. So yeah, as Chief Bender said, we're not quite ready to come up with a fully baked plan, but the best practices are that it's a all public safety resource. And in fact, in our city, I could see it used quite heavily by our utilities department for inspection. That's part of their wildland fire plan as well. And as Councilmember Burt recalls, we've borrowed Menlo Park Fire's drone many times to look in our own creek. So for flood, public works, and engineering, I could see that as well. So it would be ideally a multi-department tool.
So at the risk of always throwing the cold water on innovation here, would note that drones don't fly themselves. And so there are staffing requirements associated, which in the context of public safety will raise the questions of availability 24/7, should that be the necessity. So training, licensing, and ensuring that we have adequate coverage are all considerations in the deployment of a technology like this.
And for license plate readers, so right now we're up to 30 citywide?
I believe we're at 35.
30. Okay. And down the road, if you look 5 years down the road, I mean, how many do you think we would want? Right now, we just have them on as you enter the city, but should we be having them on University and Middlefield and Alma and being able to catch crimes within the city as opposed to just people entering?
So let me defer to Assistant Chief Reichschneider, who oversees that program. Yeah, why don't you?
Assistant Chief Ralph Schneider, Police Department. Thank you, council member. I think the answer is we have to weigh, as we have up to now, the privacy concern that was alluded to when we first presented to council on the concept of bringing ALPR to Palo Alto. A significant concern of the council, at least at that time, was to preserve privacy in primarily residential areas and to focus on high traffic areas that were most likely related to commercial activity and ingress egress routes. And so to this point, that's where we focused our attention. Could we further fill in that net with additional cameras? I'd say sure, there are other opportunities, other intersections we could hit. We are obviously also constrained by cost and other things too. So we've tried to take a cautious approach to it and sort of validate proof of concept with the first batch of cameras and then come back to council for an additional 10. I could certainly see us coming back and asking for an additional supply of cameras at some point in the future, assuming the revenue, the funding is there to support it.
Okay, yeah, I mean, think we've had crimes being solved with the LPRs, right? And I think the public has high support. When I talk to people, they're very supportive. I don't hear hardly anyone complaining about privacy issues. Just we have a good privacy policy, and I think we've set the base to be able to expand this. And I think we should be thinking about how we want to expand it. What's the smart way? What would be the next step?
Yeah, and I'll just add that multiple times since we presented and got that approved by council, we've been hit up by other agencies to copy the process and look at our policy and look how we did it. And Assistant Chief Ralph Schneider has spoken throughout the area on how we've gotten that through and what we've done. So I think we have something successful going.
Okay, thank you.
Just following up on this, as we are, whether we're on the readers or the drones and how they relate to our privacy policy, and I'm not remembering the specifics of the policy, but one thing about the readers is they are not, to my knowledge, they don't have any potential discriminatory basis. They're looking at license plates and not some of this other discriminatory practices that have always been a concern. And so they're independent of that, and that's a good thing. And then they are essentially not surveillance, but they're response, right?
That's correct. They're not live in the sense where we would log on and watch all the cars going through a certain intersection with those cameras.
And so how does that, whether, or I guess, given that their response, that was how the original adoption didn't conflict with our privacy policy. Is that right? Is that the essence of how it didn't?
Well, the privacy ordinance or surveillance ordinance involves a series of questions, everything from how the equipment will be used, who will have the data, who will have access to the data, how to ensure that that access is protected, and the like.
Okay. And then similarly on the drones, my understanding was that you're considering them for response, not surveillance.
That's correct.
So what are the privacy policy conflicts potentially on the drones then if we're only using them for surveillance? I mean, only for response.
James, can you answer the chair's question?
I'll take it.
Okay. All right.
So the surveillance ordinance defines specific, it actually has a list of technologies that are defined as surveillance equipment, and drones are expressly called out.
Because they can be.
Because because of the potential. So regardless of our intended use of the item, it qualifies for heightened scrutiny. So all the ordinance really requires us to do is draft a policy and go expressly to council with that policy policy and with an analysis for council to assess and approve or not. And as the city manager mentioned, it's basically an impact report is what it's asking for, where we have to articulate to council, these are the intended uses, these are the guardrails we're putting in place, this is the policy that'll govern the use. And then it's for council to assess whether any privacy intrusion, as it were, outweighs the value of the product.
And then on an annual basis, the city manager is responsible for ensuring we are adhering to those policies.
Got it. It's kind of like, what can it pick up? It's on its way to rescue, but what did it see along the way and what's being done with those data? How do we make sure that its rescue efforts are narrow enough, or the data that's picked up, that isn't for the rescue isn't used for other purposes? It's like when you have a warrant for something, doesn't mean you can go after everything. That's, I imagine, sort of the nature of the analysis.
And then there was a mention of a potential dual use by fire department or emergency services on the drones. And if they were video, then I could really see that has a potential gray area. But if they're thermal, looking for fires, then it really doesn't. So I'm really interested in, and as the city manager said, of course, you have to have an operator. But on the police side, it can go right to an incident and be really the first responder and notify the police of what they're walking into or additional resources that might be needed, a bunch of things that might inform police that are coming right onto the scene. On the fire, it's you're in the woodland and pretty hard to get out there and not only spot where you had a bunch of lightning strikes or whatever. So I guess I would also really like to support us continuing to adopt these technologies and where necessary, bring it back to the council for confirmation that it's consistent with our policy. But there's a lot of value to the technology when it's used properly. Yeah. I'm seeing consensus on that. So that goes in, we're in the budget here.
Right.
And so the question is then, as it relates to the budget, what's in the budget to pursue these things, or what isn't in the budget that maybe we should be considering?
So James, having been working through this, and I know we were looking at grant funding, can you talk briefly to the chair's question about any funding that is either that you might think we can get through grants and or that we may ask council for when we bring this forward?
So there's a couple different possibilities, one of which is some agencies have used funding that they received through the organized retail theft grant that the chief referenced earlier to pursue drones. That's all in the articulation. So of course, if we told the if we told this BSCC that we were purchasing the drone to do utilities inspections and creek inspections, probably we don't get a buy-off on using that organized retail theft grant funding for that. One other option is COPS money, which is something we come back to council on an annual basis for an allocation of. We could potentially apply COPS money toward the acquisition of a drone. One thing, as is always the case, just to be cognizant of, is we think of a drone as, a car that you might buy and drive for 10 years. Drone technology, evolves so quickly that they become antiquated. The other idea is that most drone companies have gone away from a purchase model and moved toward a lease or subscription model. So we have to think long term. So even if we have grant funding for years 1 through 3, we just have to plan ahead that if the program's successful, there'll need to be funding going forward as well.
As you mentioned, the utilities inspection use, that could be a shared cost then. And I could envision that we'd be using it most of the time for that. And anytime police needs to pull it off, the utilities inspections are scheduled and non-emergency. And so we could just pull that, that officer from utilities department to, PD. So I'd be really curious if it was a shared cost with utilities, if we can't get it through our grants, what would it cost us? And should we be accelerating the adoption? And then I guess, get into it in the fire side too. I will note that on the fire, Keith and I, with Assistant Chief, we're just at an all-day conference at Stanford on the economics impacts of wildfires. And I think it was maybe the first full conference just on that focus. And this was one of the areas they're talking about. And one of the companies, surprisingly, it goes from detection to, I asked about what about drones for water and chemical drop, and they're saying that I forget who the company is, that has already purchased a number of decommissioned Blackhawks and converting them to drones for firefighting. And I went, wow, you can convert an existing Blackhawk that was, I don't know, $100 million or more craft and get it on the cheap. So the point being, this all moving quickly. That's not necessarily something we'd want to do in the city versus the county level, but embracing these advancements in technology is something that I think we would support. Okay, let's see.
There's costs associated with, but the bang for the buck could be huge. So,
and I couldn't. There was a page, and I couldn't find it, that showed over multiple years I don't know, I can't remember how many years going back, but in the binder, I thought that our funding for public safety, both fire and police, anybody know where that is in the book? And it struck me just as I was looking at the increases last several years on both fire and police, how much of an increase we had done in our budgets. And I just wanted to be able to call that out.
I think they're separate in the fire section. They have the history of the spending. And I think police is in their section also.
Yeah, that's where it was. But I as we get into that discussion, I just want to make sure everybody's looking at how significant those increases were. So I still can't find it even in the fire, the dollar amount.
So for police, this would be PDF page 347.
Oh, that's PDF page. Do you know what binder page that might be?
Yep, I can get that. Binder page 339. It summarizes the expense for police by category.
Oh, good.
And then on page 338, which might be more meaningful, is it shows a cross-section of the department expense by divisions, such as animal control, investigation, parking services. So page 338 shows the appropriation and the budget level from 2023 through 2026.
Good. Well, once we get into fire, we'll look at the same thing. Thanks. That's what I was looking for. Okay. Any other questions on police?
What's on your wish list?
Wow.
Well, to the chair's point, I will say, thinking back to the summer of 2020 when all the departments in the city had to reduce personnel, I've shared many times publicly how the council has helped restore positions back. We started at 92 on June 30th, 2020. July 1st, we woke up with 79 sworn positions. We cut dispatcher positions and others. And over the last 5 years, we've restored everything up, our dispatch records, all the way up to we're at 87 sworn officers, still 5 below the 92 we were at before that summer of COVID budget hit. And, as I look at our needs, we have a police detective bureau that only has a handful of detectives. We have a lot of cases that are worthy of working that just have to get prioritized below the bigger ones. We know at one time we had officers in our schools. We had a more robust special problems detail that deals with a lot of our issues downtown and throughout the city. And so, it comes down to adding those 5 personnel back, most likely to our detective bureau or other specialized spots like that.
And you mentioned downtown. Within the resources we have, I know that we wasn't at the meeting, but we had a recent meeting on downtown safety. And what abilities do you have to increase enforcement in the downtown area of problems?
Yes, so it's a great question. We tackle that through a couple different methods. First of which is our patrol. So, what we encourage our businesses and any resident to do is when there's an issue that needs police attention, some type of crime or activity related to crime, we want them to call 911. Our patrol officers will go out there and handle that. That's supplemented by our organized retail theft who are working in those business areas who will conduct those foot patrols. Now that the weather's better, some bike patrols, and they don't turn a blind eye to crime just because they're on a state grant. So they're addressing that as well. And then also our special problems detail, which is, I'll call it a small but mighty 2-officer team. We're hoping to add a sergeant this coming June in our shift year. But, the biggest component to really affect that is patrol. And they also have responsibilities to handle other calls for service. And so everything's prioritized. So again, that's where the potential of adding personnel to the police department gives us more options to potentially address some of those things. And also, let me just say one more thing. We could utilize overtime also to do that, but the majority of our overtime, if you look at our operating budget, goes towards our field services, which is our patrol and our dispatch, to address minimum staffing and approved absences. And so, to put that downtown as we can do is just lower on the priority because there's only so much money.
And we hear about, for a number of years, problems with drug dealing. Often it's mentioned at Lytton Plaza, and then the ensuing problems that seem to be correlated to that. Do we have the ability to address that?
So we do, but I think as anyone in any community experience, the police can't be everywhere at every time. And so, our special problems details will make rounds downtown. Organized theft retail officers are sometimes down there, patrols down there. But I have to acknowledge that there's activity that goes on where we just don't have the officers available to address, or even, what we would call high visibility foot patrol or be a visible presence in those areas because we only have so many people. Again, that 87 number. As the police chief, I have to prioritize how we're spending those resources, and acknowledging that drug dealing in Lytton Plaza is an issue and creates problems. I have all these other issues too that we have to make sure that we're addressing as well.
Lastly, on the hiring, we've talked in the past, but the anticipation that the new public safety building will be an asset for recruitment and retention.
I mean, it's a feather in our cap. If you've been down at the building, it's absolutely beautiful. It's state of the art. It's the newest public safety building that I'm aware of in the area, the region. And I think it's just one more thing that Palo Alto put its money where its mouth is in the sense of the value that it's placed on public safety.
Good. Julie?
Just following on the conversation about Lytton and drug dealing and whatnot, very often people are turning to the police department to address issues related to our unhoused population. And I think there's perception, there's reality. I wonder if you can shed a little light. If we have a pit count of about 200 some people who are unhoused in our city annually, I know your team works hard to know those folks. When I got to do my drive around, when I was a new council member, I was really quite impressed with how the officer knew people by name who might be living in a garage or might be living in an encampment. wondering if you could give us a sense of, when you think about our unhoused population, what percent are known to you? You know a thing or two about the person. Somebody's beginning to develop a relationship with that person. And what percentage of that population you would say you're concerned maybe contributing to crime versus not?
It's a lot of hypotheticals, but, I will say, and this came up a little bit anecdotally with when the IPA was here recently, and that is officers who have longstanding tenure and even not so longstanding tenure get because we're a small town, become very familiar with members of our community, to include our unhoused. And it's not uncommon for all of us here in this room to know that, so-and-so is over at the library if we need to find them, or on the plaza, and so especially one of the niches of our special problems detail is they have these relationships with our unhoused, are able to address their needs. And so I'd say it's very common for officers to be familiar with the majority of our unhoused. I don't want to speculate about what percentage is committing crime, but on a whole, we find that a very small segment of the public are responsible for crime. The overwhelming majority of communities in the public are law abiding, and that that's to our benefit, obviously.
All right, I think we're done with police. Now, do we go to the public on each subgroup like this?
No, for the whole item. Thanks
Okay.
for clarifying.
All right, then we'll go on to fire. Chief?
All right. Good afternoon, members of Finance Committee. Gio Blackshire, Fire Chief of Palo Alto Fire Department. And before I walk you through the slides, again, I just want to thank the committee and the council for their support of fire through the years and even the current fiscal year that allowed us to maintain and in many cases enhance the service that we provide to the communities of Palo Alto and Stanford. Everything from buying equipment such as updated active shooter PPE so we can respond safely and effectively with our PD partners. That includes rescue gear as well as air monitors, and especially with an EMS, we have laryngoscopes that are very innovative, and that's a tool that we use for airway management that have screens on them so the paramedics can see in the airway and effectively get access, and they creates a video and records and gets photos. So that type of support to buy equipment enhances the quality of care that we're able to give to the community. And again, which is very uncommon, it allowed us to buy very innovative mannequins to practice these airway management skills and CPR, and they're going to go in every fire station. So we don't have to have special training for our firefighters to get that type of practice. They'll have that access at the fire station to get frequent training skills. And again, with the addition of 3 FTEs to put Fire Station 2 back in service with an engine, which is water back in that district. So that was huge in the current fiscal year. So if you want to go ahead and start with the next slide, please. Okay, so our proposals are a reflection of our community risk reduction assessment. We're always trying to assess the risk and make sure that we have the resources to address those risks accordingly. This year's proposal, the 2 major proposals are to add 3 FTE captain positions to Fire Station 4. Currently, that engine is cross-staffed with an ambulance and a fire engine, but the third position there is on overtime. So this request with the 3 FTEs, which is 1 per shift, will give us the ability to cross-staff the engine and the ambulance without that overtime position. And the second request is to have ongoing budget to hire 5 new firefighters each year. This is inclusive of PPE, academy costs, and other costs associated with hiring. As opposed to going to this request for mid-year, we would have this in advance because we always, very similarly to PD, always constantly have vacancies and trying to hire and keep up. And there's quite the reflex time on the time that we need to hire to the time that we get on. So this is just to get that money into the budget moving forward for the hiring costs. Next slide. Okay. So for the outlook for fire department, again, we're always exploring additional resources to address increasing service demands to become more self-sufficient. Specifically in EMS in our transport service. As I always mention, we are the only fire department in the county that actually has a transport business. There are other agencies that have ambulances, but that's all in agreement and in partnership with county EMS, where we are self-sufficient in that regard. So adding resources makes us more self-sufficient. Working with labor and city staff to explore the single role staffing model, which we spoke about multiple times. And most recently, we talked about that in the Finance Committee meeting in April and November prior to that. Upgrading important medical equipment, as I talked about, there's always advances in medicine and treatment, and anything that can make us more successful and provide better treatment for better outcomes to our patients is always explored. Continuing public education, this is huge. We've added personnel to our Fire Prevention Bureau, and that allows us to effectively invest in education and fire prevention in not only the residences and businesses in the community and commercial businesses and industry, but also the wildland urban interface, where we feel we need to do much more outreach in that regard. And because the heightened sensitivity and awareness due to the LA fires, but regardless, it's an excellent opportunity to get people engaged in being more preventative. And then there's also safety and EMS awareness. Always recruiting and hire to train new firefighters. Again, it's an ongoing process. We always have vacancies, and so we're continuing to hire, recruit, and train. And then I had mentioned previously, which was approved in the last budget in the current fiscal year, is to work with Public Works to find a training facility for the fire department, because our current training facility is at Stanford University Fire Station number 6. But under the contract with Stanford, there's no obligation to maintain that building, whether it becomes unable to use or they move, whatever they do with that property, they have no obligation to provide the Palo Alto Fire Department with a training facility. So we're trying to get ahead of that and do an assessment on where would be the best location for a training facility should we get to that point.
That's not considered part of the station?
Well, it's on the grounds, but again, and in the agreement we have with Stanford to maintain and provide a training facility for the Palo Alto Fire Department is not part of the agreement.
Okay.
Next slide, please. Okay, so in addition to our primary proposal, and based on the conversations that we had with the Finance Committee, we are presenting you with a supplemental memo from the Fire Department. So I will start with the Muni fee study that we recommended, $700,000 increase, and this is a result of a survey of our transport fees, and to increase the fees to align with industry standards and what's appropriate for our county or our city. Also in the supplemental memo, there's a single role recommendation that's a phase in. And to talk about this, so this would be a 12-hour peak single role ambulance. So that would be an additional ambulance. So we currently have 3 24-hour ambulances. This would be an ambulance that would run from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. when call volume increases during the day. So it would help manage that. It also allows us to minimize the reliance on county ambulance. We are expected to call them into Palo Alto over 300 times this year. An additional 12-hour ambulance would reduce that by 2/3. So it would be more like 100 times as opposed to over 300 times. This would also allow us, it actually includes starting overtime model after the summer ends, staffing Station 8 with sworn firefighters on overtime, and then eventually replace them with the 12-hour single role civilian ambulance. We will continue to cross-staff Engine 64 as we're doing now. And the supplemental memo, just as a note, is in addition to what's already in the previous proposal that I spoke of. So this is in addition to. And then based on the conversations that we had with the Finance Committee, we wanted to present alternatives, not necessarily recommended, but they are alternatives that will may engage in ideas or questions or maybe some kind of hybrid solution, but they are options. One alternative is to only cross-staff Engine 64 in the PM. So this means that we wouldn't increase our ambulance model during the day. So we would still only have 3 ambulances available during the day. Engine 64 would not cross-staff, but in the evening, that 12-hour ambulance goes out of service and Engine 64 cross-staffs at night. So this model would address the call for having Engine 64 not cross-staffing during the day when it's busiest. The second alternative is a fully staffed Engine 64 by adding a full-time single-role ambulance. Again, this would make Engine 64 not cross-staffing, but it would include a full-time single-role ambulance and also, and yes, and that's the second bullet point. So solely Engine 64, not cross-staffing, and a single-role ambulance, again, not adding to our ambulance resources, so the reliability on county would not change. And then there's a third
Chief,
alternative.
I'm sorry, can you explain what's the 0.8 million versus 1.5? The 0.8 is for what? The 1.5?
Is initial and 1.5 is ongoing.
Initial is fiscal 26 estimate of additional costs, and then thereafter, 27 onwards.
You're welcome. And the last bullet point would be to fully staff Engine 64, add a 12-hour peak single-role ambulance and a 24-hour single-role ambulance. And so that is the model that would kind of achieve multiple goals of having not cross-staffing Engine 64 and increasing our ambulance presence in the city with the peak and having the 24-hour a single role model. Next slide. Oh, you can go back to that slide then. Back up. So that is the end of the presentation, and I am open to answering any questions and also have members of my team here to assist if you need.
So what's the timetable for Fire Station 4? Yeah, with construction and when do we move out and when do we move back in?
Chief Lindsay is probably the most adverse in that one, or knowledgeable about that one.
Good afternoon, Finance Committee Chair and council members. Right now, the timetable is for us to move into the temporary fire station at Cubberley sometime this early summer. And with that, demolition hopefully starting in the early fall. They anticipate the project taking about 2 years to final completion. During that time, we'll be running out of the temporary fire station 4 at Cubberley.
And what's the timetable for getting the single role department up and running?
Okay, so there is a timetable. Let me just turn to that to make sure that I'm. All right. So the timetable would be in October to March. Well, it depends, but I will. If we go with the single role model, where we start with the sworn personnel. So after Station 8 closes, which is typically in October, we would start to staff the ambulance and from October with overtime. And then we would start recruiting the resources to get the single role. So it's going to take some administrative support as well as in a recruitment and training, et cetera. So the 12 single role positions would be in November to June, we'd be able to get the administrative, or in November, we would start with the administrative support. And then we would get the positions in February. So we're looking to start the single role 12-hour sometime in February to get that rolling. And that would carry us through the end of the fiscal year.
And so in February, we would be hiring people and
April would be the go live date.
April would be go live.
Correct. So the goal would be to get the 12-hour ambulance if it was chosen to staff it with firefighters, to have it with staff it with single role prior to the next summer season. So we wouldn't have to have that overtime as well, because that station 8 is also staffed with overtime. So we wouldn't staff it until after, being mindful of the impacts of the overtime and trying to get that resolved before we start staffing the station again.
Councilmember, one thing to just note is, as Chief described the timeline, there are components in this timeline that we don't necessarily have control over. So this is our best guess and ideally the most rapid manner in which we could do this. Rolling out any new deployment model, staffing model, including all new positions, inherently can hit delays and snacks. So I just want to set expectations very clearly that is as good as it can get in terms of going live.
Because there's also, because there are new positions, we'd have to have some negotiations with labor, and that could either go really short or go long. So that's just a perfect world type scenario.
These are your estimates, not your promises.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. If we have announced retirement, so then can you overstaff while that retirement is in process?
So typically we're not given the green light to hire until we get the announcement, and we can't hire them right away. So we generally have the academy and there's one in spring and one in fall. Generally, when people retire, it's in the month of December because it benefits with some pension. It's just it's a good time to retire in regards to receiving the COLA for the following year. But getting that 2-week notice that they're leaving, it already puts us behind because the fall academy had already started. Now we're in the winter, and then trying to get someone hired for the spring academy, we would already have to have a list ready to go. We're already behind the 8 ball in that regard.
But if someone told you in January that they're retiring in December, then how would you go about funding that new hire? Do you have to come to council and ask for more money, or do we have?
No, we usually, if it's a vacancy, we just have to get, we have to go through OMB and HR.
Even if that vacancy is 11 months away?
Well, we would have to if we get a letter from that person that they're going, because it's irrevocable, which means once they say I'm going to retire, the city's going to hold them to that. So typically, if someone plans on retiring months away, we don't get that confirmation till about 2 weeks before they retire, because anything can happen and they have the right to hold off. But yeah, it's rare that we get months in advance of a retirement notice.
Okay. And finally, do we have the fire engine in Fire Station 4 right now?
Correct. So as of May 5th, we started cross-staffing a fire engine and an ambulance at Fire Station 4. So today, they're ready to respond on either rig, depending on the call type.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
We need a newspaper article that says that. Let everybody know. To your adjustment about hiring costs for entry-level firefighters. So this is sort of onboarding costs?
Correct. So there's a cost for the personal protective equipment. There's a cost to the academy because we typically don't hold our own academy. We participate in a joint fire academy. So whoever's hosting, and the last academy was in Sunnyvale, they will charge us a cost per employee, per hire.
So you've picked 5, and I'm just wondering, is that kind of an average over the last 5 years? You can predict it's going to be 5, or is that a minimum number?
Yes, over the last 10 plus years, we average 8 vacancies or 8 hires a year, reflection of vacancies. We had asked for 10, and we were provided 5. 5 was the number we went with.
You asked us for 10?
No, when we present the requests, yeah, we say, well, this is the request, and then being mindful of the the way the numbers go in and what helps balance the budget, 5 is what we were provided to ask for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Um,
I guess I asked the chief, what's on his wish list? I should ask you, what's on your wish list?
Well, as I said years ago, and it hasn't changed, you know, that it's to get an engine back in every fire station. Cross-staffing works now, but ideally it would be just a full fire engine. Like I think everyone's expressed that, council, fire, labor, residents, and also to get that fourth ambulance, that 12-hour ambulance. Again, I think the the ambulance transport business is one of the most important services in the city. 63% of our call volume. And we are within our 12-minute response time when it comes to getting an ambulance on scene. And when we rely on the county, that ambulance can be coming from anywhere, especially when times are busy. It could be coming from, you know, as close as Mountain View, but as far as Santa Clara, San Jose, we just have no idea. And it also, not only does it allow us to be provide a better service to the community, but it also eliminates and allows that ambulance to serve the communities in the county that also need that service. So it's really just get our engines back and get that extra ambulance in here, and that would be. And the single role is a way to get it done. I remember last time we were before the finance committee last year, they said, well, what about if you just hire a bunch of firefighters? That's a way also, but it's just more cost effective, and there's some benefits to doing it each way. There's benefits and there's some shortcomings each way, but we felt cost effectively, considering the benefits, we wanted to go with the single role model.
and first, I think Lauren may have already answered this question for me, but the fee schedule increase for the transport fees, are those savings in the budget already or not included yet?
For the existing transport fee, not considering the first responder, the 700,000 that's on the slide here would be in addition,
So additional savings,
additional revenues.
revenue. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
700,000 is what the most recent matrix report indicated based on historical volumes and mix of payers.
Okay. Go ahead, Julie. Well, we have this alternatives that, yeah, is that what you were getting at? No. So, are you looking for us to make a recommendation at this time on the alternatives?
Well, we were asked to come present
Yeah.
with it. So we're just
Yeah.
following the direction from the finance committee.
Yes, ultimately, following the conversations that the Finance Committee has had over the last several months, this does represent our latest thinking as to what would fit within the context of the budget. So it doesn't have to be in the moment, but we wanted to bring this to you as part of this budget package.
So I guess personally, I'd like to stew on this a little more, and we have tomorrow that would be a first cut of the recommendation to council.
And you really, well, yeah, I was going to say, you don't really have to have a recommendation even at that point in time for next Monday, but having some indication of how the full picture comes together would be valuable.
Can you remind us what have we already said? I'd like to see the dollars on top of what's already been allocated and promised.
Right, that would be the baseline of the recommended, the proposed budget.
The 3 captains and the money for the hiring, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
So all of the alternatives that were on that slide are in addition to all of
Correct.
that, we now want to ask for this.
Correct. It's a response to the direction from the finance committee, correct?
That's suggesting you're coming out with an empty
Well, I
bag
just,
and
you know,
asking for more. I'm just trying to-
I'm being watched, so.
So the numbers on the bottom 3, that's in addition to what's the baseline up top, or that's in replacement of what was up top?
By the up top, the
middle section.
The 0.9 million in FY26 on 1.2.
Yep.
City
Yeah.
Clerk, can you put up slide number 9, please? It was a supplemental memo that went out.
And council members, so when we're talking about the difference between the proposed budget and where we're at today, the proposed budget, as chief has identified, has the 3 captain positions so that we can cross-staff the engine and the medic at Station 4. When we talk about the single role phase-in, a 12-hour peak ambulance, and the continued cross-station of staffing of Station 64, so that's that middle section of the slide, all of that would be in addition to what's currently in the FY 2026 proposed. So we did it in terms of the marginal addition, so you didn't have to do math. So those would be the straight adds. Now to Councilmember Burt's point, there's revenues that we can talk about in terms of being able to offset, but that's what these numbers reflect, is what you would need to add.
And one thing, Chief, you mentioned that right now we call the county 300 times a year, and we would reduce that to 100 times a year.
On average, yes, based on last year's.
So those 200 calls would gain us some revenue.
Yes.
Okay. And how much revenue would that be?
Remember, is that about 70,000 or so? About 70,000. We would, there'd be additional revenue by capturing these calls, correct?
Okay, so it helps, but it doesn't pay for it.
Right. Yeah. It's, it's because we talked about the payer mix, and it's, many of our patients majority of our patients are on Medicare or Medi-Cal, and so we don't get fully reimbursed. We can't get fully reimbursed for what we charge. We typically make break even on the commercial insurance, where the insurance companies pay the full price for our services. So it's, with that payer mix, which is, I think it's 23%, I think it's 25% commercial. Yeah, so a third commercial, which is really high for a district. I mean, it's, based on our vendor who does the billing, they said that Palo Alto has a very high payer mix when it comes to commercial insurance. But yeah, it's because we have so many Medicare and Medi-Cal, it's just more of a balance. So that's why it's 70,000, even though it's an additional 200 calls. It's not like 3,000 per call.
Didn't we just raise the muni fee on that, expecting it only gets recovered by those who have private insurance?
Correct.
Okay. How much more do we think we're bringing in with that?
That's 700,000 a year. 700,000. But capturing the calls from county ambulance would be an additional 70,000. But again, no, it's okay. That's why we're here.
Okay, and so what this means is in the middle section there, that's the cost of adding the ambulance. Then in the bottom section, that first bullet is saying, well, there'd be no change in that cost if we then had the fire engine only staffed in the PM. Basically, right? That's what that first bullet of the bottom section is saying only cross-staff engine 64 in the PM is the same price as the middle section. Right, okay.
Generally, yes. Yeah.
Okay, because we're not changing salaries. We're just saying the firefighters that are in that firehouse, during the day, they're firemen, and then at night, they turn into combination firemen and ambulance drivers.
Correct. So the firefighters will be on the engine, and there's no enhancement to our transport service.
Okay, so it's the same number of employees, same hours. It's just we're not working them quite as hard during the day.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll be covering more calls. Okay. And then, so then the next one, there's less startup, but then more. Okay, gotcha. I understand the rest then.
Okay. All right.
So Chair and committee, I just want to circle back on process. So it seems like we'll come back on this topic. So typically we would bring that discussion back on day 2. Just want to confirm if that's the will of this committee. And if so, likely based on the schedule, it would fit in the closing review segment of tomorrow's agenda. Does that seem to resonate?
Yeah.
And then Chief, that'll be tomorrow afternoon that we'll continue this.
What time tomorrow? Let me just.
Let me look real quick.
I'll be here. But I thought you may have a time in your head. But yeah, I'll be available.
Okay.
Okay, tomorrow afternoon it is.
Yeah, and that will, we'll be struggling with looking at the cost impacts in relation to other savings too, and any other additional budget adds. So.
Yeah, I mean, the benefits are compelling. It's just, I'm not sure if we have an extra million in our pocketbooks.
So for members of the public who may be interested, tomorrow, the citywide portion for internal support should end about 3:30. So closing review should follow that.
Okay, so.
Before we leave,
Yeah.
Chief Blackshire, I think I've read in the newspaper that you're planning on retiring, and this makes it your last budget season. So just want to acknowledge that and thank you for your service and dedication.
No, it's been a pleasure. A lot of work, a lot of challenges, but serving is a pleasure. It is a privilege. Thank you.
It's a pleasure mutually. I guess you won't miss the annual grilling here, but that's okay.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, never mind it.
You can come back next year and just be a spectator.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I will. Thank you.
All right. Chief, you're up next.
Great. Thank you, Chair Burt and esteemed members, OAS Chief Duker again. We pride ourselves in the Office of Emergency Services about being brief and to the point. So you'll yet be happy again that we didn't ask for anything substantive. There's just some structural things as noted by OMB. I did, in the spirit of gratitude, want to acknowledge and thank the prior Finance Committee and Council for approving our new Emergency Services Coordinator, Andres Orozco, who's here in the room with us in the back. So he's been with us now a little bit over a year, and a substantial addition to our capabilities and proverbial bench strength, if you will. And just a case study, I want to acknowledge Emergency Service Coordinator Nathan Rainey, who happens to also be a Palo Alto resident, who got deployed over the weekend to help search for a missing person, missing out of Portola Valley, Windy Hill Preserve, where I know you and I like to hike. And they had a substantial multi-county OES and SAR search and rescue response that Nathan dedicated a good chunk of his weekend to serving in the command post for. So I want to call out both old and new members of my staff for their ongoing contributions. So just a quick recap about what we've been up to. As you know, in February, we took the modified or updated, I should say, local hazard mitigation plan to you as an agenda item. And really, that's a foundational doctrinal document that talks about our community risk assessment, everything from wildfire through significant potential for crime or utilities or even cyber. So if you haven't refreshed on that in your spare time, take a look at it. And as you know, soon you're going to see the other pieces of the puzzle. The Community Wildfire Protection Plan, also known as our Foothill Fire Management Plan, will be coming to you along with the somewhat tardy update of our Emergency Operations Plan, the EOP. So those are kind of the meat and potato items that we do within the Office of Emergency Services. And it's a segue to talk about where we fit in the kind of puzzle piece for building community resilience. So first off, obviously, we work with our public safety partners here, and there's a great relationship with fire and PD, which I greatly appreciate. We also work with all other city departments, and then, of course, the community writ large, whether that's a religious institution, a nonprofit, a for-profit business. We in OES are often called in to present, as Chief Blackshire just mentioned, active shooter remains a hot topic, sadly, in our community. The state SB 553 was approved last year, Senate Bill 553, which mandates any organization with more than 10 employees, including nonprofits and religious institutions, have a formal workplace violence prevention plan. So we have been assisting all sorts of different entities to get in compliance with that. That has been a longstanding multi-year program for us in our shop, along with the more traditional earthquake, flood, fire prevention efforts that we also do. Want to also call out Obviously, this wildfire season is likely to be significant. We're still waiting for some of the CAL FIRE projections, but if you're not familiar with the CAL FIRE fire hazard severity maps have been posted, and I believe they're going to be due for official adoption in about 4 weeks. Is that right, Chief? Somewhere in there. So it bears in mind that we need to pay attention to all these hazards, and unfortunately, we often talk about the hazards when they're so-called in season, and the reality with the climate issues that we've had is that certainly fire and a lot of other things, including severe weather, whether it's heat or storm, seem to be breaking out of the traditional mold. So there used to be this concept of a 100-year flood, and the National Weather Service and NOAA are backing away from that terminology because it's rather anachronistic and just statistically incorrect. So I want to point out some other things that are coming up on our community radar. For those who don't follow NFL football, Super Bowl 60 will be at Levi's Stadium, about 6 miles from here as the crow flies, in February of 2026. And probably more significantly, FIFA World Cup Soccer. We're going to have 6 matches in our area in June, and I think the 6th one is actually in early July. That's going to have a substantial impact on not only public safety, but transit, other infrastructure, hospital, EMS for sure, with the influx of people from all over the world having a very, very good time and all the things that go along with that. So I just wanted to raise that in the spirit of longer term planning. The other thing I called out in our outlook is that, as Chief Bender alluded to, we're about to move into a very nice state-of-the-art public safety building. And in my opinion, in addition to the 911 center, the other key element of that right across the hall from 911 is our new Emergency Operations Center, the EOC. So that's going to be a huge benefit for us. But right now, as we start to get into the building more, and hopefully soon we'll have our TCO, the temporary certificate of occupancy. My staff and IT and others, Public Works, of course, will be in there a lot, bringing that system of systems up to speed. It is a order of magnitude more complex than what we have now. It used to be, as Councilmember Burt knows, that the MEOC was the tabula rosa, whatever you want to call it. I believe the new EOC will surpass the MEOC in both complexity, but moreover in capability. So we're very proud to have that. And as we move into some of these regional plans, we've already been approached by other agencies who want to embed with us to do joint operations, both physically and also virtually, tie into the new resources for event management and also the preponderance of dignitary visits that we currently have and are about to see an uptick. So that's a brief overview of where we were and where we're going. And I open the table up back to you, Mr. Chair.
Great. And I should have brought this up under fire, but it really probably is more fire. But when you talk about the wildfire preparedness plan, we also have this really significant new resource is N5 is the company or the product that is along with Stanford and Woodside that is a combination of a series of fixed sensors. How many?
But I'm blanking on the exact number. Andres, you know the exact number that we have up? Is it 20 in our jurisdiction? And
it's 50 total.
50 total.
25 were given. 25 were provided by the grant, and 25 were purchased. So we got basically 2 for 1.
Wow.
And Stanford got 25, and then the other 25 are split between us and Woodside.
And they are both thermal and gas sensors. Is that right? Or
just gas.
Just gas. There's no thermal involved with it. Okay. And then it's integrated with AI to be able to pinpoint locations, in theory, of fire breakouts.
Colonel Randy, you want to come up to the podium there?
Nathan Rennie, OES coordinator. So the sensors are basically they're just collecting. They're smelling. They're sensing what's immediately around them. They're tied into they were strategically located to operate as a mesh, so that they're able to connect with one another. But where we have the ability to have wireless connectivity to the sensor, so they had to be positioned specifically to be able to receive signals and They're not necessarily AI driven, but they are integrated into a network system so that from any computer, you can log into the system and then see what they're seeing. If there's alerts, it can trigger notifications and such, so that we can receive the notifications when sensors sense something that's not normal.
But if you have sensors, multiple sensors that pick up something, are they able to triangulate locations?
I wouldn't say they triangulate. You just know at which sensors are active or are hot versus which ones are not. So if we have 2 or 3 in the same general area, then our confidence goes up that something's happening there.
And you send the drone up?
If we right. That would be the idea. Yes.
But if it's next to the roadway, as I've been taught, where a high percentage are, then we can send the engine. But if it's in the bush, we need the drone.
Yeah, I will note that the other capability that we do have is the Alert Wildfire Sensor Network. So across the foothills, really across the state, are cameras that can be panned. That can be moved around if they're close enough. But typically, because of the smoke plumes, we can see many of the cameras in the area. Of the many cameras that are out there, probably 1 or 2 are going to be able to see the plume wherever it originates. So that also helps us, confirm, identify, and locate where we need to go.
Great, thanks. And Mr. Rainey, we don't have a colonel position in our org, but that's his former rank in the Army, right?
The Army, that's correct.
Yes, sir. All right. Who's next? Pete?
You'd mentioned active shooter. I'm not sure if this is a question for police. So for response, do we have like a robot to send in? I remember in Carolina, didn't we have a robot that we sent in to that?
I'll let Chief Bender answer, but we don't have one, but we have resources through the county. I'll let Chief Bender go ahead for that.
Right, that was Tennessee Avenue a couple years ago, and we borrowed one from the sheriff's office.
Okay, and they still have that capability?
They do, and talking about drones, we've also incidents that we've identified through our military ordinance policy. We'll borrow drones too. We have on a couple of incidences in the past year or two that we've reported out on.
Chief, if I might just ask for clarification, when you say we borrow drones, we actually borrow the people who fly the drones as well as the drones, correct?
That's correct, City Manager.
It might be considered mutual aid or not quite so formally, but it is assistance that we receive.
Correct.
Okay. And so from an active shooter, do we have needs, desires in the active shooter? Or do you feel that you have the assets that you need?
So I think there's 2 different things happening here. One is that Office of Emergency Services is providing the training out in our community, which the police department may do as well. From a response perspective, we have policy and training in place and the appropriate equipment.
So OES is just responsible for training and you do the response?
Correct.
Okay. And do you train a lot of people? Is that a big project for you?
We do. We train all city staff on a periodic basis. And then, as I alluded to, non-city entities basically as requested. But the point was that there are these things that are both driven by legislation in this case or what's top of mind. Unfortunately, maybe active violence more appropriately or workplace violence certainly has been an ongoing topic in addition to the more traditional items that we train on, earthquakes being the paramount.
And now for your response, like earthquakes and floods and stuff, is there technology that you would want that we should have?
Well, there's always and I'm the worst chief to ask because my Christmas list is long, and Nathan Rainey, retired colonel, will set me straight. So with any of these items, there's as City Manager Shikata alluded to, you don't get the item, you have to get the personnel. And in our case, with only 3 people, we OES are pretty circumspect about what we personally take on. That said, I think what I'm looking at, and so are other agencies in public safety around us, is there are many cases where you get regional efficiencies. So UAS may actually end up being one of them, because the wildfire or the criminal activity rarely is constrained to one single jurisdiction. Even counties are looking at this. The State Office of Emergency Services has a lot of assets and resources that are through the mutual aid system, formally, as Mr. Shikata alluded to, available. The trade-off is that asset geographically and timely for you, and is it conflicted out? We saw this in 2020, where air assets in particular, firefighting helicopters and fixed wing aircraft, were mission tasked in other parts of the state. And when the lightning complex occurred around here, there was some delay. So there's always a balance about that. So we do look at that, but I won't bore you with my list of 93 things that I want.
And how many other cities have OES divisions?
So Sunnyvale has an OES division. Morgan Hill has one. Mountain View has one. Cupertino has an assigned person to do it. It's not really an OES. And then outside the county, anecdotally, a number of cities such as Menlo Park and San Mateo County have it. Generally, you see it at the county level, usually in the sheriff's office, sometimes in county fire, and sometimes in the county executive. But to answer your question, our near peers here, so Los Altos has a vacancy for an OES person, emergency services coordinator, but they don't have a full office. So if you look at a full office, Sunnyvale and Morgan Hill are probably the ones that I would say have it, but they have dedicated staff in Mountain View and other cities such as Cupertino.
I believe in San Jose, it's
Well, yeah,
only
sorry,
one or two
neglected
people.
San Jose has
But again,
6 or 7 FTEs. Yeah,
Didn't think their office was that big, actually.
yeah,
But
it's grown a bit. Nathan can correct me. How many folks is under Ray Reardon there, Nathan?
There's at least 6.
At least 6, yeah. And they have a brand new EOC as well, but ours will be better.
And do you have any training coordination that you have events where you practice?
We do. Both at a EOC level, we're often invited to each other's exercises. And in some cases, there are county level or regional level through UASI or other entities such as that Urban Area Security Initiative. So I'd say post-pandemic, we've lost some of the ones that we used to rely on. And so in some cases, such as without tooting our own horn too much, but as Councilmember Burt knows, the San Francisco Creek Multi-Agency Coordination Group was a homegrown entity where we collaborated with, in this case, Valley Water and many agencies in San Mateo County and Stanford University to build a group that worked on joint policies, both response and planning for flooding on the creek, but it actually has expanded a bit beyond that. So yes, we do a fair bit, as much as we can.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. This may be more for the city manager, or even for Director Eggleston, but it relates to the new public safety building. So I'm wondering if somebody can tell us where we think we are. I see there's nothing in the CIP for fiscal 26 related to the public safety building.
regarding the construction, you mean?
Regarding the construction.
Right.
So no like day 2 stuff. So are we anticipating that we are done with the construction?
I'm going to let Mr. Eggleston answer that question when he's back here, I believe,
Okay.
in the morning.
Let me ask a different question. Are you anticipating being in the new public safety building by the time the Super Bowl happens?
Yes.
Yes, for sure.
Good.
Yes.
So
If I have to wear a helmet and vest, I will be.
well, this is the thing. So
So I'll tell you, last I heard, it was May. And so the fact that it's already May
okay. Oh, this May.
raises some question. Yes.
Okay.
Not as in
Okay.
it may be.
Okay.
It's May 2025. But
here-
that said, I don't perhaps have the latest information. So we look
right.
forward to hearing from our Public Works Director.
What I'm getting at is we've got a Super Bowl, we've got a FIFA World Cup, we've got a world-class facility. Let's not miss the opportunity to tell the story about what Palo Alto is up to and why and how it is manifest in this new building and all the video, the monitors you've got and the EOC and the MEOC, like all of these things, like we will have all eyes on us. And there are good stories to tell. And I just want to encourage us to be really proactive about what do we want people to walk away with. All the dignitaries that are going to come through, do they need a tour? Do they need how can we ensure that they leave with an even higher impression of Palo Alto than they entered with?
One last thing you mentioned on emergency coordination, and this would apply to the fire on the wildland. I know that we are doing coordinated training or scenarios with Santa Clara County and otherwise. Do we now have comparable ones with San Mateo County agencies in fire and?
But we do routinely work with San Mateo County. It used to be called OES. They've retitled to DEM, Department of Emergency Management. But yes, their EOC, their sheriff's department, and certainly the San Mateo County fire agencies and police agencies that we routinely deal with. Are you talking specifically WUI, Wildland Urban Interface?
I'm thinking most of all about wildland fire with, so we have Menlo, Woodside, La Honda, and then
there's Cal Fire.
Is it Prisma? What's one more?
I'll let Gio come in on that.
Yeah, and Cal Fire.
Yeah. Two divisions of Cal Fire.
Yeah.
Sure. So the county exercise is run by Cal Fire, the Santa Clara unit, and their operations are succinct with the Cal Fire in San Mateo. So we don't necessarily train with those agencies, but going through the exercises and it's to reflect larger incidents and how the ICS system runs and expectations, communications. So those are very compatible when you talk about different areas. So that's why Cal Fire is kind of has oversight over the wildland because they have the largest response area, and we generally go assist them. And they take the lead in the incident command system. So we don't get to. We have trained in the past with Woodside and some San Mateo exercises because they do a very similar one in Santa Clara County, but most recently we have not.
I just always worry that our neighbors are as much in San Mateo County as Santa Clara. I know that for the last more than a dozen years, we have mutual aid with Menlo Fire, which we didn't have. And I recall that we had a fire up at the Dish, and they had to stand by on the county line. They couldn't even come and help us until we had the mutual aid. That's been solved.
Mm-hmm.
But with the other departments in the woodlands, do we need mutual aid agreements to be able to help each other up there?
So we have auto aid agreements with the districts that border Palo Alto. So that's Mountain View, Los Altos, County Fire, Cal Fire, and Woodside and Menlo. So anything outside of that would be, and depending on if it's a threat to state response area, SRA, that's typically where the response, the request would come from. So that would be a mutual aid. So we don't necessarily need an agreement because if they pull resources from the county, they go through the op area coordinator, which is County Fire, and then they would make requests for resources. So if they needed a strike team from Santa Clara County, we were part of that. It would go through the county com. They would put a team together, and we would respond to that area.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Keith.
One follow-up question. Pat mentioned that we went up to the summit, fire summit up at Stanford, and a big source of discussion there was prescribed burns. Do we have any experience coordinating with other cities about prescribed burns?
We are doing one this year in the county. It's part of the wildland fire exercise, the county exercise. You know the details on that, when it's taking place?
June 3rd, 4th.
So weather permitting, it will be in early June that we will do a prescribed burn. We have done them in the past in Stanford, but again, it's just depends on resources, who has all the certifications and resources to run that exercise, and then weather permitting also. So this is the first time in quite some time that we've been able to participate in a live burn in the county.
And that would be in our jurisdiction?
No, that's going to be at, what park is it?
Oh, way out there.
Yeah.
So just following up on that, I will be very interested when we get our wildfire preparedness plan coming back. To what degree are we really looking at controlled burns as an essential component, which we haven't done and others in this area haven't done, I don't know, ever. I mean, this Calero one is an outlier somewhat. We aren't doing a lot of them. And a lot of the consciousness in wildland protection is that we simply have to do a lot more controlled burns. And if we don't do it, we're going to risk everything going up in flames, including our wildland urban interface. So I just heads up, that's something that I'm certainly very interested in.
So if the city were to do that, how would we plan that? That seems like a big ask.
It is quite the ask. We would, again, reach out to those that would facilitate that. We would work, last time we partnered with CAL FIRE, and we would probably do something similar and see, their level of interest, their capacity, timing, best timing to do that, making sure that the fuel is primed to burn effectively to have that exercise. So that's what we would do. We would just use our resources to see if we can get enough people to help us out.
And would that be a parks issue? If this, for example, if it was Foothills Park, would Parks lead it or would you lead it? What would be the?
We would have our operations division lead it.
Okay.
And we talked about which agencies have fire response, but that's not the same ones that have prevention. And so much of our wildlands is mid-pen open space.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how strong their wildfire prevention programs are. And we talked about controlled burns, very good chance that it would be on their lands. We have Arastradero and Foothill that are candidates, but are they involved in our prevention efforts? They, a major, I don't know how many acres of Palo Alto are mid-pen open space land and adjacent land. So are they part of the equation?
So when you mean prevention, to what degree? Like inspections or fuel removal?
It would be removal through physical means and potentially controlled burns. Any other resources that they may deploy on their lands. Just they are massive amounts of acreage that are tinderbox.
Correct. So they do participate in the countywide exercise, but not with Palo Alto specifically.
Well, I'd be interested in adding them to that coordination mix and wanted to make sure that, to understand how much of this is a program that they're devoting resources to and a commitment to. Their historic purpose has been preservation of wildland and I think largely of a mindset of do not disturb and keep everything in natural state. And we have this tension between unless we do prevention, we jeopardize it all.
Mm-hmm.
And then lastly, in this regard, and it's probably more OES, which is the issue of our flood control agency. And I had brought to their attention just a few years ago that all of the flood modeling and plans that we have are based upon the water flow that we will have from a major storm, provided that we have the watershed that is unburnt. And if we have a major fire in that watershed, all of that water retention capability of what is basically a flash flood watershed goes out the window. We do not have a plan for flood protection following a wildfire. It's not even modeled yet. And that really scares me. And that's one of the wildland fire aspects that we tend to leave off, but we see it throughout the state, after we have big fire. And if there's a major wet season or rainstorm in those areas, that's the Montecito flood and others, we see it. And yet we don't intend as agencies to incorporate it in our flood protection plan, nor the risk of a very high risk associated with wildland fires. And so it's an emergency and part of that massive pile of risks that we face economically, environmentally, public safety, public health. I'll just take this moment on, for example, on the public health standpoint, in 2020, after we had the CZU fire and the other fires in the state, there were 20-something direct fatalities in the state from those fires. But Stanford and UCLA came back and looked at how many people they estimate actually died in the state that year because of wildfire smoke, who were pulmonary compromised. And it was like 1 to 4,000. So 2 orders of magnitude greater fatalities than we actually think happen. And that's the single year. That's not the cumulative fatalities from people who had successive years of exposure. So we are so underestimating the risk. And I just want to use this opportunity to really push that we can't do an undo, can't have a do-over on this. And as much as we all feel like we've upped our game. And my refrain has been that all agencies tend to say, well, we measure how good we are based on how much better our program is than our prior program, our plan, and how good it is compared to our neighbors. And neither of those are the right comparison. It's how do we measure it compared to what we can estimate as the real risk level and the consequences. It's not as remote of a long tail event as we used to think. In fact, it's almost a probability, but it's a fat tail event, a massive fat tail, meaning the consequences are overwhelming on so many different areas, including our climate plan. I mean, California has had GHGs emitted from the mega fires that completely offset all the other savings that reductions we've had in GHGs. So when we put this together, it's mind-boggling. And I just want to encourage us to really think of that risk assessment in the broadest way. And that's not easy to do. But I think we underestimate it by a lot. And we aren't alone. I'm not pinpointing us, that governments and agencies in general are. Okay, that's my pitch. All right. Well, thank you very much. Yeah. Oh, yes. Thank you. Do we have any members of the public on this?
We do. We have 3 public comments. We have 1 in person. Chase.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Jackson, former fire captain of the city of Palo Alto and a resident of South Palo Alto. And I'm here to talk about the Engine 4 and Medic 64 and Medic 64. In the last week, I appreciate the amount of energy that's gone into getting 64 back in service, the engine. The only thing is in the last 24 hours, Engine 64 has been sitting in station because Medic 64 has been going on all the calls and being in the north end of the city in Stanford. They went on 12 medical calls in the last 24 hours. So it's great that we got the engine, but now we need to have the medic van in full service to provide service for the North City. I appreciate that you're trying to get all the new hires for the firefighters, which we need to get our staffing back up as strong as possible. You talk about these large scale emergencies that are occurring. I just got back from Spain where the whole state or the country of Spain and Portugal were blacked out because of high winds. I was a front row seat there. The engineers weren't doing anything, but the firefighters, the police, the paramedics were rescuing people all over the nation of Spain. That's what we have to look forward to here. But we need the basic engines in service to provide service for the districts in the Palo Alto, especially Engine 4. As Engine 4 is out of service, the medic vans in north on Hamilton or University Avenue, like the last 24 hours, the medic van is doing its job, but not providing any service for the district in Mitchell Park. And also by that, it's also draining Engine 65 out of Barham Park, and all the resources are being spilled in from other neighborhoods. I've been watching on the cruise ship as I was coming back home, the app PowerPoint or the Pulse Point. And it shows me, I've been watching it all month, how the medic van is always running, but there's no fire service for our area in South Palo Alto. So it's great that North Palo Alto, which is most of the council members live in that area. Well, that would be Station 3's district. That's going down to South Palo Alto, covering that district. They have to shop down there because they're always down in South Palo Alto. So you're not getting coverage from your engine. And 5 is always going on the freeway because there's no engine to go on the freeway. So we're doing district services for not our own ourselves, but other cities like Mountain View, because they're not getting any response from us to help them out because the engine's always at service. So please fund Fire Engine 64 and Medic 64 and staff them appropriately. And also get the firefighters rehired and back into service. Thank you.
I just don't want to slight my colleagues who 3 live in South Palo Alto and 1 lives right on the border. So the notion that the council is mostly from North Palo Alto is a misconception. In any event, I think
we have more. Yeah.
Oh, we have more. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
3
you.
more actually. Next speaker is Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Panko. I'm the president of the Palo Alto Firefighters Local 1319. I've been listening along as well as the rest of my membership for the public dialogue. And you've heard from the community and the fire chief's office over the last year. And you've heard me specifically advocating repeatedly for the areas that are impacting the community safety and firefighter safety. And I'm speaking to you on behalf of the membership today to urge you to follow through on the clear direction that you gave the city manager's office and the fire chief in April. And that's to bring back a budget that restores Engine 64 to full service and gives our single role a chance to get off the ground successfully. The fire chief's current budget proposal is a partial steps. It adds the staffing for the cross-staffed Engine 64, which is appreciated, and we know that the economy is not giving you a lot of options, but it stops short of what you're really asking for, which is a fully staffed fire engine and a realistic plan to start that program. Instead, the proposal, again, it leans heavily on firefighter overtime, which has been a burden over the last 5 years. We're strongly opposed to that piece of the plan. Our members already cover 3 overtime positions every day during the summer, and adding 2 more to a plan that is pretty unlikely that it'll be completed in the anticipated timeline is just something that we're not in favor of. We do prefer the options that are in the alternative section on page 5, which bring us closer to the full staffing that we deserve and the community needs. It would add capacity to the system. Yeah, it costs millions of dollars, and we understand that that's not an easy pill to swallow, but it's a service model. It's not a business model. And the fire department just restored $1.1 million in ongoing revenue through first responder fees and billing adjustments, not even including the $70,000 that you brought up with the additional transport revenue of the calls we're missing. This isn't just about our workforce. It's about our public safety and the public trust. The community has spoken loud and clear. They're watching. They're expecting you to deliver on this promise that you've been making. We have an opportunity to deliver that promise right now in a financially responsible and operationally sound way. We're ready to work with you as labor members to make this happen. So I'm advocating that don't delay, Don't just stick us with the indefinite period of cross-staffing, which has led to the burnout and retention that we lost so many good firefighters over the year to other agencies. Put a plan in service, take some of the alternatives and discuss those. Please do something that's more substantial than just restoring the 3 positions that are overtime captain positions and continuing cross-staffing indefinitely. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Daniel. Daniel, go ahead. Daniel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Sorry about that. My name is Daniel. I am calling as a representative of Palo Alto firefighters as well as representative of the citizens of Palo Alto. First, I want to thank you, Chairman, Council, and members of the committee for your engagement, for asking thoughtful questions, for discussing the proactive ways we can create resiliency and preparedness and public safety for this community. I'm calling to add a bit of color to the Engine 64 situation. I think I'll be echoing some of what you've already heard, but I think it's worth repeating for emphasis. We believe we are in one of those situations where what's best for our department members and what's best for the community are perfectly aligned. Fully staffing Engine 64 as a standalone 24-hour engine without delay is essential. It creates manageable and sustainable working conditions for our firefighters. And more importantly, it ensures consistent, reliable emergency response for the residents of District 4 and the entire city. Yesterday was the first full day of the cross-staff model at Station 4. Medic 64 ran approximately 11 calls. A typical call for a medic van takes anywhere from 30 to 90 minutes, depending on the disposition of the call. Speaking to the crew who was on duty at Station 4 yesterday, for about 10 of the 24 hours, Engine 64 was completely out of service, unavailable to be utilized in any capacity. That level of downtime is far outside the ideal unit utilization, and it is certainly not what the citizens meant when they asked for their engine back in that station. For nearly half the day, residents in the district had to hope a neighboring engine was available that could meet the response time standard in the event of a fire rescue, hazardous materials incident, service call, or a second medical emergency. That's not the level of service our residents should have to settle for. The citizens of Palo Alto deserve better than that. I urge you to move forward with a plan to fully staff Engine 64 as a standalone engine as soon as possible. Options 2 and 3 listed in the alternatives offer healthier solutions. They're likely to take longer than we would hope, but we support one of those or continue work to establish a solution that would bring back Engine 64 sooner. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sunny. Sunny, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, city council members, everyone who's come to speak today. My name is Sunny Johnson-Gutter. I'm captain on Engine 61. I've spoken before. As some of you may remember, I was laid off from San Jose Fire in 2009 and graciously given the opportunity to work for the city of Palo Alto. And I've devoted my career to serving its citizens and the other firefighters of Palo Alto to the best of my ability. And I want to thank everybody who's spoken today and just admire the amount of fiscal responsibility and forward thinking that has been espoused today. And to that end, I want to make sure that we don't overlook the potentials for a better service for our citizens. And by continuing what President Panko and Vice President Fortino have spoken about is fully staffing, fully funding Engine 64. The citizens have spoken. Captain Jackson spoke eloquently about the need to make sure that engine is staffed and available for the citizens of South Palo Alto. By looking back at what has been said today, and considering the national temperature of trying to make things efficient without looking at the actual cost of those efficiencies, it's easy to see how in the past years since we started the first trial of the cross-staffing engine, it was efficient, but it was a detriment to our force. I've seen many wonderful firefighters decide that the way that the city was planning on was choosing to staff and support its citizens and its firefighters was not conducive to the lifestyle they wanted. And we've seen lots of effort and energy put into hiring good firefighters go out the door, from people deciding to leave the profession entirely to moving to departments that may offer not as much compensation, but a better lifestyle. And to that end, I want to echo what has been said is fully staffing Engine 64. We appreciate the responsiveness that you showed the citizens when they asked to have a fire engine back in Station 4. But it's very, very important that this be followed up with a permanent plan that is not allowed to go on indefinitely as Band-Aids often do. Fully staff and support the firefighters and not making them have overtime shifts that are going to be detrimental to their careers and their livelihood. Thank you.
Chair, do we have time for one more?
Yeah.
Okay. Our next speaker is Judge. Judge, can you hear us? Judge? Judge? No. Guess we can probably move
Okay.
on. Yes.
All right. Well, if he comes back later, we can allow him to speak under one of the other sections. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Need a brief break or?
Yes.
Okay, 5 minutes. Or caffeine. All right, we're coming back to the Finance Committee, and our next item is the Community and Library Services section. Welcome. Kristen, you kicking off or who?
So I can kick it off.
Oh, thank you, Paul. Yeah.
Sorry, we're juggling staff a little bit as well. Kayla is attending something else. So we're going to be talking about community services and library department as part of this section. Those departments can be found on pages 205 to 226 and 281, 292 in the operating budget. If we go to the next slide, please. So these departments are both mainly funded in the general fund, as you can see. There's some slight funding in other funds. Those are particularly impact fee funds as well as the art fund. The public art fund is the one that's going to have that 1.0 FTE in it. There weren't really any changes to those other funds. In the general fund, it grew slightly from last year by a couple $1 million. This is mainly in community services department, in addition to the FTE increases that you're seeing here. Again, about 2 positions in total for a 0.9% change in the FTEs. As you can see below, the department community services has about $43 million in expenses. Library is about 12. And then FTE wise, community services has about 140 positions, while library has 60. Community services is really adding and augmenting their services for therapeutics, children and teens. Library is adding a couple software items to help them monitor visitors to the library. I can't think of what the other one is, but Gayatri will go into that more. And with that, I will turn it over to Director O'Kane to go through community services.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. Next slide, please. So good afternoon. I'm Kristen O'Kane, Community Services Director. So I'm going to briefly describe our proposed changes. This is related to the CSD's operating budget funded through the general fund. So our impact related to these proposals is really to just maintain our existing services while expanding some program areas, classes, rentals, and accessibility to meet community demand. So you'll see some proposed changes here that start with increased staffing. I do want to point out that most of our staffing changes are offset by revenue and are a net zero budget adjustment. So, for example, we have increased staffing at the Art Center to address our increased demand for rentals and classes. This is offset by revenue from those classes and rentals. Our increased summer camp staffing is really a modification to some existing positions and also eliminates a $30,000 line item for summer camp busing. So instead of doing busing to Foothills Nature Preserve for summer camps, we have now a Foothills camp and a Mitchell Park camp, and have eliminated the busing for savings. And then we are requesting that our therapeutics recreation coordinator that was added last year at 0.75 be increased to 1.0 FTE, and also provide some additional supplies and materials to help support that position. Next slide, please. So our outlook for fiscal year 26, like I said, we're mostly maintaining our existing services and doing some expansion or adjustment of services as we use what we've learned from the previous year to make those adjustments. So in arts and sciences, we are expanding class offerings. Related more to CIPs is updating the facilities and equipment, increasing accessibility, and then very excited to welcome back the Code Art Festival in October. It will be bigger and better than in previous years. We're really looking forward to that. Community and recreation programs, we've added some new programs, for example, a youth woodworking camp this summer that is already full, and we're excited to see how that one goes, so we can hopefully expand in future years. And then, of course, implementing our special events work plan. And as you all know, we are also working to develop a master plan with multiple departments for the Cubberley site. Parks and infrastructure improvements, we've already reviewed these through the CIP, but just wanted to address our parks, open space, and golf divisions and the great work that they do to ensure that we have safe and accessible facilities for all to use. We also work with other departments to help implement the Foothills Fire Management Plan within our open space preserves. And then our Office of Human Services continues to address human service needs through partnerships and grant offerings and support unhoused individuals, as well as other programs such as our mediation program and providing resources to individuals who are looking for support. And then overall, this applies to our department generally, is our partners and collaborations. So we rely heavily on our commissions, our nonprofit partners, and other community organizations and individuals. And we continue to establish new relationships and foster the relationships we have. One of the things that we're hoping to implement in fiscal year 26 is our new community events grant program that is currently unfunded. And I'm going to dive into that a little bit more on the next slide, please. So this is a new slide that was just put together an hour or so ago. So apologize if it's not as aesthetically pleasing as we might normally present to you. But so this is a description of the nonprofit work plan. And I also wanted to note that Lupita Alamos is here in the room because some of this work is work that's directly tied to her initiative. So we wanted to bring this up because this has been a conversation that's happened the last 2 days on how our nonprofit partnerships, a piece of them are funded. So I'll start at the top. So the nonprofit partnership work plan, this is related to those nonprofits that requested funding last year in our budget. So example, Magical Bridge Foundation, Third Thursdays, Environmental Volunteers. We had included in our fiscal year 26 proposed budget, noting this is not in CSD's budget, this is in non-departmental, $235,000. We're clarifying that what we've heard is that that should be more in the lines of $246,000. There was $11,000 there that we assumed was one time, that we believe what we're hearing now should have been ongoing. The CSD community events grants, it's a new program that we're hoping to implement, and this would help fund organizations who want to put on community events but otherwise don't fit into existing programs like Know Your Neighbors, that we were hoping to fund that at a level of $50,000 that is currently unfunded. And then we have this other line, TBD, with a question mark. What that is that reflects the $50,000 that YCS previously had in the table in the Human Services contracts table in the budget. In fiscal year 23, they were awarded $50,000 for 3 years. That's where this is. We've added it here, recognizing that we've heard the last 2 days that we should be considering that funding. So we were looking for Finance Committee direction on that, as well as the community events grant. Below that line, I wanted to point out Project Safety Net is currently in the proposed budget for $100,000. It's within CSD's operating budget. As we discussed last night, it's not specifically called out in the budget, but it is there. And again, the YCS, this is their YCI program that had the 3-year funding at $50,000 a year. It does not have funding in the fiscal year 26 proposed. And then we've also added the JED Foundation here. That's not currently funded. We I think the original amount was 150,000, but
Give or take, yes.
yeah, give or take, that could possibly be renegotiated. We would need to have continuing conversations with them. And then I also wanted to conclude by saying we have an additional $100,000 in CSD that was appropriated last year for generally youth mental health. And how we have spent that this past year and continue to spend it is roughly 50,000 of that went to a contract with Palo Alto University to provide some direct support to our youth at the teen center, as well as through parent classes and webinars. We have done training for our coaches and our middle school athletic coaches and our staff who work in the teen center on youth mental health. And there's some additional work that they've done through that contract. We've also had one event, which was the Beyond the Books event. And we have another event coming up, which hopefully this fiscal year, which is that career paths event, link rides for youth, free link rides for youth. And then we had some left over. We had about 20,000 left over after this. So what we did is worked with the library to transfer some of that funds to the library so they could apply that to some additional youth mental health support in the community. So that's what we have to present to you today, and we can dig a little deeper into that or answer questions. And then just also a note that we are working on that larger table of nonprofit partnerships, which includes those that support mental health in the community.
You know, if you're going to stop there, perhaps I could make a few more comments on this slide. As Kristen pointed out, this is fresh, developed today. The complete name of this slide, if it were to be fully articulated, would be Nonprofit Partnership Work Plan Phase 1, with the key on Phase 1 being just acknowledging work that has been primarily led by the Policy and Services Committee to recognize that Phase 1 of this work plan was to provide more structure to requests that come in through the city's budget. And that future phases of the work plan, again, this is in response to an audit approved by the City Council a few years ago, was to look at multi-year agreements as well as facility agreements for use by nonprofits of city facilities. And there are probably some other categories, but it was, and I think importantly to note, a first step in this ongoing effort, as was identified through the audit and approved by council, to try to provide more clarity of expectations in the relationships between the city and our various nonprofit partners, and that the structure that is being implemented this year was the very first step in that. I think Kristen may have pointed out, but I think worth reiterating that in particular, the two organizations that came up in discussion last night, YCS, first off, as was described, was a 3-year agreement which was defined as a 3-year agreement and ended this current year. And for that reason, staff placed it in the context of needing to compete with the other organizations as part of this first phase of the work plan. Now, that may have been an incorrect assumption, but nonetheless was the assumption that was used in development here. That said, I learned today that Maura was not aware that that was the requirement and that was the expectation prior really to this week. And so I think that that was an error on our part in not making it clear that the assumption was that YCS would be competing as a part of the overall call for requests for funding. The other is Project Safety Net, as was discussed also briefly last night. So simply to recap, again, the staff's assumption in that is, given the history of PSN as a city program that had then been spun off, and with a 5-year agreement that was up for renewal and really being in discussion for renewal actually for several years, quite frankly, was continued as part of those multi-year agreement categories that would be a future phase. So again, not to justify it, but just to explain what the assumptions were that led to the structure that is now before the council and subject to your feedback and direction.
Well, I'll just, so I've kind of struggled and thought about what's going on here. Historically, we've had these two categories on human service contracts. The HISRIP group of entities that we fund, and then general human service contracts, which included Avenidas, Palo Alto Child Care, Mediation Center, the YCI program. And my understanding is that grouping is these set of community partners that have had ongoing funding. The city has had an ongoing commitment to them. And that seems like that, and that they don't necessarily fall within the HISRAP competition, right?
I would, well, again, as a relative newcomer to the city, still 10 years, but still a newcomer in the context of some of the historical relationships here, I would argue there may be 3 categories. There's the HISRAP, there's the multi-year, really long-term commitments, and I would include Avenidas and PAC in that category, as they are both multi-year in terms of the service as well as facilities that are associated there. Then there's a middle category. The middle category would be organizations like YCS, like UNEF, that have had.
Well, just a second. What I was saying is that that's what we have in our budget structured this way, and I agree that we now have created a third category, which is the community nonprofits. And what I was leading to is that we really have a question of which of those community partners that last year were funded somewhat one-off, and which other partners should be part of this ongoing human services, general human services contracts, because they're really ongoing commitments from the city. Not necessarily permanent, but certainly ongoing. They could change it in future years. So Project Safety Net is one of them, and that was buried in the budget and not even apparent where that was and whether it was funded. I kind of would think that we've funded them for now 15 years in different degrees, and we've kind of hit this form that we're in now with $100,000 a year contribution. I kind of scratched my head, why wouldn't they be in that category? The YCI is an ongoing one. It was in that category, and then we're showing it as zeroed out. And then it begs the question of these others that we funded last year, and they weren't the first times that necessarily that we had funded all of them. We had kind of started saying, well, we think that these are community partners that are very important, that don't fall under HISREP, and that we definitely wanted to fund last year, and an implication that we wanted to have funding going forward. What emerged was this new category, which was interesting, of community partners and trying to put some rationalization there. But what it's done is it fixed a dollar amount and didn't fix that what community partners would be funded under that. And we've created a new competition for those dollars with, if we're soliciting from other community partners, then by implication is we're going to be cutting those community partners funding from what we did last year. And I would say, and I'll look to my colleagues, that that was not the intention last year and going into this budget of the council, was to cut those nonprofit partners. And so I think but that's the way we've teed this up. And so I think we need to think about which out of, whether it's Project Safety Net, the YCI, or UNAF, perhaps Third Thursday, Magical Bridge, Environmental Volunteers, which of them belong under this General Human Services contracts? And then are we looking at additional funding that we want to provide to open up to other community nonprofits that don't fall under his rep and don't fall under that second bucket?
Understood. I would just share that in the proposal that was brought forward through PNS from staff to the council for this nonprofit work plan, it was intended to capture any request to the city for city budget funding that was not already captured in a multi-year agreement or an existing program, and such as his rep. His rep is the primary existing program, CDBG being another. So that was the context in which the definitions and the notifications to all nonprofits was described. And quite frankly, also intended to ensure that all were aware of the opportunity and the process through which it would be considered.
Yeah, and I even last night, last night, even members of the Policy and Services Committee, as we kind of started struggling with this, I think we're recognizing that it wasn't an intention to set up a funding amount and a structure that by implication was going to be cutting those ones that we made commitments to last year.
I'm sorry, the one other clarification I should make is that in terms of the funding amount, we were simply carrying forward the figure from the prior year. We expected that it would be up to both the Finance Committee in terms of setting the funding amount, as well as ultimately the council in terms of how many organizations could be funded.
Well, as I struggle with this, I think we have, aside from that group that was already identified in the nonprofit partners, we have two that I would like to see what my colleagues think about whether they should necessarily be in this ongoing general human services contracts. That would be Project Safety Net and the YCI program, as opposed to, for instance, putting the YCI program into that same competition with others for that amount, whether it is a fixed amount, which is the way staff had proposed it. I want to be clear that it wasn't proposed by staff as an open-ended amount. It was proposed by staff as a fixed amount. That fixed amount had at least one error because it did not have the $246,000 that was allocated last year plus $50,000 that was the special events, 50,000. It was 235 or 246 total. That since got revised last night, but that's not the way when it went to Policy and Services. When it first came to the council on March 14th or whatever, that's not the way it was proposed. We talked about kind of that error, but it just hasn't been sorted through. And until we got into the budget and really came to look at this other category, that's when it became clearer to me that we should be looking at which of these we should be thinking of ongoing funding and which are a competition among our valued partners where we're going to have winners and losers, as opposed to partners that the council had said, no, these are important partners that we really do want to support. Now, what we decide to do on an ongoing basis is yet to be resolved. But philosophically, that commitment was there on several of those. So I don't know where we're going to end up on that, but I wanted to frame it in terms of that question. Julie?
Well, I'll jump in. Thank you for that. I agree with you that the Youth Community Service YCI initiative, or even frankly, all of Youth Community Service, I'm not sure. I mean, without that designation, it belongs with Avenidas and PAC and the mediation service as a general human services contract. I think PSN also feels like it should be there. And here's why for me. I think if a reporter was to come back, someone who reported on the youth suicide cluster, either in, 08, 09 or 14, 15, was to come back and say, what is the city doing today? I would hope they could come and speak to somebody senior at the city who could articulate like that, the 4, 5, 6 different things, however many there are, that the city is doing with some coherence related to youth mental health. And the way the current budget book reads, the current budget book doesn't answer that question. I think a human being like Director O'Kane could answer that question. But when you look at this budget, in terms of what community services was touting as its accomplishments and initiatives, mental health wasn't in there. Youth mental health wasn't in there. We couldn't find PSN listed anywhere in here. Looked like youth community service had been cut. JED contract wasn't anywhere in here. And it created the impression, however faulty, that the focus isn't there, despite it being something we constantly talk about, it being something we talked about when we formulated this year's council priorities. And so with all that said, sort of as backdrop, for me, it's, what do we, where's the right bucket for things so that we can reassure ourselves and give the community and anyone else asking confidence that youth mental health is an ongoing priority for this city, and that some of the efforts to address it are handled through nonprofit partners, but some of them are handled by us, if that's true. And so I agree that rather than having YCS and Project Safety Net sort of competing with everybody else for a limited set of dollars, I would like to see an ongoing commitment to them. And therefore, I believe they belong in that bucket up with Avenidas and PAC and mediation services.
Yeah, I agree. My silence was agreement.
That's not always interpreted. Okay. So if we're kind of roughly in a similar direction, what do we want to make, or are we ready to make any? Oh, sorry. Thank you. If we're roughly in alignment on kind of the direction, are there specific recommendations that we want to make? And I realize, well, 2 things. In that slide that we had up there, I think the YCI is basically represented 2 places. And we ought to figure out which place we can get that slide back.
If I could, at the appropriate time, Chair, I want to make a comment as well.
So we have it under the TBD, and then we have it below under YCS, YCI. A dollar amount is only under the TBD, but as Kristen said, that was, if I understood it right, that was that YCI program. So it's kind of listed 2 places, and we can decide what to do with it. I just wanted to point that out, that I think it's listed one place with a dollar amount and the other place without a dollar amount. And then we haven't talked on, where would something like the JED program, is that part of this new community nonprofit that, as I understand that proposal, it's not ongoing by nature, whereas a number of these others are ongoing by nature.
Yeah. I mean, I see Jed more as a consultant that if we go with them, we're hiring them because they're a national expert on working with communities on understanding a youth mental health problem and reducing youth suicide. So I really don't see them as competing with nonprofits for our dollars. I see us as entering into a contract of a limited duration for them to come here, work with us, and then move on. I got clarification from Councilmember Stone. He said it was 125,000 for the JED contract. And one of y'all said 150. So
Well-
just want to offer that maybe it's less. Do you think he's wrong?
Well, coming out of the City School Liaison Committee, there was discussion of asking JED to refine their proposal since it would focus primarily on the city and not specifically on PAUSD. And as such, as we speak, we're trying to arrange a meeting with JED as well as our two council members on that committee to finalize what that scope might be. Also, just if I might, would also share that part of our marching orders, again, following up on the audit and council direction, has been to try to be clear on scopes of work, performance measures, expectations in what are set through our nonprofit partnerships. And as it stands, we do expect to get a proposal from YCS as of this Friday. And we don't know what that will be at this point, but do want the council to be aware of that, as well as likely proposals again from many other nonprofits, but wanted to give you that marker. Don't know if we're similarly expecting anything from Project Safety Net. Director O'Kane, I think if we are, we should acknowledge that as well.
So we already have funding for Project Safety Net in our proposed budget. If they wanted to apply for additional, they could do that, and they're aware of that.
So they have, at this point, they have been advised that they are assured funding, or at least staff is expecting to include funding for them as part of our operating budget.
That's correct.
So from those two organizations, I'm not under the understanding that they're looking for funds other than what they had assumed were already in the budget. So the 100,000 from PSN that is buried somewhere in there, and then the 50,000 for the YCI program, in addition to what Youth YCS has under HISRIP funding. So they have 45,000, or no, 42,750 I see in the budget under HISRIP. But the YCI program, I thought, is 50,000, it has been 50,000 a year flat amount, right?
Right, for the last 3 years.
Yeah. What was it before that?
I believe it was 25,000.
Okay, thanks. So I continue to think about a distinction between, we've got our HISRIP folks qualify under HISRIP. We have other community partners that we are thinking of as an ongoing funding, even if at a future date or even this year, we may alter the amount of funds there, but we think of them as ongoing. And then we have this more open solicitation or for 1 year projects like the JED. Presumably it's a one-time funding. And I should ask, I meant to ask the other thing, this Palo Alto University, who actually was, I know that Councilmember Stone had a concept that they had never been involved with our youth mental health efforts, but they actually were a part of Project Safety Net at the early years. And when he talked about that, I didn't realize that it was actually going to be a contract with them as a Project Safety Net partner in the collaborative. We actually were looking at contracting with them to do certain things, and that may have been entirely appropriate, but it just wasn't understood when that was presented that was a proposed contract. We have a lot of really outstanding partners in the Project Safety Net collaborative that bring their resources to that collaborative. And the funding that we give to Project Safety Net is for Project Safety Net. It's not to fund those partner agencies. Now, this very well may have been a right thing to do. I just hadn't understood it that way.
If I could, since this occurred this past year, Palo Alto University is a one-off arrangement contract that has been entered into through our community services department, really as a consequence or a follow-up to the mental health first aid training that we had conducted through a grant received from the federal government. I think through that training, we realized that the mental health first aid training itself was just too long, and so needed to have some additional tools to be more accessible to a variety of specific demographics, including our own staff that are working with youth. So Kristen took the lead in making that, establishing that relationship and identifying how they could help us develop a curriculum that would be more customized to our needs.
So it was one time to develop curriculum. Okay, thanks for that clarification. Okay, so I guess we all had conceptually some confirmation that we want to look at what partners should be in the ongoing general human services contracts versus this new nonprofit partners. We have two that seem like the clearest. That's the ongoing project safety net funding and the ongoing YCI program. And then we really haven't heard from some of these other partners, and I guess I don't know to what degree at Policy and Services, Magical Bridge, Third Thursday, UNAF, and Environmental Volunteers, were they engaged that meeting and are they aware?
It's HRC, not Policy and Services.
No, but I'm asking, when this whole nonprofit partnership went to Policy and Services a few weeks ago, were they engaged with that? Were they fully aware that their funding was there? And did they, I know that, so we're all three engaged?
Let me ask Lupita Alamos to speak to that, since she's had the direct communication with a variety of organizations.
Thank you, City Manager Shakata. Lupita Alamos, Assistant to the City Manager. Yes, we held several listening sessions with our nonprofits partners. We used our list of contracts that we had built from the updated from the audit and updated through some of the contracts since then. And we use that list to email out and communicate. We also use the Chamber of Nonprofits as another source of getting the word out on this new process, as well as copied staff that were supporting some of these contracts. And certainly several of the nonprofits, Chair, that you mentioned were in attendance at those study sessions and had great questions about the program and made recommendations.
A technical question. PSN is baked into the budget at, was it 100,000 a year?
Correct.
And is that a reduction from last year, or it's the same
No,
amount?
Same amount
It's
for the
not been
past
cut.
5 years.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and I should note, I think that YCI, you said it was 25,000 before?
No, Minka corrected me. It's been 50 since 2017.
Okay, so it's been now for 8 years, 50,000 a year every year. And it was just a 3-year contract, but there wasn't an implication that at the end of this 3-year period, the commitment to them would end. Okay.
Chair, can I offer or make a suggestion? So, right or wrong, the way the budget pages for CSD human service contracts was designed is to be contracts that are managed under our Office of Human Services, which is Minka's Vanderswag's group. And the general service contracts are those that we as a city have sought out to help supplement our work. So I might suggest a different place to put those because it doesn't quite fit into what the original intent of this was. And I would have to ask ASD or OMB to identify what that place is, but I'm not sure if it fits under general human service contracts. Just for clarity.
Which ones do you think?
Yeah, I could use a clarification as well. Kristen, help me understand the distinction that you're drawing.
These pages are for the Office of Human Services and the contracts in which they manage. And also the ones under general human service contracts are contracts that we have asked another organization to do work either on our behalf. Like I'll say, for example, Avenidas used to be a city program a long time ago. It's now Avenidas, where something like PSN, YCS, PSN might be a little different. They're not being managed by the Office of Human Services. They could be managed by someone else like me. So I don't think they fit right here.
Oh, so
maybe that didn't help your question, city manager.
Within the Community Services Department, you're saying that these are managed by the Office of Human Services.
It's really only the lower part of the table that are managed by Human Services. Is that correct? It's the HISRAP program.
No, Avenidas PAC and the mediation program. And
okay, so those
YCS didn't have another place. It went there and Minka manages that.
So that begs the question of whether, from a budgetary standpoint, we want to group them based on how they're managed within Community Services Department. Do we care that much about that? We might, but I understand the point. I'm just not sure that that tracks to how we budget for them.
Agreed. So understand the issue that Kristen is raising for all of our awareness. The subsequent, maybe the corollary question of who would manage the relationship and how that would be organized, I think is relevant for us to consider, not necessarily as a budgetary issue.
Does make me appreciate, though, that out of these other nonprofits that we funded last year that are implicitly ongoing, are they clearly community services? So UNAF, I think that would follow there. Third Thursday, we had originally thought of as economic development, and then we really ended up talking about it as both probably more a community building function and secondarily an economic development. So that even though it hits both departments and it arguably is there. Magical Bridge seems very logically within community services. Environmental volunteers, yeah, I guess so. Okay, so I just kind of wanted to make sure that we're not forcing things in community services that belong in another department, but and then same thing if we, however, the one time on JED, it fits in community services. So then we're back to the question of this category. Do we keep this category of general human services and not worry so much about within community services department who administers them, but it is a way that we, from a budgetary standpoint, group them? And do we clearly, at a minimum, say, yeah, the Project Safety Net and the YCI program naturally fit within there. They're ongoing, and they're outside of HISRAP, and they're clearly community services on those contracts. That one seems, yeah.
And ultimately, I think we will want direction on whether we should formalize a multi-year relationship with either or any of the organizations that are identified, as opposed to what has historically been a fairly inconsistent approach.
Oh, and I should have asked, Neighbors Abroad, where are they in the budget?
Actually, in the city manager's office operating budget.
Okay. And is that where it should stay?
To your point, I think it's fine there.
We'll leave that one alone. It one less complication, huh?
Right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Julie?
I'm just looking at, you have a very complex budget array, and it feels to me like JED would be a budget reconciliation item, an adjustment proposed for this year, as opposed to an organization we're going to work with on an ongoing basis. I feel like that's where a new consultant contract would go. Whereas PSN and YCS seem to belong under this general human services category. That's what seems to make the most sense to me, but you know best.
Let me ask on Magical Bridge. The point that was made to us last year is that is our really our principal, that particular Magical Bridge program is I forget how Alenka framed it, but it is the primary way that we really engage with the disabled community other than through Ada's Cafe. And what is staff's thinking on that on an ongoing basis as a fulfillment of that need in our community?
So Magical Bridge certainly is, I would say, probably the leader in the community on this. We did add our therapeutic recreation coordinator, which is an industry term. It's more like an accessibility and an inclusion coordinator within CSD last year as a 0.75 FTE. So that has served a lot of the role within the department. So someone calling and asking, my child has autism. Can you help me find an appropriate class? Can you help me with whatever accommodations I need? So that has been really helpful. Where a Magical Bridge has been helpful is doing some of the programming at Magical Bridge and within our other departments or divisions, such as Children's Theater, where they do sensory-friendly performances, dance classes, and things like that. So they're definitely a partner that I think when we first opened Magical Bridge wasn't necessarily continued. And now as other cities build playgrounds, we're realizing that function to program the playground is really beneficial.
Yeah, so that's the difference is that, we created the playground, but now they have these ongoing programs, which was my understanding of what that 150,000 was for. I guess I'd be surprised if they weren't very concerned if do they understand that funding is in jeopardy? At least.
Yes, they're aware that they of the new process and are preparing to apply for funding.
And that's a little different from my question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Which is whether that funding is therefore in jeopardy, because it's now a competition for a fixed amount as opposed to the commitment that the council made for that amount of that programming and that amount of dollars.
I think it's actually a good example to discuss this topic. Last year, there was a 1-year funding allocation. I think there's certainly, as Kristen has pointed out, there's an interest in a city interest in ongoing funding. The direction or the guidance the staff has provided to Magical Bridge has been to put in through this process. I would note, and Lupita and I were comparing notes on this, that the funding amount was described as a target to all of the organizations, recognizing that there are a variety of variables and the council could choose to change that amount. So Magical Bridge in this particular instance is going through the steps in order to be considered. Ultimately, in the approach, the process that has been set out, the Policy and Services Committee will give recommendations to the full council as to what complement of organizations and funding levels would be consistent with the council priorities and the criteria that were adopted by the council. So Magical Bridge is in that situation, as is UNAF, as is environmental volunteers, as is any of the number of other organizations that we know have been contacted and actively engaged here. So, ultimately, I hate to say it, but this is what government does. We do notice of funding availability, and nonprofits put in their applications, and we develop criteria and ultimately bring forward recommendations. The governing board will decide if the way that the organizations, the applications have been evaluated is correct, or you'd like to change that exactly the way that his rep operates. So that's really what we have been operating with, and ultimately here, the Finance Committee could choose to take individual organizations out of that process, or you could allow them to proceed in that process and change the dollar amounts. That's a couple of levers you might want to consider. Well, I just wanted to share that perspective.
I mean, you say that's what government does. That's one of the things, approaches. It's not the only approach. So, for instance, when these other Avenidas, Palo Alto Community Child Care, the mediation, they're not treated in that same way.
We have multi-year contracts with them with established funding amounts and service expectations.
And they became multi-year because the council said, we want to do this on an ongoing basis. And that's the question before us, which is these other entities that are we saying that, at least for the time being, we want to do these on an ongoing basis versus an open kind of competition for some fixed funding amount. And say it's a fix, I had to add in that motion in March, the staff proposal was essentially a reduction in the funding because it included that 50,000 and said it was 235,000 left off the EV. It was 235, including the 50 that was for community special events. And I had put in the motion funding comparable to last year, plus whatever funding is added for community events. So at least get it up to that baseline that we weren't cutting the dollar amount. But then we still have the question of, but if we're dividing it between more applicants, we are by implication cutting it for the ones that we committed last year. Not with certainty, but that's definitely implication when we open it up and say, anybody who has a reasonable proposal, we will compete equally on that. So my question is, out of those 4 that we funded, so if JED is a one-off, we don't have to, we still have to have the issue of whether that would get built in the budget as a one-off, but it's not part of this other kind of application. As I think about this new category of community nonprofits, it's also, how do they have any sense of ongoing what they can plan
Stability,
from the city if every year they reapply and have no idea whether they'll be funded or not, and if so, for how much? Now, that's still with all of our nonprofits, there's not a certainty, but when we have an ongoing of funding, there's at least some reliability, or we might run into do it in multi-year contracts.
Yes, and again, I would just acknowledge once again, this was phase one. It was the recognition of the desire to put in some clarity of process for the budget that we are now wrestling with, and was not expected to be a model for more than what you have before you.
So I think as we dove into this, we've found some things that we kind of weren't fully anticipating. Including that, now YCI probably belongs in the ongoing, as does Project Safety Net that was buried in the budget. And then did we mean to imply a reduction in funding for these other folks that we funded last year? So I think we're now back to out of the funding for environmental volunteers, and that's an ongoing. I think you clarified that we now understand that that's an ongoing request. They're $11,000 a year. I don't know.
What's that?
No, it's part of that other. It's gone.
Community or the nonprofit. So it was our understanding that was a 1 year. I haven't had a conversation with them for the following year. I would need to check with our open space team if they've had a conversation.
I don't know either.
So I'm confused about the environmental volunteers and PSN. That's in a different category. Where is that described? Is that documented anywhere?
The environmental volunteers was part of this 246 last year. Oh, kind of.
Okay.
It was a one year funding.
PSN is, I guess, and has been buried in the operating budget rather than listed as, even though we've funded them for 15 years at different levels.
In the community services budget.
Yeah.
Well, perhaps to be a little more accurate on that, it was city staff until about 5 years ago, and then spun off as a nonprofit with operating budget allocation from community services.
Where is Magical Bridge? I'm searching. Are they also on the list that is expected to apply by May 9th? So we don't
Yes.
have any allocation for them in front of us, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And the total bucket for that group is 150,000?
At this point,
sorry.
what was communicated to the nonprofits is a target of 246. Is that correct?
246, and we have no idea how many will apply, but we've encouraged a bunch to apply. I'm just trying to get a sense of that 246 will end up being split into approximately.
246, actually, that number came from, that is the exact dollar amount that we had allocated last year to those four. It was 150 for Magical Bridge, 50 for Third Thursday, 45 for UNAF, 11 for environmental volunteers. That adds up to 246. That's how we got the number. So we say we're building the number based upon those four groups and the budget, the funding we did last year. But now we're going to potentially
Which is
divide it
why
up
they're all
by
competing with each
however
other.
many more. And I don't know how
Yeah.
246 became the magical number if it's not for those four groups and those funding amounts.
It was simply because that was the ongoing funding that was allocated without the similar commitment to those specific organizations.
Yeah. But that number came from the commitment to those four.
So I do think it's fair to expect that there will be more requests than the 246.
Well, we said we encouraged youth community service to apply for it.
Yes.
They weren't in the four. Right?
And now
Correct.
we're upping that. So my recommendation would be PSN and the YCI would be added to this general human services contract. So we don't have to, the YCI doesn't have to go into that competition. And then the question that I'd still have is whether we recommend that others among those 4 that we funded last year, are they ongoing at this point in time, even if they're not indefinite? And do we want to ask them to compete? If we put more of them in this general human services contracts, then we do have a question of, well, then it doesn't have to be this 246 because we removed dollar amounts. What would be an appropriate dollar amount for the open-ended solicitation for community partners who don't fall under his rep and don't fall under the general human service contracts?
And now I'm struggling with what our role is as the finance committee versus policy and services that came up with this, that worked out this, nonprofit application plan. Where are we now in time? This is sort of underway. I'm just.
Well, was it them who developed it or staff? And then they endorsed it?
Right, they endorsed it, massaged it, endorsed it.
So we have kind of, from our role in my mind is to recommend the budget amounts and kind of budgeting categories. But there is an interplay between what we're doing and what they're doing. So if we were to come back and recommend budget amounts and in different categories, so we were to recommend whatever other human service contracts we have get added there. And then if that diminishes, so say we take Magical Bridge and say, no, we want to put that under an ongoing contract, then that would not need to be funded through that nonprofit partners. That doesn't mean we subtract it because, it's a tight budget, but we might say, no, but we do want to open it up to other community partners to be able to apply for funding up to X amount. Is it $100,000 or whatever that doesn't fall under either of these other 2 categories? And that's kind of where I'm leaning.
You could discuss it with the full council on Monday.
Yeah, well, but that's the question before us is what we want to recommend to the council.
That's a good conversation.
Yeah.
Chair, I also
If we-
wanted to.
Yeah,
Pardon
sorry,
me.
I just say, open it up to the council without framing it in a recommendation is less productive than making a recommendation. Yeah.
I also just wanted to say and just acknowledge how difficult it is and complicated it is to figure out what the buckets are, where they fit, and, our responsibility to our nonprofits that do this good work for the community. And we acknowledge that. But we also talked about sorting and flushing that out with policy and services as phase 2. And so what feels like right now is a rush to figure out these categories today when we do have planned to come back to policy and services with the guiding principles that came before the council back in October. And one of those principles was fairness, open access, equity, and inclusion. And so it does encompass a lot of what we're talking about, but we were in agreement that that was going to be something that we were going to be thoughtful about in approaching how these categories were formed, how they were funded. And so I'm just realizing that, or recognizing that the committee feels like we need to act now.
Well, I think there's a real interplay between what we're struggling with and those issues. And I think that those principles are important considerations. But when we looked at, for instance, Third Thursday, and when we looked at Third Thursday, we initially looked at it as a economic development initiative, and we ended up saying, well, it has a value for economic development, but it's really about building community, and in a broad sense. And I'm not sure that even though they have aspects of it that embrace diversity in our community, it's just about the whole community. And so trying to, in some ways, developing this new kind of formula and competition with the intention to give greater clarity, it just feels like it's making it a lot more complicated. It still may be appropriate as we're opening it up, but we as a council last year, when we looked at these 4 different community partners, we said these don't fit neatly into our HISRIP, but we think they're very important to the community. And same thing on Neighbors Abroad, which is funded through the city manager's office. They said it just doesn't fit in these categories. We as a council think this is important to our community and we want to make a commitment to it. And now it's, well, we're hearing from staff, but we want you to have a formula and a grading schedule and all that. And sometimes just those kinds of formulaic approaches just can't capture everything that we are embracing. And why do we think that these different partners are important? And they are, in some cases, they're unique enough. UNAF is it's our most significant ongoing cultural event every year for 26 years. And it's educational to the community. It has an economic development component, but that's not primarily what it's about. It very much does educate around the UN Declaration of Human Rights, which is very much around diversity, equity, and inclusion, but we never captured the importance of it before. It kept having to be the council to say, we really are neglecting this very important community partner. So trying to force fit one-offs that do important things that we as a council and the elected representatives say, no, look, you may have a formula, but we've got a sense of what's important to the community that doesn't fit neatly necessarily in a formula. And that's an important part of our discretion going forward. And so I think that's the tension that's going on.
So in the past years, how's this worked? The council has set the budget and staff has divvied it up, or what? How in the past have we decided on the amounts that we've given to the charities?
Well, several of these, the HISRIP's got a formula. These ones in the general services contracts have been evolved over time off of kind of going from one-offs to say, but they're institutions that we're supporting on an ongoing basis. And then there was other one-off, and we'd start often with our council discretionary fund. And we say, no, we're going to use the council discretionary fund, but that's a 1 year. And then we look at, well, gee, should it be built into the budget versus us saying it's not being covered anywhere else, so we're going to use the council discretionary fund to help support it. And that's because it wasn't fitting in the budget that staff was bringing forward. And then we've said, well, okay, if we think these things are important on a somewhat enduring basis, shouldn't it be built into the budget? And the alternative that came forward was this new category. I'm not sure it fits as well as we had hoped. I think it has a function, but trying to force them into that category and compete with each other on the fixed dollar amount is not what I understood the council's sense of direction was last year, and even coming out of that committee.
Can I ask, I don't necessarily understand, I'm not sure the nonprofits will, the relationship between HISRAP and this new bucket of dollars. And so I can see that some, well, it doesn't look like any were fully funded through HISRAP. Some did get very close to what they asked for, but some got half of what they asked for or 2/3 of what they asked for. And I imagine some of them are coming back to us now with this May 9th deadline to try to recoup the remainder.
Oh.
And so I just find it complicated and confusing. And I imagine, I'm not the only one. I would like to ask some specific questions about HISRAP if I can. We just have a few minutes left for this department, and there's libraries. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I do need to ask, I understand from, Human Relations Commission is the one that recommends the allocation for his rep, right? And apparently there was quite an argument over Life Moves. If somebody could explain why Life Moves is getting less than half of what they asked for is it's hard to imagine that that's a qualitative opinion on our part about this important partner that's building this transitional shelter in our city. Was there something faulty about their application, or was it out of bounds in some way such that we felt we couldn't fund the full amount?
So I might ask Minka van der Swag to join, and I will share what I know in that there's originally, the first step is there's a committee that reviews the application before it goes to the full HRC. Some of the members of that committee felt that the application was incomplete, and so therefore felt like they couldn't fund it. And then when it went to the HRC recognized the value. The full HRC did identify the value of Life Moves, and so gave them some funding, which meant funding was taken away from other grantees.
That's not we also have the ongoing funding of Life Moves to the transitional housing, which is $1 million a year or something like that. So this is not the only Life Moves. Yeah. This is some other Life Moves application.
This Life Moves for the safe parking, or is this just a funding for them to use as they wish?
They're not involved in this.
Melissa McDonough, assistant to the city manager. Life Moves does a variety of services for the city of Palo Alto. In terms of the Palo Alto Home Key Shelter, they're managing the construction. And then once it's operational, there's $1 million a year we've pledged towards the operations that Life Moves will be managing for up to 7 years. There's also Hotel de Zinc, which we do not fund, but they do actually support for us, and they manage our outreach services, which will help us ensure that the occupants of Home Key are Palo Altans.
And Melissa, are you familiar with the HISRAP application and what that scope of work is?
So Minka's online.
Okay, very good.
She's just being promoted to panelist.
One question for Melissa. So the outreach that Life Mood does, do we pay them for that, or is that just their?
No, we set that up as a pilot about 2 years ago. It's paid for by 3 different funding sources: the permanent local housing allocation from state HCD, some money from Stanford, and I believe a little bit of money from the general fund.
Okay, thank you.
Minka, are you available online? It would be under Human Relations Commission, likely.
Hi, Mika, is that you?
Sorry, this is Elena Cruz, also working in Minka's department. I'll sign out so that you can find her easier.
Okay, no problem. Hi, Minka, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So sorry, I was trying so hard to get on. I think the key question is.
Oh, no. Where is she?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So the key question is why the Human Relations Commission made the decision that they did. So the subcommittee felt like the application as it was submitted was not completed sufficiently for them to make any type of funding decision. It was missing multiple budget sheets and up-to-date information. When it got to the full Human Relations Commission, They acknowledged the review work that the subcommittee had done, but they also stated that they felt that due to the value of the services that Life Moves provides to a vulnerable population, that they felt like there should be a type of funding recommendation. So what they did is they looked at the budget information that was submitted, and it was only the staffing request. So the staffing request was $64,000. So what they decided to do is give them the level of funding that the lowest level that any other grantee got as far as in review, and that was around the 70 to 80% category. So they looked at that formula. So what they did is they took the $64,000 that was listed for staffing. They funded that at 73%. So that was around $47,000. And at that point, because allocation recommendations had already been made to other grantees, they had to cut all the other grantees by 5% to be able to get that level of funding to Life Moves.
And you're saying that 73% was the lowest that anyone received?
Around, if you looked at all the levels of funding that people were recommended, organizations were recommended for fiscal year 26-27, 73% of their total ask, that was the lowest amount. So that's what the decision that they made, to fund them at that lowest level that anybody else got funded. So that was the 47,000.
I'm seeing Dreamcatcher is more like 65%. Was going to ask about that, but I know that we're very low on time at this point. I'm very interested in this interplay between the HISRAP and this new process of funding nonprofits through a more competitive process. I think we don't want to be creating bureaucracy and rigmarole and red tape. We want to be clear on the sum total of dollars we can afford to allocate to all of these good partners and do it in an equitable way. And I know everybody's interested in that. It's feeling confusing to me as we speak, and I don't think I'm the only one who is looking for greater clarity here. So I'll be, excited to see what this committee ends up recommending go on to council.
Yeah,
Chair, I just wanted to check in. It sounds like this is an item that would go in the parking lot by the committee to bring back to council next week for maybe a broader conversation, given that we really gave a good attempt of this.
Tomorrow we may want to clarify our recommendation to council, but I don't think we have to resolve it today.
Okay, very good. I think we will go to library and then.
Let me just ask one question. I realized, so for instance, I saw Cassie, they've been a school counseling function. Are they doing a new function for the city now?
Yes, to answer your question, yes, Cassie is no longer the mental health provider for the for PAUSD, but they are providing they did submit a proposal to provide mental health services to a small nonprofit school that serves mainly low-income children in our community, and also to the children that are in the what's the right word for it? The alternative high school, Alta Vista. So they submitted a proposal for support to help provide mental health services to those other school systems.
Okay, thanks.
I have one question for Kristen before we move on. When I first joined Parks and Rec a long time ago, we had an issue where we had excess demand on our summer camps, and we couldn't get extra classes instituted because we didn't have the budget. And if we had applied for it, we could have given more. So right now, are both our summer camps and our classes, are they fully subscribed? Have we balanced the demand and offerings sufficiently?
Oh, we have wait lists on a lot of our camps and our classes throughout the year. Examples on high demand camps are at the Art Center, at the JMZ. A lot of that is due to limited space. And we have added some as of last year, we did get additional funding into recreation to do more camps. So that's where, for example, the woodworking class is coming up because our camps are done, well, our recreation camps are done through contracts and we're limited on our contract dollars as well. So we were able to add some more last year and that has helped, but the space issue is a problem. Now, when we open 445 Bryant, we will be able to expand a lot of those into that location and are always looking for different ways to maximize.
Okay, because we get most of the money back from tuition, so
Cost recovery.
cost recovery, yeah. So, if there's an opportunity that we can add more, get that in the budget, that we're adding offerings to the public with very little cost to us. So
I'll just note the other thing that I've heard over time is a real yearning for South Palo Alto to have more of those camps out of their neighborhoods, out of Coverly. And so that's something I'd be interested in hearing as a follow-up there, especially, as you say, some of them are space constrained, but are there ones that are not space constrained that maybe could be out of Coverly or Mitchell?
Right. We do have some at Coverly I'll use the example Mitchell. So instead of just relying on Foothills Nature Preserve as a place for outdoor camps, we now have one at Mitchell Park as well. So parents don't have to go as far. It's the primary reason.
Okay. We ready to move on to libraries? All right, thanks.
All right. Hello, everybody. Gayatri Kant, Library Services Director. And I will keep my introduction pretty short, knowing that there's limited time, but I did want to start with a thank you to the council for supporting the full operations across all the libraries, maintaining hours, collections, and programming. So, after the cuts, the restoration, it's pretty much complete. It was completed last year, this year. So we have pretty much reached what we were before the pandemic. Having said that, of course, Children's Library is closed for renovations, but it will be open in summer. The library continues to be really the most important thing is being a welcoming and active learning space and for everybody that lives in this community and provides access to a wide variety of resources. The main thing that we work on is providing services for community wellness. So whether we do baby story times or ESL programs or, pretty much any variety that you're thinking, that's the library's been doing that. Last year alone, we had more than 1,000 programs. And pre-pandemic, we did have 1,200 programs. So that's our goal to reach. Our special focus has been mental health support because one of the biggest clientele in the library has been teenagers. We have about 100 to 150 teens that come into Mitchell Park alone every day. And, a lot of times they want to be with their friends and not necessarily, they come there for, education, but there's also quite a bit of community gathering. There's also, we support programs that teens provide for other teens. So there's a lot of coaching that we do so that they can have their own programming for each other. So those have been some of the key things that we have done. The other priority that we support very much is climate action. The library being, in a location where there's a garden right next door near the Brinkeretta Library. So we have a seed library in there. So we work with community members to provide services like that. The library will continue to offer those services. Pretty much a lot of community members do reach out to us with interesting ideas. Somebody actually wanted to have his own beekeeping service. So there's always these interesting things that we experiment and do. We can move to the next page. All right. So the department outlook for this year is we want to complete the updating of our library strategic plan. We talked about it last year and we have started that work. And so this is a very good time for us to make sure that our services and programs and collections, they're meeting the current and future needs. So that's a big thing that's happening. And we'll be involving community members at different levels for this. I do want to address some potential reductions in funding from federal funds. As you may have realized, we have there's implications with the Institute of Museum and Library Studies, almost closed. There's less funding coming to the state libraries, and the state libraries usually give it to the local consortiums, which gives in turn to the local libraries. So we do have some cuts coming through that. And we're working on figuring out, what is the highest priority that we want to keep. We definitely know that we're keeping New York Times if you go to the library to read it, and many people do. So things like that, we're trying to prioritize what's the highest need at this point. Also wanted to say, we're still working on the free and open access to materials. I mean, that's like a core library thing, is ensure that the community members have free and access to the materials. Community wellness, our next fiscal year is really going to be what we're calling it a belonging and inclusive year. So our entire programming, we're really working at how do we make sure that everybody in the community feels that they are connected, they are a community member. So expect to see a lot of programming and activities that are connected to that. As an example, last year, along with Arts Center, Junior Museum and Zoo, and Children's Theater, we had a survey that actually indicated, groups that are underserved. We know those, right? Teens, unhoused services, and then seniors. But the fourth group was a surprise for us, which was parents with young children, but not really a surprise. So we've been identifying groups that really need to be connected. And so what the library is a great place to connect this. So we're continuing that work. We're also definitely working on the collections. Our collection is expanding. There's just a lot more very interesting work being done. And so we're hoping to develop that collection. We're also well known now, especially in the library field, as technology library, really. Like that's something that we're an industry leader there. So we are doing a lot of work with AI, especially. We have all kinds of things coming out of the library. So trainings, people have, and then we have leaders come and talk about the ethical implications, for example. And then also like a simple thing of like, how do you write a blog, right? So we work with various groups to provide help with that. Lastly, we expand partnerships with community organizations and also city departments. So great example. Thank you, CSD, for providing us with the funding, because next year we're going to have two author programs. One is a book called Anxious Generation, and another one. My apologies. I'm sorry, I can't find that right now. Do you have that? Oh, if you can read it. The Emotional Lives of Teenagers. Emotional Lives of Teenagers. So, So there's, we're inviting authors, researchers, as well as we have books for the community to read and connect. So lots of other mental health support is happening through the library also. We also work with other departments like when we had the Earth Day, the library also was a part of it. And we try to, work with other community groups that need either a space or have an idea that, they want to talk about. So just wanted to say that, the library was and is a connector. And so we really look forward to doing that in this year. We have 2 one-time proposals, one of them being the counter. So every library, when people enter the library, there's a counter. And unfortunately, we've had lots of issues with the older counters, in the sense, like one of the things being when multiple people enter at the same time, it only counts as person as one. So we're hoping that with this upgrade, we will be able to have similar, and they're all different types. So we'd like to just make it all like one counters. The other is about our security alarm system. Again, with various libraries opening at different times and upgrades. There's real issues with the alarms. We pretty much get at least 2 to 3 alarms every week. That in turn, because they're all by different vendors, we don't have good solutions to a lot of problems. So this would be a great time to upgrade that. So these are definitely one time only. And the regular maintenance will be through the library's general fund. That's pretty much it. Any questions, comments?
Thank you so much, Gayatri. The OWL is such an important offering. I remember being at an HRC presentation where I learned about the extent of it and the number of spots available and so on. This is where we learned that the library really functions in so many ways as, that ultimate layer in the safety net for people. You can learn about anything and you can also be safe in inclement weather and sort of everything in between. Love to know the demand. I know that the OWL currently has space, I think, for 12 people. We know that our pit count, is 20 times that. So I'm wondering, that doesn't mean we had to turn people away. I'm curious, when it's inclement weather and the OWL is officially activated, did you have to turn people away? I know there's also a policy you can't have any pets, so anybody who's unhoused and has a pet can't come. I'm asking, do we need, to expand the OWL? And that conversation should be driven by the demand we've had in recent years.
Just trying to see if Minka is also available, but pretty much I think the demand has been, within the 12 people. But that also is because people already know and, they come to the same place. Minka is also there to add anything else.
Hi. So regarding the OWL, yes, it was definitely a success this year. We had about 19 nights that we were operational, and we were at full capacity for some of those nights, but most of them we were about just like one person under. So we went from between 10 to 12 individuals per the night. So that doesn't mean, if we were in a location or somewhere else where it's 15 to 20 people, we couldn't fill them. But I think people have a sense of what the capacity is. And we were able to meet the need of the folks that came to the door this year.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I've been hearing complaints about library hours at Rinconada. Right? The Mitchell Park is open till 9 Monday through Thursday, and Rinconada is only open till 6 except on Thursdays. And then it's only open to 8. How do we pick the library hours?
So even before the budget cuts, one of the things that we've been even with our counters the way they were, one of the things that we could observe very clearly was the morning and afternoon hours in Rinconada were very different from the evening hours. So that was one of the things we looked at. We've been looking at it. And then once we had this opportunity to go back and build, the choice was like, College Terrace really needed another day. They only had 4 days as opposed to any other library. And so then we had to move some hours around. And so that was the choice of making Rinconada a one shift. So we call this one shift, right? Like if it's 10 to 6 or 12 to 9, so those become 2 shifts. And so then there's a significant difference in staffing for that. So, but we still recognized that, people might want at least one evening, and that's why we moved that to the 12 to 8.
And so why does Mitchell have such hours? I mean, I've been there in the evening, and it seems fairly active.
Yes.
I have not been to Rinconada in the evening. Why is Rinconada different than Mitchell?
It's just, the number of people that visit. The visitor count is like very different in Mitchell versus Rinconada. Rinconada is one of the things I always say is, Rinconada is what we call our adult library, in the sense that people really come to study, right? It's like, it's not that active learning center. It's really where people come to study. They're also starting their own new businesses because all the meeting rooms are full. So it's got a different vibe. And the second thing that I also like remind people is, remember, Rinconada Library is right close to the children's library. So, it's got 2 locations almost in the same area. Whereas Mitchell Park has both the children's library and the adult library combined. And it's a very, very active learning space. So definitely there's more people going to Mitchell Park than Rinconada.
So, I mean, my daughter went to the library and did homework a lot in the afternoons and evenings. What about the teenagers around Rinconada? Where do they go?
They come to the library, but we don't see them lingering after 6. One of the things that we have been doing, though, and we will be doing once we fill all the vacant positions, is to have more open hours for teens. So we do programs specifically for teens, because that's a group that we do know that they need that space, and we would like to expand that. And we right now, before finals, we have the finals. We open the library much longer, and we have about 100 to 200 kids coming for that at both locations.
Okay.
So,
and I'll just add that when we look at what's happened in our school populations over the last 10 years, we've seen North Palo Alto shrink in the youth proportion. I mean, South Palo Alto has gone back down as well, but much more so in North Palo Alto. And so that Mitchell serving youth and families is even more so because of the demographic shift that's happened. Yeah.
Thank you.
What's the utilization of the downtown library been in recent years? What are we seeing on the trends?
Downtown library, it's interesting. Again, it's definitely coming up again, but before COVID, it was doing pretty well. We had, in fact, started adding new programming like story times, which we do get like 100 to 120 kids, actually. Wow. Yeah, it's pretty popular. We have started expanding some of the things. We started doing some senior technology programs along with Avenidas. But really, one of the big groups that used the library was business owners, right? And so that's the group that we have not seen come back fully. So, it's definitely picking up, but not as much as I would like it. And so we're now thinking about what else can we do to do that. But it's also staffing. We still have some positions that are vacant. So,
and I think that's one of the underappreciated parts of our libraries. I had been more aware of it at Mitchell, but you've alluded to it on Rinconada and downtown, which is a lot of startups utilize the libraries as virtual spaces. And so they have an economic development role in that regard. And we underappreciate that a lot. So anyway, any other questions? All right. Thank you. And do we have members of the public who want to speak on this?
One question. So you mentioned those requests about is that in the capital budget or where is that?
It is in the regular.
Okay.
General budget, in the operating
Budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I do have one person that requested to speak. She did just leave. She said she was going to join online. Nicole, are you online under a different name possibly? No. I can let you know when she's online. Yes.
As we're making our transition, if I could just note, I unfortunately have a hard stop at 5:30, so I'll excuse myself at that time if you're still going.
Yeah, I kind of at 5:15 too. So
Okay, well then we know our
hard stop.
time frame.
So Chair, we'll have staff do the opening remarks on the financial stuff.
Okay, great.
I think I'm Molly Stump, City Attorney. I think my slides are first. Yes? Or just fantastic. I'm so glad you didn't expect me to do that.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Alyssa Ching with the Office of Management and Budget. I'm going to introduce the council appointed officers service area. Next slide, please. So as you can see here, these departments have overall expenses and headcounts that are proposed to decrease slightly. The decrease is due to a shift of a management fellow in CMO, fully out of CMO and into HR, utilities, and then in CMO split. And this is to align resources with council priorities and critical daily operations. In addition, one-time contracts in the city manager's office were removed, offsetting any of the increases across the other departments. With that said, I will hand it over to City Attorney Molly.
Super, thank you. Next slide. Next slide. So our community impact, we provide a full service legal services program to support the city council and all of the city departments and the city manager to reach their goals. And we defend the city when it's sued. We have no major changes in the city attorney's budget. Next slide. So just a few things we're working on, which you'll recognize them all, because our work is a layer on top of all of the other work that's done in the city, with the exception of the litigation program, which is primarily situated in my office. So we're promoting housing and retail revitalization through the Downtown Garage and Affordable Housing Project. We're making progress this next year on Palo Alto fiber and electrification. We are partners with other city departments in the Coverly initiatives. We are assisting with evaluation of proposals for new housing and a variety of projects that have been proposed in the city. We're working on city codes and development fees, area plans, and the council has tasked us with working with our partner departments on funding options for affordable housing. And we're doing also a lot of work on renter protection, safe parking, and community impacts associated with unhoused. So those are just a few of the highlights of the work that we're doing that's aligned with the council's priorities this year. And I'll move to the next folks and take your questions. I think we'll do all of them at once, and then, yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
All right. The mission of the auditor's office is to promote efficient, effective, economical, and fully transparent and accountable city government. As such, we're responsible for overseeing internal audit activities spanning fiscal, operational, and performance audits with the purpose of providing city leaders and the public with independent, objective analysis of how well city resources are being used. The audit office also oversees the external financial audit conducted every year, as well as the city's fraud hotline. In 2025, we completed and reported the results of 8 audits to the Policy and Services Committee, and those ranged in topics from reviewing the procurement process to looking at wildfire and emergency preparedness. We have additional 6 audits that are scheduled for completion and reporting over the next 3 to 4 months. As noted on the slide, there are no significant changes to the budget for this coming year, and we're in the process of finalizing this year's annual risk assessment and FY26 audit plan, which will be presented to council later this month. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Finance Committee. I'm here to present the overview of the City Clerk's office and our department priorities and long-term objectives. So the Clerk's office plays a central role in enhancing transparency, civic engagement, and access to public information. We support the legislative process, manage public records and elections, and serve as a vital link between the community, City Council, and city staff. Some of our department's key priorities and long-term initiatives include enhancing records management and ensuring transparency in the public, maintaining efficient operations while ensuring compliance with state and local mandates, strengthening civic engagement and improving access to information, implementing and maintaining the city's record management policy as well as the record retention schedule, and supporting successful and accessible elections to our community. For fiscal year 26, there are no budget changes. However, we are proposing the restoration of funding for broadcasting services through KZSU, which supports City Council meeting coverage and in the event of emergency broadcasting services.
You say restore? Aren't they still doing it?
Yes, we are currently doing it. However, it is coming out of a different funding.
Oh.
Yeah, we've historically, or not historically, it's too strong. It's over the last few years has been utilities funding, but we're now recognizing the need to move that over to general fund.
Okay.
And then next slide, please. Looking ahead to fiscal year 26, the Clerk's office will focus on expanding citywide compliance and consistency in records management. We plan to implement the updated records management policy and retention schedule through robust training, compliance tracking, and centralized record-keeping efforts. We're also working to implement a formal email retention policy and streamline the records destruction process. This includes collaborating across departments to launch a centralized digital records management system, enhancing our user experience of the public records portal. In support of public meetings and elections, we will explore innovative tools like electronic voting systems and improved election procedure materials. In addition, we are exploring a potential pilot civics academy program to foster community understanding of our local government and implement a formal city council chambers use policy. Lastly, we'll continue to strengthen board and commissions programs and policy compliance. So thank you for your time and continued support.
All right, next slide, please. And one more. All right, so the city manager's office is responsible for general oversight and management leadership for the lion's share of the city's 1,000-person workforce, as well as obviously providing support and assistance to the city council. Our office is also responsible for leading a number of citywide initiatives, generally things that don't fit neatly within a departmental scope of services. We have no major changes proposed for this year's budget. Next slide, please. Just to give you a quick thumbnail of some of the initiatives that we are working on in the upcoming year, it's the economic development strategy, it's completion of Palo Alto Home Key, more general homelessness impacts, and working with planning as well as citywide on affordable housing and funding. Community engagement is an ongoing, daily activity for us, as is continuing our work on wellness and belonging, our overall leadership guidance, including filling leadership recruitments when necessary, and then finally, again, overall monitoring and keeping our ears to the wind, as the case may be, as to what's happening and supporting our adaptive nature to any external forces. And that covers our presentation.
There's one more, but it will be brief. It is the city council. So for fiscal year 26, the council's proposed budget, there's no major changes at all. And it does reflect continued investment in council priorities and community needs while upholding the city's financial stability.
It's a question on the council budget. We have our discretionary fund. What uses do you know what expenditures from the discretionary fund have occurred this year?
From the discretionary fund?
Yeah.
Council contingency.
Contingency.
I think if you don't have it handy, we certainly put together a list and bring it back to you.
Thanks, everybody. Definitely saved the best for last. I don't mean city council as a literal last. Like all of these
That's good.
council appointed. I think it was during the review process for council appointed officers last time around that a colleague raised the notion that maybe there could be an administrative position added to either the city clerk's office or the city manager's office to kind of support council. To keep track of all the events we're supposed to go to, get them on the calendar, coordinate who speaks at what, make sure we don't have overlap, make sure we're not failing to show up for something where the city should be represented by a council member, travel arrangements, expense reports, continuing ed support. The notion that one dedicated person could follow up when we miss the memo, not to babysit us, but to just streamline and ensure kind of a smooth, I don't know, execution of the various duties we have. And it hasn't come up in the budget yet. And I'm just wondering if that landed on anybody's to-do list or parking lot, or if it kind of fell off the radar.
I'd say it's definitely on the radar. It is not included in our recommendations, really recognizing the fiscal constraints. But certainly if the Finance Committee wants to include that among the potential proposals, I think we'd need to cost that out, but we could certainly follow up.
Well, let me ask a related question. We're fully staffed in the clerk's department right now, but that's out of the last, I don't know how many years, that's the first time in 5 years or something that we've been fully staffed. And a question was that, I mean, the clerk's office has done all kinds of stuff without being fully staffed. So the question is that fully staffed, is there some capacity to serve some, if not all of those functions?
So we've definitely increased calendaring over the years, something that we haven't done before, and adding events to council member calendars wasn't a practice before. Understanding that the clerk's office has been in a rotation of positions and vacancies over the last few years, I think it really
has, to be just frank, burdensome without being fully staffed. So now that we are given the amount of council committees we have, the amount of meetings that the clerk's office does support, I can further look into what assisting the council's needs for that level of administrative support would look like, but
or some portion of it.
But it would require a lot of staff time to track calendars for 7 different council members.
Yeah, it might not be that. There were a number of different functions. And so that's why I keep saying some portion. What would be the most important or most readily align with staff capacity or whatever. So just the question of if we have more actual staffing in the clerk's department than we've had for years, is there some capacity there?
And I'm open to exploring that. I just would like to have clear boundaries on what that would look like exactly.
And well, if I could, we're kind of there's a chicken and egg there. We're also asking out of that range of functions, which ones you would have capacity for. So
okay,
we'd welcome some feedback there.
I was just going to note that from what I've heard, the greatest interest has been in calendar coordination, and that can be really challenging, in particular when you're dealing with 7 individuals who, quite frankly, have your own preferences of the systems you like to be on. And so crossing over from Outlook to Apple to Google and things get lost in translation. So, and also, again, recognizing that coordinating calendars for 7 individuals at an equal level of support, pretty challenging interpersonal dynamics. So I would just acknowledge that.
What I want to say, first of all, to the Daily Post is this is not Julia Cuthame's idea. Often when I speak about things, they decide it's me that wants it. I'm speaking on behalf of other council members who have raised this. I think what it gets to is what is the role of council? Who have you got working on council? This is a group of people who are, providing service. We're not, it's a number of hours a week. It's, for a stipend, and it's not our primary work. Many of us have to earn a living outside of this. And the administrative tasks associated with being effective on council are significant. And so I don't think anyone's asking for like a concierge service, like make, bonbons, bells and whistles. I think the people asking for this help are saying, like, I really feel ineffective at my job without some kind of administrative support. So I think it's worth an additional conversation, and for the people interested in this to be more clear about what they're looking for. But I don't see it as an extra. I see it as, we want council members to be very effective, and we don't want the embarrassing situation of the city of Palo Alto failed to show up for some significant event because none of us realized none of us was covering this particular thing. And I think that has happened a few times, and that makes the city look bad.
I will note, and this is not a request per se, but just so that there's an understanding on regional bodies that a number of us serve on. We serve with a combination of other council members from smaller cities, and then council members that are from larger cities and county supervisors and the like. And so they all have staffs. We don't. And we signed up for that. And we know that. But I can tell you there's quite a difference between trying to serve on those regional bodies, doing all the work yourself versus having staff. And it's just part of the reality, but I just wanted to mention that.
Chair, we do have an answer to the question about the council's contingency spending. In the current fiscal year, we've appropriated $10,000 for the Gensominian Years of Service event. So that was $10,000.
That's the only thing.
Yes. In addition, today we forgot to take tentative approvals on all the departments that were brought before you. And so just wondering if we could do that now for the departments that had been presented.
I'm trying to think back on which of them we really weren't tentatively approving yet.
Okay, so we have heard the capital.
Could we hold on just a second? I'm not sure we're done on these items before we go to voting on the. Okay. Sorry. And then I know we had somebody on the line who was trying to speak on the last item, public in public comment. I just had two brief questions for city manager. I noticed, I think in the budget, CalAV, Free Streets Management, 170K, and Economic Development Management Support for 175K had been removed. And I just wondered, does that mean they just had a different funding source, or have they been taken off? These seem like important things. I was surprised.
Yes, I actually going to need some help on that because we had some technical changes to how we were budgeting.
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. Those funds we actually moved to the specific capital improvement projects since we were moving into physical investments. So the staffing associated with CalAV is in that capital CalAV budget, as well as the staffing associated with university is in that university streetscape CIP.
Great, thank you.
Also noting that that's staffed with what we call time limited staffing. These are not permanent full-time staff positions.
And then my question for the city clerk, I noticed the administration associate 3 makes 96K, it looks like. Assistant city clerk makes 98K. Very similar salaries, very different classifications. Wondering if you could just briefly tell us which one is senior and what's the difference? Tell which one is senior, but what's the difference? It seems to they only earn $2,000 a year more.
Could you repeat, was it the deputy city clerk and the assistant city clerk?
It was administration associate 3 and assistant city clerk.
Can I get back to you on that?
Sure, thank you.
Okay, so on the tentative approvals, I'm trying to think through it. There were areas that we really kind of still had open questions on.
So because it's been a long day, let me go through the schedule and see. Item 1 was an overview. Item 2 was the infrastructure for the capital improvement program. And I think we have a parking lot to come back with the 5, 10, 15%. So I don't think that one we have a tentative approval on, sitting nodding heads. In public safety, we have police, fire, and OES. I think we might have some tentative approvals on police and OES.
Fire.
Correct.
Fire to come back with.
All right. So can we make a motion on the tentative for police and OES, please?
Support tentative approval on police and OES.
Yes.
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 Okay.
Great. Within community services and library, we had community service and then the nonprofit work plan and other partnerships. Nonprofit contracts are on the parking lot, setting that aside. Is there the desire to have a tentative approval on CSD and also library?
Well, that first section is part of CSD. So how about if we just do libraries? Okay. All in favor of library? Yes. Okay.
Okay, so then you'll do the CSD tentative approval subsequent to that, similar to the way we're handling fire. Okay, and then we just heard the whole bundle of the elected offices and also the city elected. Gosh, appointed.
Lucky you.
And so city attorney's office, city auditor, city clerk, city manager, and city council.
Yes. All in favor? Aye. Okay.
Great. Thank you for that.
All right. And
we have to take public comment on this?
Do we have, you still have one person?
Yes,
Okay.
I do. Nicole, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, my apologies that I wasn't able to stay and for the background noise. My entire life, personal and professional, revolve around children and they're noisy. My name is Nicole Chuwong. I'm the executive director of Dreamcatchers. First, I want to, we are a HISRAP applicant and have received HISRAP grants in the past. First, I want to thank the city team, Minka and Elena and Lupita and all those folks for the amazing amount of effort that goes into trying to ensure that our vital services offered by the amazing nonprofits that we're fortunate to have in our city have this process through HISMAP. And I know they have been doing a lot to try to make it less confusing and less time consuming. And it is still very time consuming and very confusing to understand what buckets of money we qualify for and how we can apply. For many of us, Dreamcatchers in particular, we don't have a lot of staff or large staff. We put it all into the services we provide. In our case, we provide an after-school enrichment program for socioeconomically disadvantaged middle schoolers, in addition to a sustained multiple-year service learning program for high school students, over 200 that go to both Cali and Gunn. And we also provide important, vital parent education for our community, as well as resources, including this summer, over 75 full scholarships to summer camps that cost upward of $1,000 a week that our families are going to be able to get free of charge. So we pour everything into that, and to be able to navigate everything, not just the application, but then the reporting that goes on. I know that the city staff understands and is trying to make that less time consuming. I hope that as you think through the buckets and where the funding should go and how to message this and what is fair and transparent, you think about that for the long term, for stability in future funding and understanding what we can apply to and what the process is. Because the worst case here is what happens sometimes at HRC, which is nonprofits being pitted against each other. Nobody wants that. In fact, that is part of what makes Palo Alto so special, is the partnerships we have with our nonprofits. I am grateful every day for YCS. We have collaborated with them. They have done free trainings for our staff. They have served our students. We frequently collaborate with PAC. We have received meals from Loaves and Fishes. The partnerships between nonprofits are part of what make us able to do the work we do in Palo Alto. And I know the other nonprofits feel the same. So I think a fair, transparent process where it's clear what buckets of money they are, who can apply for what, and what the process is, with the same expectations for all who apply to those different buckets, would be really wonderful in allowing us to continue to have the services we have available to those in our community that are the most marginalized. So once again, thank you for all your work. I appreciate all of it, and I hope that we can continue to find a way to fund these vital services. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, and I think that concludes our meeting today. See you tomorrow morning.